And we've seen statements to that effect coming from Jammu, wherein they've said that Yasin Malik was wanted in militancy. He began as a militant in 1988 to the period of 1994. And during that time, he has committed several terror activities across the valley.
So let me getting a view from Jammu then. Tejinder Singh Sodhi is standing by there. Tejinder, for the Kashmiri Pandit, we have panelists here who are sharing with us what this case means. This is a case of terror financing, right? This is a case of 2016, right? But Yasin Malik, Bitta Karate and their entire JKLF go back to the time when Pandits had to leave the valley. There was mass exodus. Today, when this case is reaching its last leg, when Yasin Malik's fate lies in balance, are the victims of his terror seeing this as the first step towards justice being done to their case as well?
See, Arnima, I'll take you along to this place. This is the house of Nirmal Khanna, who is the widow of squadron leader Ravi Khanna. And you can see that the entire media here is waiting for her bite. She said that she will only speak after the court pronounces the quantum of judgment. Ravi Khanna, squadron leader, was shot down by Yasin Malik in broad daylight in Srinagar, and this lady had to wait for 32 long years to get justice. You can see that wherever she goes, she has this picture of her husband along. She has been waiting eagerly for the court to pronounce the judgment. Ravi Khanna, squadron leader, was shot down by Yasin Malik along with 4 other Air Force personnel 32 years ago, and she says that it has been a wait for 32 long years for her to get justice. We are waiting for her, the court first to pronounce the judgment, pronounce the sentence, and after that she will speak to us. You see, for past 32 years, people like her have been waiting for justice, to get justice. But though this is a different case for which the court will pronounce the sentence today, we have been waiting since morning. Now the sentence was quantum of sentence was deferred till 4. But now all eyes are towards the court and what the court will say. There are several such people. I have been speaking to Kashmiri Pandits. I have been speaking to several other victims who say that they have seen themselves Yasin Malik killing innocent people. This lady, we spoke to her off camera. She says that she saw herself Yasin Malik holding the gun when he shot down her husband along with 4 other Air Force personnel. But 32 long years, she says that during these 32 long years, though her fight for justice continued, but she was dismayed by the attitude of the successive state and central government. Yasin Malik, a terrorist, was invited to high table by the former prime ministers of the country. He was a part of several round table conferences. So she says that people like Yasin Malik were given VVIP treatment, whereas the wife of a martyr, she had to run from pillar to post to get justice, to get her pension and get her other things done. So now they have a hope that finally, after waiting for almost more than 3 decades, they will finally get justice. So all eyes are on the quantum of sentence which the judge would be pronouncing any moment from now. Yes,
very quickly, Tejinder, can you just recap at what stage of trial that case is in? The Air Force case?
See, Arnima, yes, the Arnima, the special TADA court here in Jammu is hearing that the case, though Yasin Malik so far has not appeared in this case. Last time when Yasin Malik pleaded guilty in the NIA court, he was to appear through a virtual conference here in this case also. The case is still going on. The court is hearing both the sides, and Yasin Malik is contesting those charges here. So this particular case pertaining to the killing of 4 IAF personnel and also the kidnapping of the daughter of the former Home Minister Mufti Mohammad Saeed, Rubia Saeed, is also going on in the special TADA court here in Jammu.
Okay, so I have an update from the courtroom. We were expecting this verdict to come out at 3:30. Then we were told that around 4 o'clock. Now the update that we have is that Yasin Malik has not even been brought inside the courtroom yet. What does this really mean? Before the verdict has to be pronounced, the convict has to be brought before the judge, and it is the convict to whom the judge addresses when the sentence is read out. He is in the lockup. This is court number 1 of the Patiala House Court that we are talking about. Right near the family court on the left-hand side is the lockup where Yasin Malik is, where all convicts and under trials are brought in from the Tihar jail. Earlier in the day, when he was brought to NIA court of Praveen Singh, Judge Praveen Singh, there was, a security cordon that was laid. He He was escorted by the security personnel. You can see those visuals on your screen there. And then the argument happened. The order was reserved. He was taken back to that lockup. Since then, he has not been brought back to the courtroom. That's what my colleague Anvit Srivastava is reporting. That's the update that he's sending to us from inside. Yasin Malik is still not inside the courtroom, which means that it could take a little longer. Also, the second update that he's sending us is that media has been restrained from being inside the courtroom for now. The media personnel are all waiting outside. Yasin Malik has not been brought inside, so they're all waiting to know what really is happening. Meanwhile, the clock is ticking. It's almost an hour now since the original order was to be pronounced. 3:30 is what we were told. Then we were told it could see a delay, 4 o'clock perhaps. Now, is there a further delay? Is there any recalibration as far as the quantum of sentence is concerned? To give you a sense as to what the arguments were, the NIA prosecutor demanded death sentence for Yasin Malik under Section 16 of UAPA, the Unlawful Activities Prevention Act. If your act of terrorism has led to death of a person, then you can be given the death sentence. That's what the NIA is underlining. Yasin Malik had not engaged a defense counsel of his own. He was given the option of taking a legal aid counsel, and that legal aid counsel, Akhand Pratap Singh, actually said that he must be given the lesser of the two sentences here, which is life imprisonment. What really is the NIA judge here thinking? We don't know. We are still waiting. But more than us, it's the Kashmiri Pandit community which is watching the proceedings very, very closely, because they have suffered at the hands of JKLF. Shireen Moti, a representative of the Pandit community, is here with me. Shireen, can you help us understand, while you are saying that, court of law will have to decide on evidence and not on public opinion, in this case, your community, what is the opinion like?
The opinion within the community has always been unanimous that the acts of terror have to be condemned. People have to be put behind bars who have been responsible for these activities. And justice delayed is justice denied. That is what we are seeing as a community, that for 32 years we have not seen even an iota of justice being delivered to us. And therefore, any positive development in that direction is welcome by the community itself. Also, the community is very peaceful. We are actually Gandhians in the truest sense, and we do not pick up arms. We have a peace-loving message, and rightly so. And therefore, we do not want any kind of violence. What we want is peace and stability, and what India is testimony to, where all communities live together in harmony. We want that to be reflected in the valley as well, which today, sadly, we have failed to even, that is not reflecting in the valley today because of various reasons. And there's not one person that is responsible for the state of affairs in the valley. There are many people who are involved. Everyone put together has created a mess in the valley, I would say. And therefore, all of us have to take serious measures at our own end in order to ensure that peace and stability returns to the valley, and there is acknowledgement for the exodus, and people who are responsible for the exodus should be put behind bars. In this particular case as well, the NIA has pointed out and has sort of argued that the accused was partly responsible for the Kashmiri exodus. So it is something that is on record now. And now we would have to wait for the quantum of sentence which the court announces, and that would speak leaps and bounds. It would speak volumes about what the Court of Justice has in mind for the Kashmiri people at large.
Right. So while we are waiting for the special NIA court in Patiala House to give us the order on the quantum of punishment, just want to recap for you what are the sections under which Yasin Malik has pleaded guilty. He has been convicted. These are sections from the UAPA, from the Unlawful Activities Prevention Act. Section 16, this is the charge pertaining to committing an act of terrorism. Section 17, raising funds for the act of terrorism. Section 18, conspiracy to commit that terror act. Section 20, being member of the terror gang or organization. So under all these sections, along with 120B, which is the section of the Indian Penal Code dealing with criminal conspiracy, and 124A, which is the section dealing with sedition of Indian Penal Code. This is what the NIA charge sheet had mentioned against Yasin Malik, against Bitta Karate, against others, including those of like Lashkar's, Lashkar's Hafiz Saeed and Hizbul Mujahideen chief Syed Salahuddin as well. Yasin is the only one who has pleaded guilty to these charges, while the others have decided to contest the charges. They are going to face trial. So out of all the accused who were named by NIA, today's NIA court order will only be for Yasin Malik because he has been convicted after pleading guilty. What is the punishment for him? That is what we are waiting to know. Mufti Islah joining me from the valley, from Srinagar. Tajinder Singh Sodhi is keeping an eye on the situation in Jammu, where a lot of the victims of terrorism of JKLF are also waiting for this order. But Mufti, to you first, the court order is delayed by further few minutes, it seems. Is the administration there also anxious about the law and order impact of this order? Okay, I'll cross live to Mufti Islah and Tajinder Singh Sodhi. But let me also bring in Sushil Pandit. He has been advocating the cause of Kashmiri Pandits for years now. Sushil Pandit, your thoughts as we await this order from the NIA court?
I have some very reasonable apprehensions. The charges under which he was tried, the various sections of UAPA, such as being part of a terror organization, having participated in terror activities, having raised funds and resources for terrorism, or waging war against India, none of these charges will merit a death sentence, which he so richly deserves, because he's not being tried for charges of genocide, of murder, mass murder, massacres, rapes, abductions. I must remind you and your viewers that in February 2019, when he was arrested and his organization JKLF banned, the then Home Secretary Rajiv Gauba addressed a press conference, and he also issued a press note where in writing he said, this man is being arrested for causing a genocide of Kashmiri Hindus. Where is that charge? Where is the charge of having murdered Air Force officers, including Squadron Leader Ravi Khanna, to which he has admitted in live shows over BBC? Where has he been tried for abducting Rubaiya Saeed? For her release, we had to let go of 5 dreaded terrorists. So these charges have not been slapped against him. 2, he has been made to voluntarily admit to these charges in order to create some illusion of remorse. He's also is known to have said that I became a Gandhian. I left the gun in 1993. All this is to mitigate the circumstances and minimize the punishment, which he does not deserve at all. He needs to be hanged by the nearest lamppost because he's committed some of the most heinous crimes. This is a very clumsily put together fixed match, I believe. I don't think he's going to be hanged. And if he's given a life sentence, which even his own lawyers have been pleading for, then one day some of his comrades will get him released by abducting some hapless innocent people, and we will have to release him like we've done in the past routinely.
All right. So that was Sushil Pandit representing the Kashmir Pandit community. He's an activist who has, spoken about their cause for quite some time now. And, they are all waiting to see what the NIA court order will be. The information that we have is that the order has been delayed. We are getting visuals from Lal Chowk there, from Yasin Malik's, residence, the area around it. And Mufti Islah is the one who's keeping an eye. Mufti, the information that I'm getting sitting here in Delhi is that there are some concerns being expressed about the fallout of the Yasin Malik, order, the law and order fallout. That perhaps could be one reason why we are seeing this last minute delay in the order. Is that the sense that you're getting as well? Drones are being flown over Yasin Malik's house.
Absolutely. Since the morning, the police and paramilitary troops are keeping a close eye on Lal Chowk area, because whatever happens in this area is because Maisuma, the residential area of Yasin Malik, is extremely near. And clearly we saw some time back women gathering, milling around the house of Yasin Malik. There was large number of people who had gathered there, police fearing that it might soon break into some kind of a violent protest. Some stone pelting will take place, because Maisuma is otherwise also known for stone pelting, although that has stopped since last couple of years. But because of large number of people milling around, perhaps they're feeling that there would be some kind of outbreak of law and order situation. And what had happened early in the day was that although there was no demonstration in that area, but certainly there was a spontaneous kind of a shutdown, shopkeepers downing shutters and traffic plying very thinly in at least in the Lal Chowk area. Subsequently, what happened was that many areas did a similar kind of shutdown in different localities, especially the downtown. But luckily, there's been no outbreak of any violence, no stone pelting, because there are enough boots on the ground. Both the paramilitary, the CRPF, as well as police have been deployed in huge strength, not only in Lal Chowk area, but also in downtown Srinagar and most of the sensitive townships across the valley. That being said, people really anxiously waiting what that sentence could be. Early in the morning, we saw people debating it out, talking in hush-hush manner, and looking very extremely tense as to what it could be. That said, there's not been much of a political reaction. The one we heard was Mehbooba Mufti, where she said that Government of India's muscular policy is going to exacerbate the situation out here, because previously also life sentences or death sentences have not really helped ease matters out here in terms of law and order situation. And Omar Abdullah few days back did speak about this, although he stayed clear from the controversy, saying that if Yasin Malik wants to repetition this, he can do it if he wants, but he has really no other comment to offer. But we did see a lot of statements coming in from Pakistan, at least 3 of them, significant people, former Premier Imran Khan and the newly the new Prime Minister of Pakistan, Shahbaz Sharif, both hitting out at the court, saying that, well, this is a fake conviction which is taking place. Shahid Afridi also entering into a tete-a-tete with Amit Mishra, the Indian cricketer,
yes,
and the British Parliament in between, saying that, well, we're monitoring the case, given that Yasin Malik is an important separatist from the valley. But as we speak, tension really building inside the valley, which otherwise was rather peaceful, seeing no violent incidents when it comes to street protests.
You're right. So while tension is building up in the valley, is what Mufti Islah is reporting. We're also told that that consideration perhaps could be a reason why this order is getting delayed in the Patiala House Court. All the agencies concerned want to be absolutely sure that when the quantum of sentence is pronounced, there is no untoward situation in Jammu and Kashmir. We will keep an eye on that story. We are expecting that order from the NIA court, slipping into a very quick break. But stay right here. There's more on the other side.
India is one of the largest markets for mobile gaming in the world, and one of the companies that's making it happen is Sai Srinivas, the founder of MPL, which became a unicorn last year. Catch him on Bits to Billions this weekend. For the longest time, gamers or mobile game development companies in India used to say that Indians don't really like paying to play games.
Indians are now very actively paying. I think we can all agree that Indians love to pay for movies. We all pay, right?
Yeah.
The highest grossing game in India in that year earned more than the highest grossing movie.
What's your vision for MPL?
Just pick up a phone, irrespective of which city or town you're in, and you're able to play with anyone else in the world. And that's what we want to do. It's very tough to get there, but once you get there, I think the ROI is insane. And that's what MPL is out to be.
Vismaya hanged herself in her marital home in June last year, alleging dowry harassment. The Tamil Nadu government is facing fire over an FIR against Tamil magazine Junior Vigadan and 2 YouTubers. The complaint has been filed by a real estate firm G Square Realtors, claiming extortion and intimidation by a close associate of the Vigadan group. The opposition has called the government's move an attempt to muzzle the media. The son of a former Congress minister, Hukum Tarada, was charged for ramming his car of a businessman, in fact, in Sehor in Madhya Pradesh.
Rohit Singh was driving in an inebriated state with a drink by his side. After he rammed into the SUV of a businessman, the occupants got out of the car and confronted him and sought money for the damages. But the former minister's son fought with them and rammed into their car for a second time. The police have registered a case and the vehicle has been impounded.
The United States has confirmed its first case of monkeypox that was detected in a man in Massachusetts. 4 suspected cases have been reported from other parts of the country as well. The monkeypox virus has now spread to several countries. Now, even as the world battles the coronavirus, the monkeypox virus is wreaking havoc across the world. The disease spreads basically from infected wild animals. Human-to-human transmission is also possible via touch as well as via air. Cases have been detected in at least 16 countries. In fact, Belgium has implemented monkeypox quarantines. EU nations are working on a vaccine for the monkeypox. The smallpox vaccine is 85% effective on monkeypox virus. Over 5 crore beneficiaries aged 15 to 18 have received their first dose of the COVID vaccine. That is 80% of the eligible population in that age group. India began inoculating those in the age group of 15 to 18 from the 3rd of January. Over 190 crore doses have been administered so far in that category. Model Kate Moss is expected to be called in as a witness in the Johnny Depp-Amber Heard defamation trial. Moss dated Depp back in the 1990s and the duo are reportedly still close. Earlier in the trial, Amber Heard brought up Depp's relation with Moss during her testimony. Violent crashes broke out today in Andhra Pradesh's Amalapuram over a proposal to rename the Konasima district as the B.R. Ambedkar Konasima district.
Hundreds of protesters took to the streets for a Chalo Konasima march. The protesters tried to march towards the collectorate in Amalapuram but were blocked by the police. So the protesters resorted to stone pelting. They even tried to torch the residence of an Andhra minister, P. Vishwaroop. A private bus was also set on fire by the protesters. Section 144 has been imposed in Konasima in the wake of protests against the proposal to rename the district.
A Jammu and Kashmir policeman was shot dead by terrorists outside his home in Srinagar. His 7-year-old daughter, who was clinging on to her father when the terrorists fired at him, sustained a bullet injury in her hand. This is the 3rd incident of an attack on a policeman in Jammu and Kashmir just this month.
This is the ill-fated area where the cop was shot. In fact, we're picking up.
CNN News 18 races ahead of Times Now and Republic. News over noise. CNN News 18 on your side.
Well, the second in-person Quad Summit was held in Tokyo today, and these are the highlights.
Prime Minister Modi, US President Joe Biden, Japanese PM Fumio Kishida and Australia's PM-elect Anthony Albanese reiterate their shared commitment to a free, open and inclusive Indo-Pacific.
हमारे आपसी सहयोग से एक फ्री, ओपन और इंक्लूसिव इंडो पैसिफिक क्षेत्र को प्रोत्साहन मिल रहा है, जो हम सभी का साझा उद्देश्य है। क्वाड इंडो पैसिफिक क्षेत्र के लिए एक कंस्ट्रक्टिव एजेंडा लेकर चल रहा है।
Post the Quad Summit, Prime Minister Modi held bilaterals with Biden and his Japanese and Australian counterparts.
Prime Minister, there's so much that our countries can and will do together.
The Quad is seen as a counter to aggressive China's expansionism in the Indo-Pacific.
And even as the Quad was meeting in Tokyo, Chinese and Russian fighter jets carried out joint flights very close to Japan. The planes, however, did not breach Japanese airspace. This is the fourth time since November last year that long-distance joint flights by Russia and China have been spotted very close to the Sea of Japan. Now, Russia has warned that it will soon have 50 brand new Satan II nuclear missiles. Now, the Satan II has a huge capacity. It has capacity for 10 large warheads as well as 16 smaller ones. 8 megatons of TNT, that is equivalent of the explosive power that can be used on these missiles. The top speed of 7 kilometers per second. It's capable of deterring anti-missile shields as well. It is armed with stealth technology to try and evade conventional military radars. The estimated range of the Satan II is 18,000 kilometers, so it can go from Moscow to New York and back at least 3 times. Meanwhile, a sandstorm has enveloped parts of the Middle East in a thick blanket of dust.
Baghdad's skies were painted red as the country faced a massive sandstorm, the 10th one in 2 months. Several people were hospitalized with breathing difficulties. In neighboring Iran, the sandstorm caused the still under construction building in Abadan
Sources are telling CNN News 18 that he will be joining SP and will be getting a Rajya Sabha ticket. Kapil Sibal now, as we can see, has reached to file his nomination to Rajya Sabha.
Of course, the departure of any leader, and certainly high-profile ones like Kapil Sibal, becomes a setback.
Samajwadi Party also has certain game plan of utilizing Kapil Sibal in the state like Uttar Pradesh.
He has done so much for Congress and he has saved many of them from going to jail. And he's raised a lot of constitutional issues. He's an excellent brain, a committed person.
Congress Party was like a family to me, but now as an independent in the Rajya Sabha, rather than being bound by the discipline and the whip of a political party.
It's a massive setback for the Congress party. Senior leader and a Congress heavyweight, Kapil Sibal, has resigned from Congress. Confirming the major development, Sibal said that he had tendered his resignation from the Grand Old Party on the 16th of May. Sibal's confirmation comes after he filed nomination for Rajya Sabha seat with support from the Samajwadi Party. Sibal, while speaking to CNN News 18, said that he wants to be an independent voice in Rajya Sabha to put forward a strong opposition against Bharatiya Janata Party in the 2024 general elections. Now, CNN News 18's Pranshu Mishra spoke to Kapil Sibal just after he made public that he has quit the Congress party. This is the exclusive interview that Pranshu got with Kapil Sibal.
Mr. Sibal, a long innings with the Congress party finally comes to an end.
Congress Party was like a family to me. I was wedded to its ideology. I still am wedded to the ideology of inclusiveness. And I'll continue to fight for that in this country. But now as an independent in the Rajya Sabha, rather than being bound by the discipline and the whip of a political party.
But then coming to the point that taking this decision, leaving the Congress party would not have been an easy one for you. You have been groomed up, you were there very much part of that Congress party system. What went wrong or what is wrong with the Congress party?
This is not the time to see. When I was in the Congress party, I had the duty to speak. Now I am not in the Congress party, so there is no duty to speak. It is for the Congress to do what it wishes to do. It is not for me to give any advice. I wish them well, and I hope the Congress party rejuvenates and becomes the force that it was destined to be.
Okay. Many within the so-called G23 or the group of senior leaders, they also had attended this Udaipur, the conclave, and are hopeful that probably a new road ahead lies for the Congress party. But it seems it didn't impress you.
No. Let's not talk about these things. Past is past.
Past is past.
There is no ill will. I have great affection for all the leaders of the Congress party. I have very good relations with them, and that will continue.
Okay, so then, sir, pure politics. When in 2016 you went to the Rajya Sabha, you were the Congress candidate, but Samajwadi Party also endorsed you.
Yes.
And that was a time when, do ladko ki jodi was almost in the air, it was going to materialize. Now in 2024, Samajwadi Party also has to fight a battle against the Congress Party in Uttar Pradesh. It's going to be, different. So what role do you envision for you in terms of national politics?
I want to be an independent voice in this country. I want to bring all opposition parties on one platform. We need to be together to be a viable, strong opposition and to fight the 2024 election on a common platform. That's my dream. I hope we can realize it.
So this dream, this common platform, it comprises of the Congress party also, or is it a sort of a third front?
You know, all opposition parties have to be together in this fight against the present dispensation. That's my dream. That's my dream. All political parties. I don't think that I could have made it clearer to you.
That's right.
All political parties have to be together.
But the vibes from the Congress party, that doesn't make you very, optimistic about Congress looking for this sort of a prospect.
You're trying to get some answers from me so that you can make news. I have already told you my effort and my dream would be that all opposition parties come together to fight the present dispensation in Delhi.
And Samajwadi Party's role in it?
Obviously, every political party's role in it has to be significant.
Because they say the road to Delhi goes from Uttar Pradesh. Therefore, I am focusing.
Everybody, yes, of course. The Uttar Pradesh is perhaps the most important state. In fact, the Hindi-speaking belt, other than Uttar Pradesh, Bihar and Uttar Pradesh, are the most significant states in this country. If we are able to make a dent there, I think that the present dispensation will find it hard to win 2024.
Okay, but the Samajwadi Party itself doesn't seem to be, on a very comfortable right. Many people would have asked you about Mr. Azam Khan, not being happy or Shipal.
Get into these issues today. I've given enough of the answers that you've asked for. This is not a regular interview.
No, yeah,
I just filed my nomination papers. We can proceed with this matter, discuss these issues later as well. But I think this is enough.
Just last thing before I let you go. Your optimism about opposition coming together, do you feel it is practically possible? Can it actually happen?
I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about. Everybody lives on hope, doesn't he? You live on hope, no? As a journalist, no?
Yeah.
You want to get better in life, no? Same thing with us.
So Mr. Sibal in your role would be, trying to bring all the opposition together.
That's correct. I should be an independent voice and try and bring everybody together on one platform.
Kapil Sibal there, wanting to be an independent voice in Rajya Sabha, says that's the reason that he has decided to not be bound by any party whip and take his own independent course of action in Rajya Sabha. The Samajwadi Party has decided to support his candidature. He's filed his nominations for Rajya Sabha. The Congress Party's reaction so far has been muted out of G23 leaders who were opposing the way Congress was being run, who were questioning the Congress leadership from time to time. They have now been reduced to G22. Meanwhile, Jitin Prasada, the former Congress leader who is now with the Bharatiya Janata Party on Twitter, has also taken a dig at Kapil Sibal. Kapil Sibal's earlier tweet when Jitin Prasada had crossed over has been cited by Jitin to say, how's the Prasad now, Mr. Sibal? So this back and forth is going on between the Congress and the BJP leaders. But the question for the Congress party is that this is the third big leader from the Congress who has moved on away from the Congress party. There's of course Mr. Kapil Sibal, there was Punjab's Sunil Jhakar and Gujarat's Hardik Patel as well. At a time when Gujarat is looking at elections, Hardik Patel had also left Congress and moved on. Pallavi Ghosh is joining me live to talk on this further. Pallavi, reactions from the Congress party after Mr. Sibal's exodus?
Well, I mean, mum's the word. And I think also one of the main reasons really, Arunima, is because unlike other precedents, no one has joined. He hasn't joined the BJP. He continues to maintain that he's an independent leader. He's contesting as an independent candidate with support from the Samajwadi Party. So as long as you don't join the BJP, I think all is kind of well in the Congress Party. A very guarded reaction, however, did come in from the Congress spokesperson who said it's his personal choice and, one would just wish him all the best. The kind of noises he made, the fact that he is going to be someone who's also going to take on BJP inside the Rajya Sabha, that perhaps explains why the Congress Party would be somewhat a little bit more guarded in their response to him.
All right. Pallavi Ghosh, thank you so much for joining us. Pallavi and Pranshu had been giving us the perspective as to why Samajwadi Party decided to support Mr. Sibal's candidature. What does really mean for Congress Party? What does this mean for the other leaders, G22, like I now said? What does this really mean? Will the Congress now wake up? Will the leadership now wake up and do something about the way the party is being run? All those details, analysis also on our website, news18.com. That's all that I have, but news and updates continue. Thanks for watching.
CNN News 18 races ahead of Times Now and Republic. News over noise. CNN News 18 on your side.
effective on monkeypox virus. Over 5 crore beneficiaries aged 15 to 18 have received their first dose of the COVID vaccine. That is 80% of the eligible population in that age group. India began inoculating those in the age group of 15 to 18 from the 3rd of January. Over 190 crore doses have been administered so far in that category. Model Kate Moss is expected to be called in as a witness in the Johnny Depp-Amber Heard defamation trial. Moss dated Depp back in the 1990s and the duo are reportedly still close. Earlier in the trial, Amber Heard brought up Depp's relation with Moss during her testimony. Violent crashes broke out today in Andhra Pradesh's Amalapuram over a proposal to rename the Konasima district as the B.R. Ambedkar Konasima district.
Hundreds of protesters took to the streets for a Chalo Konasima march. The protesters tried to march towards the collectorate in Amalapuram but were blocked by the police. So the protesters resorted to stone pelting. They even tried to torch the residence of an Andhra minister, P. Vishwaroop. A private bus was also set on fire by the protesters. Section 144 has been imposed in Konasima in the wake of protests against the proposal to rename the district.
A Jammu and Kashmir policeman was shot dead by terrorists outside his home in Srinagar. His 7-year-old daughter, who was clinging on to her father when the terrorists fired at him, sustained a bullet injury in her hand. This is the 3rd incident of an attack on a policeman in Jammu and Kashmir just this month.
This is the ill-fated area where the cop was shot. In fact, we're picking up from neighbors and witnesses that he was going along with his daughter. Some say that he was to drop her at a tuition center. Others say, well, he had actually gone for a bike ride. When he was shot at this particular place, we'll see blood splattered around at this particular place. Now, the TRF has claimed responsibility.
Well, the second in-person Quad Summit was held in Tokyo today, and these are the highlights.
Prime Minister Modi, US President Joe Biden, Japanese PM Fumio Kishida and Australia's PM-elect Anthony Albanese reiterates their shared commitment to a free, open and inclusive Indo-Pacific.
हमारे आपसी सहयोग से एक फ्री, ओपन और इंक्लूसिव इंडो पैसिफिक क्षेत्र को प्रोत्साहन मिल रहा है, जो हम सभी का साझा उद्देश्य है। क्वाड इंडो पैसिफिक क्षेत्र के लिए एक कंस्ट्रक्टिव एजेंडा लेकर चल रहा है।
Post the Quad Summit, Prime Minister Modi held bilaterals with Biden and his Japanese and Australian counterparts.
Prime Minister, there's so much that our countries can and will.
Namaste, you're on The Nation at 5. I'm Anand Narasimhan and we stay with the top story. Live here at the newsroom at CNN News 18, ladies and gentlemen. All eyes are on the NIA court. The court was supposed to pronounce the quantum of punishment of Yasin Malik, terrorist Yasin Malik, at 3:30 p.m. this afternoon. But it's 5 p.m. and the court is still waiting. We are all waiting for the pronouncement of the quantum. There is a demand by the NIA on the council appearing on behalf of the NIA has demanded a death sentence or capital punishment for Yasin Malik, who pleaded guilty on charges of terror, conspiracy and separatism under the UAPA, that is the Unlawful Activities Prevention Act. Security has been beefed at the court area. There is also a huge amount of security in Srinagar around Yasin Malik's home, where there are a few supporters who have come out there. Mufti Islah is live with us. We'll try and go across to Tejinder Sodhi, who is currently at Nirmal Khannaji's home, who are expecting justice. There are also thousands and lakhs of people who have borne the atrocities of Yasin Malik and seen him prosper and even get patronage at the cost when they have been forced to flee their homes, who are hoping, waiting and praying that they did not get justice then, but will this person be punished now? This terrorist be punished on charges that were mounted on him for him aiding, abetting activities which are unlawful against the interest of the country, charges of separatism and terror that have been levied on him in 2016, 2017. He has pleaded guilty for that. He is making, his counsel making last-ditch efforts to try and ensure that the sentence is minimum. But the NIA court has pushed for a capital sentence. Now, there are indications that if there is such a delay and if there is such a huge security bandobast, why this delay, which has happened about more than 90 minutes? It was scheduled to be sometime around 3:30 this afternoon. We try and go across to Arunima for more on that. We try and go across to Tejinder Sodhi, but Mufti Islah also joining us. Tejinder Sodhi is with us. Mufti Islah, whereabouts are you in Srinagar? And there seems to be strong security bandobast in Maisuma area. There were shops that were closed, although there was no call for a band, but it looked precautionary. But now we are coming towards the evening. The quantum of sentence has not yet been pronounced.
Absolutely, and the valley waiting actually as to what it could be, and that's why there's so much of a security bandobast, not only in Srinagar but all other major vulnerable towns, be it in South Kashmir or North Kashmir. Police and paramilitary has been deployed in full strength. There are additional boots who have been put on ground to perhaps discourage all those protests. In fact, some time back, minor protests broke out in Maisuma. We also see visuals of women surrounding Yasin Malik's house and coming in solidarity and trying to console the family members that it would be a lighter sentence. That said, there's been no outbreak of a massive violence that one really witnessed 2 or 3 years back when massive stone pelting would take place in Maisuma. Maisuma, ironically, happens to be the residence of Yasin Malik, and here large number of people would otherwise pelt stones. However, that is passé since 2019 when government mounted tremendous crackdown in that area. Clearly, we've seen some kind of feeble statements coming in from PDP and National Conference. Mahbooba Mufti earlier today in Kulgam had said that, well, muscular policy of government of India will rebound rather, and it would worsen the situation rather than easing. We also saw Pakistan fishing in troubled waters of Kashmir. The Premier this time around, Shahbaz Sharif, and the former Premier Imran Khan both saying that, well, this is a fake conviction and the world should take notice. Already British Parliament has also
this terrorist,
saying that, well,
no, they can do what they want, but the fact is he has pleaded guilty, Mufti Islah. Imran Khan is a person of no consequence for India. Yasin Malik is. Yasin Malik is a person who enjoyed patronage in the past. He enjoyed political patronage in the past. That's the allegation that has been made consistently over the last 3.5 decades. He's somebody who is right in the thick of the entire plotting of the exodus of Kashmiri Hindus from Jammu and Kashmir, but more importantly from the Kashmir Valley. And he is somebody who has pleaded guilty to a terror activity and an unlawful activity in 2016. He turned around and he's tried to tell the court that he has done nothing wrong and he steered clear of the path of terror for 28 years. But this is after he pled guilty. Pled guilty in a case which is 2016-2017, Tejinder Sodhi. He's still got to account for the crimes that he committed in the 90s.
See, Anand, first of all, I'll take you inside. This is the house of squadron leader Ravi Khanna. His wife is anxiously waiting for the moment when the judge would pronounce the quantum of sentence. So we tried to speak to her. She says that she will only speak once the court gives out the judgment, court gives out the quantum of sentence. Squadron leader Ravi Khanna was unarmed, but he saved several lives at the time when a terrorist like Yasin Malik, he shot several bullets at him. And along with 3 other Air Force personnel, he attained martyrdom. You can see that these eyes have waited for 32 long years, waited for justice. She is not just an individual, she is an epitome of sacrifice, epitome of valor, because for past 32 years, she has been waiting for the moment when she will get justice. Anand, you see, though this is a different case for which the quantum of judgment would be pronounced by the special NIA judge today, this is a terror funding case, but this lady has been waiting for 32 long years. She has seen Yasin Malik gun down her husband along with 3 other Air Force personnel. Ravi Khanna, who was just 15 years in service, was shot down by Yasin Malik in broad daylight in Srinagar, and people like Yasin Malik had been roaming scot-free for past so many decades, but now finally the court would pronounce the quantum of judgment in this case, in a terror funding case, and this would be a big sigh of relief for the victims of Yasin Malik, who had to face so much hardship. We spoke to Mrs. Khanna just a few minutes ago, though she is saying that she will give an on-record statement only after the judge pronounces the quantum of judgment, but she says for 32 long years she was dismayed to see people like Yasin Malik, Shabir Shah and others given VVIP treatment in Delhi, but now finally the justice would be delivered to people like her who have been struggling for so long. Yes, Anand.
Well, no, for her, justice will not be served because he has not been held guilty of the murders that he's committed, the rapes and the loot and plunder that he's committed, that force at the time when he walked the streets with a gun and proudly tried to say that as the JKLF chief, I'm the one who's going to ensure that that Kashmir Valley is cleansed of Hindus or Kashmiris who are non-Muslims. That is what he had championed, and that is what is a allegation against him. But for the likes of Nirmal Khanna ji, there could be perhaps some semblance of a closure if he's if he's accorded capital punishment as demanded by the NI court. Let's go across to Arunima. Arunima is right here with me. Arunima, this is a case of 2016-2017. Can you explain to our viewers the background for this case? And Yasin Malik has pled guilty. For all those who are coming out and trying to be champions of Yasin Malik, they seem to be skipping the fact that he pled guilty.
See, the National Investigation Agency began its probe in the terror financing matter. They started probing from where was this money being pushed into the valley, because stone pelting was going up. You were seeing that in the garb of protest, schools were being burned down. There were government buildings that were being taken down. So where was the money coming from? In that process, they actually zeroed in on businessmen like Zahur Watali, who were carrying on cross-LOC trade, and they realized that money was coming in the name of this trade. Money being given by ISI through Lashkar-e-Toiba, through Hafiz Saeed, Hizbul Mujahideen, and then via these businessmen to separatist leaders like Yasin Malik, to Bitta Karate, even Duktrane Millat, Asya Andrabi. All these people were then giving the money to actual stone pelters, young boys and girls whose futures were at stake because A, pens were being taken away from their hand and stones were being given. B, the schools and colleges in which they were supposed to study, those were being burned down as well. So that is the case that NIA filed. They found money trail. They gave the entire money trail to the NIA court. When the time came for charge sheet, the charge sheet was filed. When Yasin Malik pleaded guilty, what he is essentially saying in the eyes of the court of law is that yes, I accept this evidence against me. Yes, this is true. This was done.
Right.
People are arguing that he's a Gandhian. Perhaps he's doing this as a kind of a protest against the system. But the fact also remains that there are other co-accused who are agreeing to meet the trial process, and there is no denial, Anand, that if you speak to any good defense lawyer, he would always tell you that if the evidence is strong against you, to get a lesser sentence, plead guilty.
Yeah, but the NIA court has said that there are enough grounds to demand a capital sentence. Why is it that the NIA has gone ahead and told the court that there are enough grounds for us to demand a capital sentence against Yasin Malik?
So what are the sections there? 16, 17, 18 and 20. These are the sections of UAPA under which the charges have been found to be correct. Section 16 of UAPA deals with the act of terror. For you to actually commit that act of terrorism, what the NIA counsel, the prosecutor, is arguing is that under Section 16 of UAPA, there is provision that if because of your act of terrorism, a life has been lost, somebody has been died, then the maximum punishment for you could be death sentence. That's what NIA is arguing, that this is not just about financing. Your act of financing led to an act of terrorism which led to the death of somebody. That's the ground on which NIA has sought death sentence. But of course, the legal counsel, the legal aid counsel who was appointed for Yasin Malik on behalf of the court, he has argued for the lesser sentence of life term. We are all waiting to know which of the two arguments find merit with the special NIA judge there.
But you do realize, Arunima, that there are lakhs of people who have seen him commit atrocities, who have seen him mastermind and take part in gang rapes of Kashmiri Hindus and also gun down people. There is a mother who is waiting for justice for the last 32 years. But is this going to matter to the court, or is the court going to come out and say no matter what this person's history, no matter what this person's patronage, we are going to look at his role involvement in 2016-2017. Now if that is what is going to be, then it's going to be brutal on all those who are hoping that the court upholds this demand of a capital sentence and sends this person to the gallows, and that too at the earliest.
You know that famous iconography of Kanun, Andha Kanun.
Yeah.
Kanun goes by the evidence that you have before. In this case, the NIA judge, Special Judge Praveen Singh, he will only be looking at the terror financing evidence before him. As far as the other atrocities he's committed, yes, there is a separate case going on. There is a Tara court case for the murder of the IAF personnel that is going on. There are separate charges that have been filed against him for the atrocities committed against the pundits. For them, this could be a starting point.
Right.
What has been the allegation? That Yasin Malik did not face any prosecution because he was protected by the topmost leadership of the country. If today, in this terror financing case, a conviction comes through for those who are victims of Yasin Malik's terrorism, it will at least be a starting point.
Well, it will be a starting point, but there are a lot of questions, Arunima, and I'll come back to you when we have the judgment and we get the details. But I've got Ashwini Dubey also with us. This is a man who championed Ralif Salif Ghalib. This is a man who on Indian soil championed the cause of the enemy, and he forced fellow Kashmiris to get out of the Kashmir valley because they were not Muslim. This is a man who is standing there and saying that he walks on the principles of Gandhi today. That's what his counsel is arguing. And we expect the court to believe that and the court to go by just the facts of the case. And now forget what he did in the 80s and the 90s. More than 30 years later, in 2016, he turns around, 25 years later, he turns around and he's involved in terror financing and terror funding, and he's brainwashing young people, young impressionable minds, and they're getting them to commit these acts of terror. Today he is saying in court that I have given up terror, where he is pled guilty to acts of terror for financing terror.
Yes, Anand Bhai, the basic thing is that he's the one who was behind the radicalizing the youth, the brainwashing the youth, for creating havoc in the valley. And not only this, he has close contacts with the enemy country, the Pakistan.
Ashwini, please stay with me. I've got Kavinder Gupta ji, former Speaker of the Jammu and Kashmir, erstwhile state of Jammu and Kashmir. He's with us. Kavinder Gupta ji, namaste. यासिन मलिक अपने आप को गांधीयन बता रहा है कोर्ट में, कह रहा है मैंने 28 साल से कोई टेरर का एक्ट नहीं किया, मैं आगे निकल गया हूं. This is after he is pled guilty on the charges in this 2016-2017 case of terror financing, aiding and abetting acts of terror.
आज जो 30 साल में कश्मीर में तबाही हुई है, वो सारी लोगों की फैलाई हुई है. इन्होंने ही अपहरण करने शुरू किए थे. इन्होंने ही कश्मीरी पंडित समाज को वहां से विस्थापन के लिए मजबूर किया. इन्होंने ही वहां पर हत्याएं की, और आज उसके बाद 100 चूहे खा के दिल्ली हज को चली. इस प्रकार से ये सिर्फ कायर लोग हैं और अपने आप को बचने के लिए कोर्ट के आगे कुछ भी कहेंगे. लेकिन इस प्रकार के दरिंदों को, जिन्होंने जम्मू कश्मीर को तबाह किया है, एक पीढ़ी को तबाह किया है, और 30 साल का जो समय है वो वापस नहीं आ सकता है. इनकी शुरुआत, इनके साथ वो पॉलिटिकल लोग भी उस वक्त जो सारे थे मिले हुए थे. मुझे तो लगता है कि इससे
पर यासिन मलिक से तो हाथ मिलाने वाले बहुत सारे हैं. कई लोगों ने तो उसको अवार्ड भी दिया, फोटो खिंचाया, पीएमओ तक गया, वहाँ प्रधानमंत्री, पूर्व प्रधानमंत्री भी इनके साथ उनकी तस्वीरें हैं. तो क्या यासिन मलिक को खुलेआम पॉलिटिकल पेट्रोनेज मिला रलीफ सलीफ गलीफ कहने के लिए?
देखिए, ऐसा नहीं है. कुछ सरकारों ने इनको हमेशा, इनके पेट में दर्द भी होती थी तो इनको सीधा पूरा जहाज भेज करके उनको दिल्ली ले जाया जाता था. आज भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार है और वो समझती है कि इस प्रकार के दरिंदों को, जिन्होंने पाकिस्तान के लिए काम किया और लगातार वहां से पैसा ला करके, हवाला का पैसा ला करके, टेरर फंडिंग के माध्यम से इन्होंने पूरा कश्मीर को तबाह किया है. आज जो पत्थरबाज बच्चे बने हैं वो किनकी देन है? इन्हीं लोगों की देन है. तो ये जो पार्टीज इनके पीछे बैठी थी, आज भी महबूबा मुफ्ती का जो बयान आ रहा है कि पाकिस्तान की कोर्ट्स इससे बेहतर हैं, आप खुद समझ सकते हो कि कौन लोग इनके पीछे खड़े थे, कौन लोग ये इनके लिए माध्यम बने थे. तो इन सभी के आधार पर किसी भी चीज की माफी नहीं होनी चाहिए, और भारत में माननीय न्यायालय को हमेशा
ऐसे लोगों को क्या सजा मिलनी चाहिए? आप क्या उम्मीद कर रहे हैं कोर्ट से?
देखिए, कोई एक केस नहीं है इन पर. इनको वो सजा देनी चाहिए कि जो आने वाली जो नस्लें हैं इनसे सीखें, और एक दोबारा इस प्रकार का काम करने की कोशिश ना करें। ये पाकिस्तान प्रस्त लोग थे, इन्होंने 30 साल से पहले का यहाँ पर पाकिस्तानी एजेंडा चलाया है और भारत में जिस प्रकार की इन्होंने गतिविधियां की है उसको माफ नहीं किया जाना चाहिए और मुझे लगता है फांसी की सजा होनी चाहिए ऐसे लोगों को।
Kavinder Gupta ji हमसे बात करने के लिए धन्यवाद. So Kavinder Gupta there says that this man deserves nothing but the gallows, Ashwini Dubey. But the court is going to take into cognizance the charges against him made by the NIA. And the NIA has pleaded for capital punishment. They have demanded capital punishment for Yasin Malik. Yasin Malik says, yes, I am guilty, but I am a Gandhian. Yes, I am guilty, but I have not committed an act of terror in 28 years. Yes, I am guilty, but I am a reformed citizen now. This is what he has told the court.
The basic criminal jurisprudence, Anand Bhai, is that when an accused admits the guilt and also admits for committing an offense, so it is taken into consideration at the time of awarding punishment that this gentleman has committed. It is not the case where trial, irrespective of the trial, irrespective of the NIA proving charges, he himself have admitted that he was responsible for forced exodus of Kashmiri Pandits, for killing of Kashmiri Pandits, for raising war against the Indians inside the valley, joining hand with the terrorists like Hafiz Saeed, ISI, Pakistan, and the state was patronizing it. It was that time the state governments used to support him. So still, Anand Bhai, I and you are calling him terrorist, but there are few media channels as well as there are few reformists or the pseudo-seculars who are still calling him a separatist leader. How is he a leader? He is a terrorist and his charges have been proved in the court of law. So capital punishment under the provisions of UAPA for not only for abating the terror but also for financing, harboring, killing so many innocent citizens and also forcefully asking the Kashmiri Pandits, the residents of this country, to leave the Kashmir Valley. And not only this, so Gandhian, once the offense, the criminal law says that there is no provision in the criminal law that you have admitted your guilt or you yourself is thinking that you have reformed yourself. Therefore, the crime which you have committed against the society, public at large is going to be forgiven by the court. No, it's not an offense which needs to be forgiven by the court of law. It's the serious, it's the heinous crime. And heinous crime needs to be punished, the capital punishment, so that the lesson should be given. And how frankly he was coming in Delhi, you see how often he was coming in Delhi, attending the media events, meeting so many leaders of this country, joining hands with them, and he was calling, the airplane was being set. So it shows that the state was patronizing it. So time has come where a message should be given. The law of land must take into account that he is guilty of killing, harboring, abating crime against the innocent citizens and UAPA Act. And had it not been the UAPA Act would not have been amended, Anand Bhai, आज possible नहीं होता यासीन मलिक को गिरफ्तार करके कोर्ट में करना. That's all thanks to the Home Minister. I would say as a citizen of this country कि UAPA के अंदर जो उन्होंने offenses को punishable बनाया. Not only this, that what he did, he said that without the support, without the aid of the state police, the NIA is empowered and the law to look into it. Earlier, what used to happen, when there was an allegation against one organization, they used to change the name of the organization and used to do the terror funding, used to support the radicals. Government of India took into a decision that the Home Ministry will ensure that these kind of organizations are declared as a terrorist organization. So the government has taken an initiative, and all thanks to the prosecuting agencies, the NIA officials and the prosecution take into the logical aid and a very short span of time.
Right, Ashwini, please stay with us. There is a huge amount of security and police bandobast at the Patiala court. There is also at the because the NIA court sits there, there is also a huge amount of security arrangements which have been made even in Jammu and in Kashmir because in Srinagar, in the Maisuma area where Yasin Malik resides, there are drones that have also been positioned which are monitoring the situation and on alert. the security forces to ensure that there is no law and order situation at this point. The canine squads or dog squads are also there outside the court premises in the national capital, and we are given to understand that the order is being written. It will be pronounced very, very soon. Security concerns being raised at multiple corners. Could that be a factor? One wonders, but this order was supposed to be pronounced at around 3:30 this afternoon. It's way past the court functioning time. It's 5 p.m. usually the court proceedings come to a close. So will the judge pronounce the order now? We'll have to wait and watch. Just at the stroke of about 5:25, 5:50, quickly come in and in 5 minutes pronounce the order and then leave vacate proceedings for the day. We'll have to wait and watch on that. Mufti Islah is with us. Mufti, what's the situation on ground in Srinagar?
Well, we talked about the security bandobast that has been made. Along with the foot soldiers, there are now also machines which are being used. The drones are flying in and around the Lal Chowk area, where we saw some people collect, mainly women folk, and some kids are also coming in, although these are not people who are in large numbers, but clearly police maintaining a tight vigil along with the paramilitary forces, and many lanes and by lanes that Mysuma is known for have been blocked so that not many people collect it, and then it becomes a law and order situation. Similar scenes are witnessed in some of the vulnerable areas in downtown Srinagar and all other townships which are considered to be vulnerable. So police taking adequate measures as we speak. But having said that, you know, there's not much of a chatter on social media. Apparently, it has to do with the heightened vigil that police and security forces have maintained over the last so many years. So it's quite different than what we had seen some 3 or 4 years back, when even an arrest of Yasin Malik would have really invited large number of stone pelters. In that it seems that chapter is passé, and in fact the police very much maintaining control in and around Lal Chowk area and other areas.
Well, and I think there are many who have had enough of such rabble-rousers and who would like these people to be accounted for the kind of atrocities they have perpetrated and what they have subjected the common Kashmiri to in the valley. We're going to take a very, very short break, ladies and gentlemen. The order will be pronounced any moment now. Taking a short break and then coming right back to the story. Stay with us.
CNN News 18 races ahead of Times Now and Republic. News over noise. CNN News 18 on your side.
Vaccine for the monkeypox. The smallpox vaccine is 85% effective on monkeypox virus. Over 5 crore beneficiaries aged 15 to 18 have received their first dose of the COVID vaccine. That is 80% of the eligible population in that age group. India began inoculating those in the age group of 15 to 18 from the 3rd of January. Over 190 crore doses have been administered so far in that category. Model Kate Moss is expected to be called in as a witness in the Johnny Depp-Amber Heard defamation trial. Moss dated Depp back in the 1990s, and the duo are reportedly still close. Earlier in the trial, Amber Heard brought up Depp's relation with Moss during her testimony. Violent crashes broke out today in Andhra Pradesh's Amalapuram over a proposal to rename the Konasima district as the B.R. Ambedkar Konasima district.
Hundreds of protesters took to the streets for a Chalo Konasima march. The protesters tried to march towards the collectorate in Amalapuram but were blocked by the police. So the protesters resorted to stone pelting. They even tried to torch the residence of an Andhra minister, P. Vishwaroop. A private bus was also set on fire by the protesters. Section 144 has been imposed in Konasima in the wake of protests against the proposal to rename the district.
A Jammu and Kashmir policeman was shot dead by terrorists outside his home in Srinagar. His 7-year-old daughter, who was clinging on to her father when the terrorists fired at him, sustained a bullet injury in her hand. This is the 3rd incident of an attack on a policeman in Jammu and Kashmir just this month.
This is the ill-fated area where the cop was shot. In fact, we're picking up from neighbors and witnesses that he was going along with his daughter. Some say that he was to drop her at a tuition center. Others say, well, he had actually gone for a bike ride. when he was shot at this particular place. We'll see blood splattered around at this particular place. Now, the TRF has claimed responsibility.
Well, the second in-person Quad summit was held in Tokyo today, and these are the highlights.
Prime Minister Modi, US President Joe Biden, Japanese PM Fumio Kishida, and Australia's PM-elect Anthony Albanese reiterates their shared commitment to a free, open and inclusive Indo-Pacific.
हमारे आपसी सहयोग से एक फ्री, ओपन और इंक्लूसिव इंडो पैसिफिक क्षेत्र को प्रोत्साहन मिल रहा है, जो हम सभी का साझा उद्देश्य है। क्वाड इंडो पैसिफिक क्षेत्र के लिए एक कंस्ट्रक्टिव एजेंडा लेकर चल रहा है।
Post the Quad summit, Prime Minister Modi held bilaterals with Biden and his Japanese and Australian counterparts.
Prime Minister, there's so much that our countries can and will do together.
The Quad is seen as a counter to aggressive China's expansionism in the Indo-Pacific.
And even as the Quad was meeting in Tokyo, Chinese and Russian fighter jets carried out joint flights very close to Japan. The planes, however, did not breach Japanese airspace. This is the fourth time since November last year that long-distance joint flights by Russia.
Back on the nation at 5 with the spotlight trained on the developments at the NIA courtroom, where we're given to understand that Yasin Malik, the terrorist who's been convicted, his quantum of sentence pronouncement will happen, and he's been brought to the courtroom in the front, in the presence and the courtroom of ASJ Praveen Singh, so that the pronouncement of the sentence would happen in his presence. Now, Yasin Malik did plead guilty on charges of terror, aiding, abetting, terror financing activities in 2016-2017, and after pleading guilty to that act, he has tried to tell the courtroom that he's a follower of Gandhi and that for 28 years he has steered clear of any act of terrorism. So is that also an admission that he was indeed involved in terrorist activities in the past when he makes a statement like that? Secondly, is he also admitting or lying to the court when he pleads guilty on a charge and then turns around and says that I have done nothing wrong? Let's listen to Nirmal Khanna ji.
शहादत के बाद मिलने गई थी श्रीनगर बेस हॉस्पिटल। उन्होंने मुझे पूरी कहानी सुनाई थी हुआ क्या है। तो नटीपुरा का रास्ता जब ये बता रहे थे मेरे हस्बैंड, तो उसने इनके एब्डोमेन पे एक गोली मारी। उनके शोल्डर डिसलोकेट हो रखा था और वो गोली लगने के बावजूद उन्होंने अपने ब्रीफ केस से उसका निशाना ख़राब करके उसकी गन को उन्होंने स्कफल किया और उसकी गन को एयर में कर दिया और सारी गन खाली कर दी पीछे से। और उसी टाइम उन्होंने BR शर्मा को शाउट करके कहा, शर्मा यू सेव योर सेल्फ, बिकॉज ही वॉज स्कफलिंग विद हिम, फाइटिंग विद हिम, एंड ही वॉज अनआर्म्ड, गन भी उसी के हाथ में थी। तो पीछे से इन्हीं के और लोग आ रहे थे जिन्होंने 27 गोलियों का मैगजीन उनकी पीठ में खाली कर दिया। 28 गोलियां टोटल मेरे हस्बैंड को लगी हैं। और लड़ाई देखो, जब निहत्था इंसान मौत के मुंह में हो और उस टाइम एक की जान भी बचानी, हाँ यस, BR शर्मा's लाइफ वाज सेव्ड बाय, उस टाइम सिचुएशन ऐसी बन गई थी कि उन्होंने उसको तो बिजी रखा और वो BR शर्मा को आवाज़ दी और BR शर्मा पेड़ के पीछे जाके वो लेट गए तो वो बच गए। जब मैं अपनी गोलियों की आवाज़ आई, मैं अपने एटिक से देखती हूँ तो देख के क्या देखती हूँ कि बहुत सारे लोग एक घेरा बनाए हुए नाच रहे हैं। वो नाचना मुझे महाभारत का वो सीन याद आ गया जब अभिमन्यु मैदान जंग में लेटा हुआ है, उसके इर्द गिर्द ये कौरव नाच रहे थे। मैंने कहा पता नहीं क्या हुआ। एक गाड़ी भी फौजी गाड़ी खड़ी थी, कुछ फौजी लोग थे, क्योंकि मेरे घर के एक नीचे ही सड़क थी, सारा कुछ दिखाई दे रहा था। जब मैं वहाँ गई तो मैंने क्या देखा कि मेरे हस्बैंड का ब्रीफ केस जो है उसको बुलेट लगी हुई है, वो सड़क के ऊपर पड़ा है और मेरे हस्बैंड सीधा लेटे हुए हैं। और मैंने ये समझा कि एक गोली लगने से ये जवान लेट गया है तो हमारे देश का क्या होगा। मुझे पता नहीं था कि 28 गोलियां लगी हुई हैं उनको। और उसके बाद उनको जब बेस हॉस्पिटल ले जाया गया,
There was nobody to who reached that spot and who tried to take them to the hospital.
नहीं, एयरफोर्स की गाड़ी आ गई थी वहाँ पे गाड़ी थी एयरफोर्स की, और बस तो तब तक पहुँच चुकी थी जब तक ये हादसा हो गया और ये नाच नूच के भाग गए।
निर्मल जी, you saw Yasin Malik with your own eyes at that point of time?
देखिए जी, यासीन मलिक मेरा चचेरा भाई तो है नहीं जिसको मैं पहचानती थी बचपन से। एक्चुअली मुझे फ्लाइट लेफ्टिनेंट BR शर्मा ने ही ये बात बताई थी, और वहाँ के लोगों ने कश्मीरी में, मैं कश्मीरी बेटी हूँ, उन्होंने कहा त्रट पड़ी यासीन मलिक को।
सिस्टम ने आपको बार-बार कहीं ना कहीं निराश किया उसके बाद?
बिल्कुल, यासीन मलिक ने तो एक बार मारा था, उसका एजेंडा था इंडियन यूनिफॉर्म को टारगेट। पहले तो वो वैसे जो उसने उत्पात मचाया हुआ था, बाद में उसने इंडियन डिफेंस को टारगेट बना, यूनिफॉर्म को कॉल दे रखी थी, तो जिसमें मेरे हस्बैंड और 3 और जवान जो थे वो शहीद हुए हैं। मैं कहती हूँ यासीन मलिक ने तो एक बार मारा, हुकूमतों ने मुझे 32 साल 4 महीने हो गए हैं आज 25 तारीख।
मैम, डू यू वांट डेथ सेंटेंस फॉर यासीन मलिक?
मेरी बात सुनिए, इस वक्त मेरे केस की बात करोगे ना, अगर आप, ये टेरर फंडिंग का केस चल रहा है, आज उसकी सुनवाई है, उसमें हमारे ऑनरेबल जजेस क्या देते, NIR कोर्ट में क्या फैसला देते हैं, इट इज़ अप टू देम। लेकिन मैं कहती हूँ देशद्रोही कोई भी हो, देश को एक कानून बनाना चाहिए, एक कानून बनना चाहिए, तो देशद्रोही जो है उसको देशद्रोह की जो सही सजा वो दे देनी चाहिए। और रही मेरे केस की बात, तो मैं तो यही कहूंगी भाई, खून का बदला खून, मेरे केस की।
लोगों को उम्मीद जगी है इसकी बात की अब यासीन मलिक या ऐसे ही कई लोगों पे कार्रवाई होगी?
बिल्कुल कार्रवाई तो होनी चाहिए। अगर देखिए कोई भी कानून बनता है, प्रेसिडेंट बनता है, एक को अगर कुछ मिलता है तो सारे खड़े हो जाते हैं। अब एक को इंसाफ मिलेगा तो बाकी चुप बैठेंगे, बाकी भी खड़े होंगे। तो ये देश को देखना है, हमारी हुकूमतों को, हमारी जुडिशरी को, सबको। मुझे बड़ी शर्म आती है ऐसी बातें सुन के। महात्मा गांधी ने तो अहिंसा परमो धर्मा कहा था, उन्होंने हिंसा नहीं कहा, और उन्होंने लाठी मारने के लिए नहीं उठाई थी, लाठी चलने के लिए उठाई थी। आज मैं आपको कह दूं, मैं सुभाष चंद्र बोस हूँ, जय हिंद की सेना तैयार कर रही हूँ मैं, तो ये सारी जो बातें हैं ना, इन बातों का कोई मतलब नहीं है। कोई गांधीयन कहे, कोई बुद्धा कहे, कोई कुछ कहे, जब जिसकी जो चीज़ भीतर से जाग जाती है, दृश्यम पिक्चर आपने देखी होगी, आप जो दिमाग में दृश्यम बना लेते हैं उस दृश्यम से चलते रहो।
पाकिस्तान की तरफ से जो बयान आ रहे हैं यासीन मलिक के समर्थन में, उस पर आप क्या कहेंगे?
भाई उनको अपना देखिए जी, उनके विषय में मैं क्या कह सकती हूँ। हर एक की, क्या हिंदुस्तान क्या पाकिस्तान, जिन जिन की दुकानें चल रही थी, रोजी रोटी चल रही थी, वो आज सारे एक हो गए हुए हैं।
निर्मल जी, आज महबूबा मुफ्ती ने कहा कि फांसी से या
इससे कोई मसला हल नहीं होगा।
पाकिस्तानी जुडिशरी ज्यादा अच्छी है भारतीय जुडिशरी से।
को कैसे देखती है महबूबा मुफ्ती ने जो ये कहा कि फांसी से या उम्र कैद से कोई मसला हल नहीं होगा, महबूबा मुफ्ती की स्टेटमेंट को कैसे देखती है कि अभी भी कश्मीर के पॉलिटिशियन जो हैं पैट्रनेज दे रहे हैं आतंकवादी, यासीन मलिक जैसे आतंकवादियों को? देखिए,
महबूबा मुफ्ती जो हैं वो पॉलिटिशियन हैं और CM रह चुकी हैं। उनका अगर पॉलिटिक्स का ट्रैक रिकॉर्ड गवर्नमेंट देखेगी तो सारी बातें गवर्नमेंट को समझ आ जाएंगी कि वो ऐसी बातें क्यों कर रही हैं, उनको ये बातें करनी है।
आहत हैं उनकी स्टेटमेंट से, क्योंकि
मेरी बात सुनिए, मैं आहत इसी बात से हूँ कि 32 साल 4 महीने वो मेरे हस्बैंड को मारने के बाद जी लिया, बस सिंपल।
मैम, अब आप क्या चाहते हैं, आप क्या मांग करते हैं?
मैं आज के केस में क्या मांग कर सकती हूँ, मुझे बताइए।
तो
वर्डिक्ट आएगा तो मैं अपनी स्टेटमेंट दूंगी कि मैं क्या इंसाफ हुआ है। वर्डिक्ट आने तो दीजिए।
निर्मल जी, आपने कहा कि आप डॉक्टर मनमोहन सिंह को अपना प्रेरणा स्रोत मानते थे, लेकिन जब आपने उनको यासीन मलिक के साथ देखा, उसके साथ हाथ मिलाते हुए देखा, ठहाके लगाते हुए देखा, आपको काफी पीड़ा हुई।
मैं आज भी उनको अपना प्रेरणा स्रोत मानती हूँ। ये बात थोड़ा है कि अगर उन्होंने अपने ऑफिस में किसी दबाव में या किसी, आप मेरे घर में सब लोग आए हो, मैंने आपकी इज्जत की है, आइए जी आज आपने मेरा इंटरव्यू लेना है, लीजिए। इसी तरह जब वो प्राइम मिनिस्टर थे, ना जाने ऐसा कौन सा दबाव था उनके ऊपर कि उनको मिलना भी पड़ा, बात भी करनी पड़ी। ये सारी जो है कुक्ड होती हैं ये सारी चीज़ें। डॉक्टर मनमोहन सिंह जी बजाते खुद एक बहुत ही नेक खुदा दोस्त इंसान है, उनके लिए मैं कोई भी अपशब्द नहीं कह सकती हूँ। हाँ, बीइंग ए प्राइम मिनिस्टर ऑफ इंडिया ही शुड हैव डन।
मैम, यासीन मलिक के वकील ने कहा है कि यासीन मलिक ने क्योंकि अपने गुनाह कबूल कर लिए हैं तो उन्हें कम से कम सज़ा जो है वो दी जाए, ये उनकी तरफ से प्रे किया गया है।
बिल्कुल, वकील ने अपने तरीके से जो सही तरीके से प्लीड करना था, उन्होंने ये प्लीड किया है कि जब कोई इंसान गुनाह अपना कबूल कर लेता है तो उसको भाई आप कम से कम सज़ा दे दो। उसने कबूल ही कर लिया है। अब ये कोर्ट को देखना है कि जो देश के विद्रोह में बात हुई है उसके लिए देश को क्या कम से कम सज़ा देनी है, कोर्ट को क्या कम से कम सज़ा देनी है, जो कि एक पैटर्न सेट करना है। एक उन्होंने आने वाली पीढ़ियों को एक पैगाम देना है कि देश के विद्रोह में जब पहला ज़माना तो चला गया कि आप खुफिया तो बड़े जैचंद हुए हिंदुस्तान में, कमी थोड़ा रही है। आप इतिहास पढ़ के दुख की बात यह है कि जो हमारा सही इतिहास है वो ना चैरिटी बिगिंस एट होम, घर में माँ बाप ने मेहनत।
Yasin Malik now seen in the courtroom premises. Now there has been a thorough security check of the arrangements amidst a huge police bandobast. Yasin Malik, the terrorist who's pled guilty on the charges or under UAPA in a case for 2016-2017 is being brought into the Saket court. This even as Nirmal Khanna has come out and said that this man is guilty of murdering my husband. This man is somebody who, along with his cronies, danced over the dead body of my husband after railing him with more than 28 bullets. 32 years and 4 months I have waited for justice. Let the court decide what the punishment should be for a man who is pleaded guilty of sedition, who is pleaded guilty of deshdroh. देशद्रोह की सबसे कम सजा क्या हो सकती है? Let the court decide. She has said that as far as the case of her husband that she's been fighting and waiting for justice, she wants capital punishment. In the case of terror funding, as per the UAPA clauses, the NIA wants capital punishment for Yasin Malik. All eyes on Judge Praveen Singh and his courtroom, where the pronouncement of the sentence will happen any moment now. Yasin Malik has been brought into the courtroom amidst heavy security bandobast. Top police officials of the Delhi police are also present at the area to ensure that the bandobast is absolute. There are no leaks, and even the canine squads were brought in around the Patiala court where the NIA court room is. You can see the number of bevy of police personnel, huge number who are present there. There is also presence of CRPF personnel, armed personnel all around. Yasin Malik is currently inside the NIA court. We are given to understand that over the next 5 to 7 minutes, we would not only hear the order, the verdict, and the quantum of the punishment, but we would also see Yasin Malik being brought out of court after he hears the quantum of the sentence. Will this be maximum punishment? Will Yasin Malik pay for his crimes? Tejinder Sodhi is with us. Nirmal Khanna there, very, very clear. She says in the case of her, in her case, in the case of her husband and the way he was brutally murdered, she expects nothing but khun ka badla khun, quote unquote. That's exactly what she said. But she also understands that this 2016-2017 case is a case of terror funding. But she says the court has to now decide, देशद्रोह की सबसे कम से कम सजा क्या हो सकती है? There can be only one punishment for देशद्रोह.
Yes, Anand, you see, this is what Nirmal Khanna has been demanding from the day one. When I asked her how does she feel when Yasin Malik was shaking hands with the VVIPs, he was given a VVIP treatment. She said that she feels humiliated that a terrorist like Yasin Malik lived for 32 years and 4 months. Even today when Mehbooba Mufti was making statements in favor of Yasin Malik, Nirmal Khanna says that though she understands that these politicians, Kashmir-based politicians, they are playing politics, but for 32 long years she has been waiting. She says that
32 years, 4 months, she knows exactly. She's been counting every single day. Tejinder, I'm just going to quickly go across to Arnima back in the newsroom. It's taken more than 2 hours of a delay. Is the security concern, the bandobast, one of the underlying reasons where we could perhaps say that this is the delay, and what happens next?
That's what I learned from my sources, that Judge Praveen Singh was ready to pronounce the order around 3:30, but there was some concern about the law and order situation, and Mufti Islah has been reporting on this. There was crowd that was swelling around Yasin Malik's house. They had to get drones to fly over his house. They also had to ensure that at Lal Chowk there were enough boots on the ground there. So I think there was this little bit of preparation, there was a little bit of time that was required. That also perhaps could have been one of the reasons. Of course, Special Judge of NIA Court, Praveen Singh, has now asked Yasin Malik to be brought before him. So what is the procedure from here on? He's been taken inside the courtroom. The paramilitary personnel are present there. We were told earlier that the media is not being allowed inside the courtroom. If that continues, then it will be a direct address to Yasin Malik. Special Judge will, address him and tell him that this was the charge, you pleaded guilty, and this is what I pronounce. It could be either life or death. Death is what NIA has sought, saying that under Section 16 of UAPA, there was an act of terrorism in the criminal conspiracy of which Yasin Malik was involved. Because that led to death, therefore he should be given the maximum punishment. Of course, the Legal Aid Council has demanded life term. We will have to wait and see in the next couple of minutes, maximum 10 to 15 minutes is what the usual procedure is. We should know what is on the minds of the Special Judge of NIA Court there in Patiala House.
Now, what happens? Can this verdict or this quantum of punishment be challenged in a higher court? Or is this absolute because this is the NIA court that's been mandated by the top court to decide on the matter?
See, ordinarily, the Yasin Malik and the NIA both have the option of challenging it. Suppose he is given the life term and NIA feels that that's not enough. They have the option of going to a higher court and seek the maximum sentence. That option is available to Yasin Malik as well. But you have to factor in the fact that he has pleaded guilty. If he is pleading guilty and accepting everything that the NIA is accusing him of, then logically speaking, why should he go in appeal? But in the rule book, as far as the procedure goes, that option of appealing is available.
Now, many believe that it's a tactic that lawyers advise those who are accused that plead guilty because then you will get a lesser sentence. But there is the other part which says, like Nirmal Khanna ji just now asked, what is the minimum punishment for Deshdroh? There can be only one punishment for Deshdroh.
See, again, I'm just talking the legal terminology here. Because of that Supreme Court order on sedition, 124A, there was a recent order from the Supreme Court where they said, let us reconsider whether sedition should be there in our law book or not. And the Union of India said that, yes, we are having a relook at that. So will that have an impact on this? Will the sedition charge then not be considered by Special Judge Praveen Singh? That is what we have to really think and see. But there are other sections which are equally, powerful in terms of what he stands accused of. 16, 17, 18 and 20 of UAPA read with 120B of Indian Penal Code, which is criminal conspiracy. These sections pertain to committing an act of terrorism, conspiring for an act of terrorism, terror financing and recruitment. So even without that 124A, these are Deshdroh in simple languages. They may not have the same terminology in the law book, but that is what Yasin Malik has pleaded guilty to. That is what he stands convicted of. We're just waiting to see what, as per Special NIA Judge, the maximum punishment of this should be.
Well, these are visuals of inside the Patiala court that we've now put on where we can see Yasin Malik being taken into the courtroom amidst a very, very heavy bandobast.
यासिन कुछ कहेंगे यासिन तो देखिए कोर्टरूम की तस्वीरें बाहर की हम शाबाश देखिए यासिन मलिक को लाया जा रहा है कोर्ट में शाबाश.
So Yasin Malik not saying anything, even though the waiting media there asked him, Yasin Malik kuch kahenge, he didn't say anything, but his counsel has said that he is a follower of Gandhi and that he's not involved in any act of terror in 28 years. But in 2016, 2017, he has pled guilty for an act of terror funding and also backing acts which cause terror, fomented terror. Now, with the UAPA Act amendments, any act that also results in the loss of lives, directly or indirectly, also holds you culpable, Arunima. So that is something which the UAPA amendment which was brought in now says that if you commit an act because of which directly, indirectly, you are responsible for the loss of lives or creating a situation of public order which leads to the loss of life, then you will be held equally culpable.
Section 16, that is what NIA is underlining in the court. That's what prosecutors said, that this is Section 16 UAPA read with 120B of IPC. So you might argue that I myself did not go drop a bomb, I myself did not pick up the rifle or the pistol, but the fact that you were in a criminal conspiracy with Bitta Karate, with Hafiz Saeed, with Syed Salahuddin, with the other stone pelters makes you equally culpable. That is the line that NIA is taking. That's why they are insisting that the maximum punishment must be given to Yasin Malik, but the counsel who was representing him has said that, you know, this is a terror conspiracy case, this is a case of terror financing, and therefore the lesser punishment of life term be given. Of course, as far as the Kashmiri Pandit community is concerned, those who have been victims of Yasin Malik's terrorism is concerned, they don't understand legalese, and I completely understand why they are looking for this to be, you know, a starting point, so to say, of ensuring accountability. But we'll have to wait and see what the judge thinks.
But Nirmalji is very clear. Nirmalji, when she was speaking, she said that he is a man who, along with his supporters, railed 28 bullets, and a lot of them magazines, an entire magazine was emptied from behind him. That's what I've seen, and they danced on his dead body. They danced on his dead body, and I witnessed that. But she says, in my case, I want khun ka badla khun, in my case. But she says this is a case of terror funding, and that's why she said the court will decide in terror funding what the culpability is. But if it's an act of desdroh, then what will be the minimum punishment you'll give to somebody who pleads guilty? She was very clear that he has pled guilty so that the quantum of sentence can be reduced. So she is going to continue to fight and pursue his case, because Yasin Malik will be brought on all the other charges where the legal process has gone on for more than 3 decades now. But in this case, if there is capital punishment, will it be a first, Arunima?
In a case of terror financing, yes, it will be. And you know, the very fact that this is a terror financing case which NIA has brought to this stage, and I have been speaking to the top officers of the investigating agency, that itself is a huge booster for them, because it is not easy to investigate a case of terror financing. Essentially, what has NIA established? That ISI gave money to Hafiz Saeed, it gave money to Syed Salahuddin. That money was then brought to traders who were using the cross-LOC trade route and showing this as a confidence-building measure between India and Pakistan. That confidence-building measure was actually turned into a terror financing route. Zahur Watali is one of those businessmen who has been named. So from ISI to Lashkar to Zahur Watali and to the other businessmen, the money came. They then ensured that the money went to people who called themselves joint leadership, joint resistance leadership. Yasin Malik was one of them. Shabir Shah was another. The money went to them, and then they paid the stone pelters, young boys of Jammu and Kashmir who should have been going to schools and colleges trying to secure their future. Their schools were burned down. The government offices where their parents possibly could have had a role to play in bringing their future together, those buildings were burned down, and they were given stones to pelt at our security personnel. That is the role that NIA has established, and that is the role to which Yasin Malik has played guilty. What is it that the judge thinks is the maximum punishment? That is what we are waiting to know right now.
Well, so we're waiting for Judge Praveen Singh to get into the courtroom and preside over matters. So he's not yet entered the courtroom yet, but Yasin Malik is inside the courtroom amidst heavy security bandobas. In fact, there are the whole place is full of only police personnel. Even waiting media has not been able to go in. Yasin Malik seen in those pictures there as he's being brought in amidst very strong bandobas, because there are many who believe that there could have been an effort to try and commit some act at this point at the courtroom in Delhi itself, and there was a perceptible threat of security threat. But at this point, he is inside the courtroom waiting for Judge Praveen Singh to preside and then pronounce the order. Well, you know, yes.
I just wanted to give you one fact. You know, on the last date of hearing, when the conviction happened, Praveen Singh, the special NIA judge, had actually told NIA to assess Yasin Malik's finances. And that dossier has also been submitted by the NIA. Those documents have been given. Yasin Malik himself was also asked about his financial situation. That could factor in whether he is given death or life. Who are the people who are dependent on him? What are his liabilities? What are his assets? All of that could also play a role. So the confirmation that I have is that that assessment has been done and NIA has handed over that dossier.
Yeah, but does that dossier come into play if the quantum is capital punishment? If the pronouncement is capital punishment or sentence to life, then how does that dossier come into play? Is there going to be a separate penalty that will be charged on his estate that he will have to make good from his estate? the losses that have been incurred because of what he funded and what he financed.
See, UAP again, section 16, 17, 18, 20 also makes a mention of fine. You can be given a punishment, but along with that, you can also be asked to pay a fine. So perhaps Judge Praveen Singh in his wisdom thought that this was required, and that is why he asked NIA to assess the financial status of Yasin Malik. We'll have to wait and see how this particular information plays out when the final order is written.
No,
but this has been submitted is what I can confirm.
But let's go back to the fact that if he is one of the first of the mega culpable who were stoking unrest in Jammu and Kashmir, and who were the proxies, Pak proxies. So there is Asya Andrabi, there is Zahur Watali, there are the others who are involved, Bitta Karate, and some of the others, many of the others who are involved. The quantum of sentence and the pronouncement of sentence manner, will this then set the template for what is going to be or what can be expected for the others?
Well, again, I put this question to the NIA officers that do they feel confident if they have charge sheeted 10 accused and one pleads guilty to the charge sheet, do the NIA officers then feel confident that the other 9 could also be convicted? To that they said that of course it will be an advantage because he's a co-conspirator. Section 120B of IPC has been mentioned there. There is a common conspiracy that has been hashed. If one of the conspirators is accepting that yes, the charges are correct, of course NIA would try and impress upon the judge that the charges are correct. But he is not really a witness of NIA. He has not pleaded guilty at the stage of filing of the charge sheet. He has not said that I will become a witness against the other co-accused. So that's legally the difference between pleading guilty now and pleading guilty at an earlier stage.
Well, on your screens, to the left of your screens is the courtroom visuals, ladies and gentlemen, and in Delhi, to the right of your screens is a small amount of ruckus that was witnessed in Srinagar. This is a standard template where there will be a few of them who will do it. They will pick up and throw some stones at the cops. This was a standard operating procedure, and the camera would be rolling from behind them. They would get somebody from the media there in local media to stand next to them when they would throw these, pelt these stones at the police personnel, and all of them have their faces covered, but it's a minor instance that had happened there. And after that, there have been tear gas shells that have been smoke shells that have been used to try and disperse this small group, which has resorted to a certain amount of minor stone pelting. We're also seeing crowds that have now gathered outside Yasin Malik's residence, but comparatively these numbers are not so large. The bandobast of the police is very strong. There are drones which are also doing an aerial surveillance, clearly seeing who are these people, where are they coming from, and where are they going back to. So even though they have tried to cover their faces, they will be caught, and these elements will be caught. Right now, compared to a time when Yasin Malik, no security personnel could lay a finger on his body or touch a hair on his head, to the time today where he stands in front of in Judge Praveen Singh's courtroom in an NIA court in the national capital. It's a huge turn that has happened ever since the abrogation of Article 370. So over the last 3 years, it's been a major crackdown on terror financiers and Pak proxies who've been operating on Indian soil. Those who committed huge amounts of crimes over 3 decades and were allowed to let go, who were allowed state patronage, as many allege, political patronage, as many allege, and also were given platforms and seen as champions. A modern day Gandhi or a follower of Gandhi that he calls himself is somebody who has pled guilty for acts of terror, aiding and abetting terror, terror financing, and working with the enemy. Well, Mufti Isla is with us from Srinagar. Mufti, can you take us through what happened in Srinagar, some minor ruckus that you reported?
Absolutely. What you are seeing on the screen are these clashes which have taken place, although minor in nature. But clearly police had to burst a few tear gas to scare those people away. But we believe at this juncture all blockades have now been put in at least 3-4 lanes of Mysuma, because this is a maze of an area where people do emerge from one side and pelt stones and go away from the other side. We believe now from the back side also police and paramilitary have been deployed. And what is aiding the policemen is the surveillance of the drones. So clearly, this is a heightened security which one has witnessed. We've seen stone pelting after a long time. But clearly, as I said, these are very less people in number. When you compare it with 2018 or 2019, then that time around we had huge number, hundreds of stone pelters pelting stones, but clearly you can see these would be less than 100, but they're there, they're raising slogans. And in fact, we also see women folk who have entered Yasin Malik's home. They're singing songs in a kind of solidarity with the family of Yasin Malik. But as I've been reporting, heavy boots on the ground, along with the camera, the surveillance, the heightened surveillance that is there. And this is not only a situation in Lal Chowk area, but other vulnerable areas and townships where security forces apprehend that there would be some kind of breakage of law and order, Anand.
Well, meanwhile, there are celebrations which are also happening in Jammu. Even before the pronouncement of the order and the quantum of sentencing, there are celebrations which are happening in Jammu, especially among the groups and the areas where there is a settlement of Kashmiri Hindus who had to flee, who have seen and who have experienced Yasin Malik's terror, his atrocities, his crimes firsthand. Tejinder Sodhi is with us. Tejinder, so there are celebrations which are happening in Jammu at this point.
Yes, Anand, at several places people are celebrating, especially at those places where the victims of atrocities committed by Yasin Malik have been residing. There are celebrations reported from various migrant colonies in Jammu, and also the
Well, we just seem to have lost Tejinder Sodhi momentarily. We'll try and get him back. Now, there is an update that's come in that even as there are celebrations in Jammu, there is a huge expectation from Judge Praveen Singh and the NIA court in terms of the pronouncement of the quantum of sentence and holding Yasin Malik guilty of the crimes that he has already pled guilty to. But more importantly, there has been mobile and internet services have been suspended in Srinagar. It seems to be mobile internet has been suspended in Srinagar. That's the update that we have. So clearly as a precautionary measure that's been taken to diffuse any kind of build-up or mobilization to try and stoke unrest in the valley is attempted as soon as the sentence or the quantum is pronounced. But at this point, we'll keep our focus on the celebrations in Jammu, and we'll also keep our focus on the NIA court at the Patiala House Court in the national capital, that courtroom where the pronouncement of the judgment should happen any moment now. We are expecting Judge Praveen Singh to preside over the matter, pronounce the sentence very, very soon. It's already delayed by nearly about 2.5 hours already, ladies and gentlemen, because the pronouncement was scheduled to be at around 3:30 p.m. But due to various reasons that are not confirmed and not fully known to us, there has been a delay. That there was a thorough security assessment that has happened. There is a thorough security bandobast that's been put in place in Srinagar. There is an aerial surveillance via drones. There is secure boots on the ground, security personnel manning the streets, and also dispersing any small groups of rabble-rousers in Srinagar. In Delhi itself, around the Patiala court or around the NIA court area and the courtroom, there has been dog squads that have run security checks. A senior Delhi police official along with the para forces senior members have also seen the kind of arrangements that have been made. As Yasin Malik was brought into the courtroom and into the court premises, you could see a huge posse of police personnel who were present all around to ensure that it's a watertight security cover as Yasin Malik waits to know whether or not he'll be sentenced to life or to the gallows. These are big questions that remain at this point, as we continue to wait for the pronouncement of the sentence. It could happen any moment now. Zaka Jacob now joins us to take this forward.
All right, thank you very much. Anytime now, we're expecting the verdict on Yasin Malik in the terror funding case that was brought against him by the National Investigation Agency. Inside the Patiala House Court, the NIA court, right in the heart of Delhi, Judge Praveen Singh will be reading out in the next few moments the quantum of punishment against Yasin Malik. It could be death, the capital punishment, or it could be life term, depending on what conclusion the judge arrives at. Remember, a few days ago, Yasin Malik was convicted by the same court, and today is the quantum of punishment. What you're seeing are pictures from moments ago where Yasin Malik, surrounded by a heavy posse of police personnel, rapid action force, as well as paramilitary forces being brought in amidst that huge cover of security, being brought into the Patiala House Court, where in the next few minutes, Judge Praveen Singh will read out the quantum of punishment, the sentence that Yasin Malik will have to serve. There are two likely possibilities. If the judge views his crime in a very, very harsh manner, then yes, he will be given the capital punishment. It is possible to give a capital punishment because this is a terror funding case. Because of his actions, because of his culpability, because of what he did, there were terror acts that took place. As a result, people died. Therefore, the judge can take a stringent view and punish Yasin Malik with the capital punishment. Or if he takes a slightly more lenient view, then it will be a life term for Yasin Malik. We're also seeing pictures coming out from the valley, from Srinagar. Sporadic instances of protests by people there. Some women have gathered at his residence as well. But these are sporadic. Mind you, this happens every time there is a high-profile or sensitive case such as this. We saw this with Afzal Guru many years ago. We're now seeing this again with Yasin Malik. But let's be absolutely clear about the facts, ladies and gentlemen. This is just the tip of the iceberg as far as Yasin Malik is concerned. This is just a terror funding case. He is wanted for far more grave, far more sinister crimes, whether it is the killing of Kashmiri Pandits, the mass genocide of Kashmiri Pandits, whether it is the killing of Indian Air Force personnel. Sitting Indian Air Force personnel were killed by this very man. He's wanted for n number of far graver crimes. But this will set the ball rolling. This will draw a line in the sand that people like Yasin Malik, it's not just him, there are others as well, secessionist and separatist elements in the Kashmir Valley, that people like them will not be politically protected anymore. And that's why there is so much focus on this verdict against Yasin Malik, the quantum of sentencing, which will come out in the next few minutes. I want to go across to Mufti Islah, Srinagar Bureau Chief. Tejinder Sodhi is our Jammu Bureau Chief. He's also joining us. Mufti, what is the situation on the ground? We know there is heavy-duty security, as you would expect. We've seen this in the past as well. But what is the situation on the ground right now? And what may this verdict mean for the politics of the valley?
Look, the only good thing is that this tension is not flared up across the valley. It's still confined in that area called Lal Chowk, Maisuma, and other areas like Residency Road. So clearly there is tension, of course, in downtown Srinagar, where shops have been shuttered. Same is the case with Lal Chowk and all these areas. But what is happening now is that there was a brief kind of a clash in that area where police had to lob few smoke shells to scare away those protesters who had come in and collected at Yasin Malik's residence. Clearly what followed was that those people came out in a form of a rally, raised slogans against government of India. That's when police intercepted them and they had to use lathis, although very mildly, because the number of people that are protesting are in perhaps in less than 100, and that kind of explains that before 2019 or 2018, the protests in this particular area would be huge, where hundreds of stone pelters would assemble. But these are minor kind of clashes when you compare it with that era. But clearly, police is engaged. Also, what is aiding the police is the surveillance from the drones, the CCTV footage, and police actually have rounded off now this whole area. They've rushed its men. Heavy duty security is out there so that these people don't utilize the maze and lanes of Maisuma and pelt stones of the security forces. That seems to be the situation. Although the tension is very much building in the valley, and people really waiting anxiously what the sentence is going to be.
So the latest from the court is that the judge is yet to arrive in the courtroom. He's still in his chamber. A corrected copy of the order has been sent back to the judge. He's going through it right now, and then he will walk into the courtroom and pronounce the quantum of punishment on Yasin Malik. I want to go across also to Tejinder, who's joining us from Jammu. Contrasting scenes in Jammu, where in these settlement colonies, refugee colonies, hundreds of thousands of Kashmiri Pandits whose families were at the receiving end of people like Yasin Malik are celebrating today. What does today's sentencing mean for such families?
Zaga, we just spoke to Nirmal Khanna. She is the wife of squadron leader Ravi Khanna, who 32 years ago was gunned down by Yasin Malik. And she said that she herself saw Yasin Malik firing 28 bullets into squadron leader Ravi Khanna, and he saw Yasin Malik there dancing with a gun over the dead body of Ravi Khanna. So these are the people who are the real victims of terrorists like Yasin Malik. Though Yasin Malik might try to gain sympathy by saying that he has been following the Gandhian principle, but when we spoke to Nirmal Khanna, she says that when did Gandhi advocate taking gun? When did Gandhi advocate funding terrorists? Though Yasin Malik himself has accepted in the court of law that he is involved in terror financing case for which he would be sentenced any moment from now. We know that he had pleaded guilty rather in the court, and there are several other cases against Yasin Malik which are going on in Jammu. The case of the killing of 4 IAF personnel, the case of the kidnapping of Rubia Saeed, the daughter of the former Home Minister of country Mufti Muhammad Saeed. And today we also saw when Mehbooba Mufti came out in support of Yasin Malik, saying that death sentence or a life sentence will not change anything on ground. Did she forget that Yasin Malik is also being tried for a case of kidnapping her own sisters at Jammu? Zaka, as you rightly pointed out, there are contrasting scenes as compared to Kashmir. People are celebrating, people are on roads, distributing sweets, bursting firecrackers. They are just waiting that Yasin Malik, a terrorist like Yasin Malik, who is involved in anti-national activities, who is involved in the exodus of Kashmiri Pandit, he faces the music of the law. Yes, Azad.
All right, let me also go across to Arunima, who's been tracking the NIA case very, very closely. This case relates to terror funding. What is the accusation against Yasin Malik for which he was convicted a few days ago, and how may this result in grievous punishment like a death penalty or even life imprisonment for that matter?
So the NIA in its charge sheet said that in 2016 there were 89 cases of stone pelting in the valley for which money came from ISI. The money was given to Hafiz Saeed and the Lashkar-e-Toiba Hizbul Mujahideen. It was then routed through cross-LOC traders like Zahoor Vatali, who then brought the money to leaders like Yasin Malik, Shabbir Shah, Asia Andrabi, and it was then passed on to terrorists like Bitta Karate. The money was given to children, youngsters, minors who were indulging in stone pelting. If you recall, this was a time when every cordon and search operation was meted with stone pelting. This is where the money was coming from. Not just stone pelting, as per NIA, there were schools and government buildings that were burned down, not because anybody was upset, but because they were paid to do so. All of this, the entire money trail was summarized by NIA in its charge sheet. When the matter came to taking cognizance, the court took cognizance and asked all the accused if they pleaded guilty. All the others except Yasin Malik said that they want to contest the charges and they want to face trial. Yasin Malik, however, pleaded guilty not once, not twice, 3 times. He was given 3 chances by the special judge because he did not have a lawyer, and all 3 times he said that he wanted to plead guilty. Today, when the sentencing happens, NIA's prosecutor has cited section 16 of UAPA to say that if you have committed a terror act, an act of terrorism which has resulted in a death of a person, then you can be given the capital punishment. Of course, the Legal Aid Council, who was hired by the NIA judge to aid Yasin Malik, he argued for the lesser punishment of life term. Now that the corrected copy of the order has gone back to the judge's chamber, the procedure is he will look through that entire order and see if there are any other corrections to be made. If not, then he will finally come to the courtroom and address Yasin Malik and tell him that for his crime for which he pleaded guilty, as per the judge, does it call for life term or death sentence?
All right, I'll come back to our reporter colleagues in just a moment as and when that sentencing comes out. Right now, what we know is that the judge is still in his chambers. He's perusing the corrected copy of the judgment. And the moment he's done with that and satisfied with the corrected copy, he will walk into the courtroom and deliver the quantum of punishment, the sentence on Yasin Malik for this terror funding case. Let me also bring in our guest, Captain Ganesh Karnik, is spokesperson of the BJP, Farooq Wani, editor of Brighter Kashmir. Also, Ashwini Dubey, Supreme Court advocate, and Kamal Haq is a Kashmiri activist who is joining us as well. Captain Karnik, as a former army man, what does a day like today mean for you and people in uniform? After all, Yasin Malik was the butcher responsible for the killing of numerous service personnel as well as numerous Kashmiri Pandits. This is his moment of truth.
Good evening to Zaka and all the co-panelists. I would only say our constitution says that catchy word is the Satyameva Jayate. Ultimately, it is the truth that prevails. This is the right step in the right direction. And it is the judicial process that has actually taken to a logical end what all happened in the 90s in the Kashmir Valley. Obviously, there is a sense of jubilation among the people who suffered that great tragedy, which shook the entire country some 3 decades ago. So let us wait for the final verdict. Ultimately, for the misdeeds, for the cruelty, for the atrocities, even attacking the defense personnel, Yasin Malik is brought into justice now. So I would like to just stress this is a moment of jubilation for some section of people who really suffered. But for the entire country, it is a judgment against the separatist movement.
Yeah.
In the name of religion, the kind of secession that they were thinking of, going away from the country, that is being addressed by the judicial process. I personally feel this should send the right kind of signal to the entire country that India is one country and Kashmir is part of this country, and we can never compromise on this issue.
Farooq Wani, there was a time. Farooq Wani, there was a time that when it was thought that people like Yasin Malik will never be touched. There will always be political masters who will ultimately, shield them and shadow them. But that is no longer the case. This is the lesser of the cases that he's facing. He's wanted for far graver crimes than just terror funding. So if this is just the tip of the iceberg, and next, we don't know who it could be. It could be Yasir Andrabi, it could be Zarur Vatali, it could be a whole bunch of names, Bitta Karate, who will all face their moment of truth, who will all have to face their moment of justice. They will be brought to book. What does this mean in the overall scheme of things in Kashmir?
Say, Jaka, one thing is certain that after abrogation of Article 3, certain changes have came into the Kashmir. As now this is one of the part of it. There's a lot of, there's a lot of tense in the Kashmir regarding this Yasin Malik judgment. Now, unless and until the judgment will come out from, it is altogether a speculation to talk about it. But one thing, this Yasin Malik is a strong follower of the Gandhi ideology. Now, at the end of a day, he's a human being, and the error is to be happen.
Sir, he also killed fellow human beings. What is Gandhian about picking the gun, picking AK-47s and murdering people who don't have any weapons?
Jaka, one thing I'll tell you, he was again after the moment he shunned the relation with the gun, he was strong. He has strongly opposed the gun. He was then against. But
what about the sins that he committed when he was carrying the gun? Should he be let scot-free for that?
No. So the moment whatever is there is in the fate, it will come. But nobody can challenge that. But one thing is certain. But at least you have to take the Kashmir situation into consideration.
What is the situation? There are a few hundred people who are protesting. Is that something that should be that should be the mitigating reason for why people like Yasin Malik should not face their moment of truth?
You just try to understand me. After the abrogation of Article 370, now the Kashmir is coming on the track. It has developmentally. It is a very going in taking the strong.
I do not for a moment believe. Kamal Haq, correct me if I'm wrong. Kamal Haq, I do not for a moment believe that just because Article 370 was abrogated and now people like Farooq Wani are saying, oh, just now Kashmir is coming back on track. If this verdict comes out, it'll go off track again. I don't buy that. I don't buy that at all.
I think this is
bluffing.
This is pure bluff, and they are just trying to find alibis for his crimes, for which he should never be forgiven. See, the fact remains that Yasin Malik is the father of terrorism in Kashmir.
Yes.
He, along with some of his colleagues, started JKLF, which before the Pakistani elements actually came into the valley, started the killings of the security forces, killing the Kashmiri Pandits and forcing them to flee the country, the homeland of their 5,000 years. Today, if somebody calls me that says that Yasin Malik has become Gandhian, it's just like that Hindi proverb, "Sau chuhe kha ke billi haj ko chali." And that couple of hundred, maybe 150, 100, 200, 500 people on the streets in Srinagar doesn't mean that any mobocracy can subvert the means of justice. It was a long-deserved justice that is now being dispensed. And I have only one regret, that instead of the more heinous crimes that Yasin Malik committed,
just give me one moment, Kamal Haq. We just know that the judge has arrived in the courtroom. He has just taken the seat. And as we speak, he's reading out the verdict. It is likely to be a very short order. The order is being read out right now by the judge, Praveen Singh. We have our colleague Anvit, who's there inside the courtroom. He is live feeding us this information right now. In the next few seconds, ladies and gentlemen, you will get what is the verdict on Yasin Malik. What is the sentence on Yasin Malik? Is he being sentenced for life, or is he being sentenced to the capital punishment, which is death? So the judge is just reading out the order. It is happening right now, live here on CNN News 18. I'm reading out what my colleague Anvit is sharing with us from inside the courtroom. The order is being read right now. The judge is reading out the operational part of the order. There is only two possibilities: sections 120B, 121 IPC, 121A, 13 UAPA and 15 UAPA. He has been found convicted in these sections, and the maximum punishment under these sections is capital punishment. 120B is 10 years imprisonment and 10,000 rupees fine. He's also been convicted in 121 IPC, 121A, 13 UAPA and 15 UAPA. My colleague Arunima is also joining us to make sense of this. 17 UAPA, 18 UAPA and 20 UAPA as well. The maximum punishment, of course, is death there. Arunima, walk us through these various sections in which Yasin Malik has been found guilty.
So section 120B of the IPC is a section for criminal conspiracy. 121 and 121A are sedition. Okay, we are getting information from Anvit that life sentence has been given. That is the information that we had. So what the judge is doing is section by section he's reading out as to under what section, how much quantum of punishment is being announced. So now we are being told that under the more serious sections of 17, 18 and 20, life imprisonment has been given. This is what the lawyer for Yasin Malik, the lawyer assigned by the court, had argued that for 17, 18 and 20, life imprisonment must be given, and that is
Arunima, just a moment. So life imprisonment is the punishment that Yasin Malik will have to now undergo. Yasin Malik gets life imprisonment. He's been sentenced to life term under various sections of the Indian Penal Code and the Unlawful Activities Prevention Act. The prosecution side, the NIA's lawyers had asked for the capital punishment, but his lawyers, aided by the court, had asked for life imprisonment. So it seems that life imprisonment is the decision that the judge has gone with. Life imprisonment it is for Yasin Malik, the butcher of Kashmir, the man who's killed many a Kashmiri Hindu, a Kashmiri Pandit. He's charged for killing IAF officers in the past. This is a terror funding case dating back to 2018 and 19, where he's accused of diverting money that came from across the border and paying off young kids for pelting stones against the police and against security forces in the valley. So Yasin Malik getting life imprisonment. It is a huge statement. Let me go across to Nirmal Khanna. She's the wife of Squadron Leader Khanna, who was killed by Yasin Malik. These are live pictures, live reaction coming in from Jammu.
Yasin Malik has got life imprisonment. Your first reaction?
देखो जी, जो भी जजेस ने अपने बुद्धि के आधार पर, तथ्यों के आधार पर जो भी उसको सजा दी है, मैं उसको ऑनर करती हूँ, क्योंकि दे नो बेटर देन मी कि इस केस में कौन सी सजा देनी चाहिए। हो सकता है लाइफ इम्प्रिजनमेंट के दौरान ही उनको कई ऐसी चीज़ें और चाहिए हैं जो वो पता लगाते रहेंगे। मेरी बुद्धि तो इतनी बात कहती है कि अभी हुकूमतों ने अपना काम करना है।
Do you think that now the cases, other cases that are pending against Yasin Malik, like the killing of the Air Force personnel and Rubiya Saeed kidnapping case, those cases will be expedited and Yasin Malik will be brought to justice? Do you feel that in those cases he will get death sentence?
I'm 100% sure that justice will be given to me. People say justice delayed, justice denied. but I don't agree on this because I had been denied my legitimate right of getting my pension, my husband's pension, when Naga Mizo militants were rehabilitated in this country. But defense forces were denied their legitimate right. I fought my case, and with the grace of Almighty God, I got that case. Now, that is a precedent of India, an officer going to his office en route to his office or while coming from office. If any untoward incident occurs on the way, the deceased family will be given last pay drawn till death, even after remarriage on reduced pay scale. So, I believe I am given this justice. So, I am drawing my husband's pension on liberalized pensionary award. Or after that, my husband is given that honor of this National War Memorial in present government's.
लॉयर बोल रहे हैं 10 लाख का जुर्माना सर जो पहले सजा काट चुके हैं उसके आधार पर भी आगे
वो एडजस्ट हो गई इसमें
वो एडजस्ट
10 लाख का क्या नाम है सर आपका नाम उमेश शर्मा
Sir, you were inside the court. What has been the order? Can you please briefly tell us?
Yeah, 2 life imprisonments have been given, and besides that, 10 years rigorous imprisonment in 10 offences, besides monetary penalty, and all the punishments will run concurrently.
Okay. So that's the latest.
उमेश शर्मा
death sentence was sought but a life imprisonment has been given.
Death has been declined. Death has been declined.
Can you tell us in detail as to what really transpired?
No, I have not read the order. You will get the entire detailed order that court will justify what court has considered, what are the circumstances, whatever has been considered, that will get
what
in the
is the final
order.
quantum of punishment besides
2 life imprisonments and 5-10 years, all to run concurrently. 1 life means everything, entire life.
यानी दोनों जो उम्र कैद, 2 मामलों में जो उम्र कैद की सजा हुई है साथ चलेगी, ये कोर्ट ने साथ किया है। अच्छा, कितना जुर्माना किया गया है?
10 लाख है और 10,000, 5,000 सब में अलग अलग है।
कुल मिलाकर के कितना जुर्माना है?
ये जोड़ा नहीं मैंने, वो जोड़ा नहीं मैंने।
अच्छा, जज साहब ने क्या फैसले में की जो ये निष्कर्ष निकाला है कि उम्र कैद की सजा है, इसका आधार भी बताया है? कुछ ऑपरेटिव पार्ट जो
नहीं, उन्होंने प्लीड गिल्टी किया था, तो सेंटेंसिंग है, आज कोई जजमेंट नहीं हुई है, सेंटेंसिंग पे ऑर्डर हुआ है, ये सिर्फ सेंटेंसिंग है।
तो जो उम्र कैद की सजा हुई है 121 के तहत हुई है और दूसरा कौन सा सेक्शन?
121 और दूसरा शायद 17 है, अभी ऑर्डर में आएगा।
अच्छा, जो यूएपीए का जो सेक्शन है। ओके, ठीक।
सर एक बार अपना पूरा नाम बता दीजिए। उमेश शर्मा, एडवोकेट हूँ मैं। अभी सेंटेंसिंग पे ऑर्डर हुआ है, अभी जज साहब ने प्रोनाउंस किया है, 2 लाइफ सेंटेंसिंग है और 10 ईयर्स की 5 पनिशमेंट है इनकी। जुर्माने को लेकर जुर्माना 10 लाख रुपए है, 10,000 है, अलग अलग है, वो मुझे अभी ध्यान नहीं आ रहा, कई सारे सेक्शन है, डिटेल में ऑर्डर मिल जाएगा, तो उसमें आप पढ़ सकते हैं बड़े आराम से। अगर जुर्माना नहीं देंगे तो उसके डिफॉल्ट में पनिशमेंट है, चूंकि इनकी लाइफ है तो लाइफ वैसी चलती रहेगी, तो सारी सजाएं कंकरेंट है, एक साथ चलेंगे। अब ये जेल जाएंगे, सजा होगी और ये अपील लगाएंगे, 21 में अपील बनती है, हाईकोर्ट में लगाएंगे। हाईकोर्ट में आगे मामला चल सकता है। अपील अगर ये प्रेफर करेंगे तो लगाएंगे, सेंटेंसिंग के अगेंस्ट बनेगी, जजमेंट के अगेंस्ट नहीं, वो कन्विक्शन हो चुकी है इनकी। हाँ।
I was appointed as a amicus curiae in this case, wide order dated 18/4/2022. After that, as per the direction of the Honorable Court, I met Yasin Malik in jail twice before the sentencing, and after the sentencing I met him once. And as he was planning to plead guilty, I tried to convince him to contest the trial, but he has already made up his mind. So in view of that, whatever the best legal consequences, or what he was told about all the consequences which he was supposed to face once he plead guilty, and all the things were told to him. And today now the matter has been decided and he is sentenced for 120B. He has been punished with 10 years and 10,000 fine. For 121 IPC, he is punished with life imprisonment and 10,000 fine. 121A IPC, 10 years with 10,000 fine. 13 UAPA, read with 120B IPC, 5-year fine. 5 year, 5,000 fine. 15 UAPA, punishment under 16 UAPA, 10 years, 10,000 fine. 17 UAPA, life, 10 lakh fine. 18 UAPA, 10 years, 10,000 fine. 38 UAPA, 5 years, 5,000 fine. 39 UAPA 5 year, 5,000 fine. Section 20 UAPA 10 year, 10,000 fine. Anything else you people want to ask?
Questions?
Any questions from your side? I will come outside.
All right, the lawyers there giving out the details. He's been convicted on multiple charges, different sentences for different charges. But one thing stands out, Yasin Malik will now spend the rest of his life, not a 14-year term, but the rest of his life, because life means life in cases under UAPA. He will spend the rest of his life in a prison cell for terror funding, waging war against India, for criminal conspiracy and various charges of both IPC and the UAPA. Let me get a final closing word from Kamal Haq first. Kamal Haq, has justice been delivered? Many were asking, in fact, the prosecution counsel was asking for death sentence, but the honorable judge in his wisdom and with the evidence presented before him has decided to go for life imprisonment instead.
You have to honor the wisdom of the judge who sentenced him to the life imprisonment. But for the victims of his terror, the victims of his atrocities, I think this is a good beginning. And there are a lot of cases and more serious and heinous cases for more serious and heinous crimes against them. And we wish and we hope and we trust the government will pursue, the investigating agencies, the prosecuting agencies will pursue those cases more vigorously and get the full justice to his victims. That's what we'll be hoping for. But in the meantime, I think all of us should welcome the state, at least this judgment, because
Mr. Haq, give me one moment, because I'm also joined by my colleague Anvit, who was inside the courtroom, inside the NIA court in Patiala House Court in Delhi. So Anvit, multiple charges against Yasin Malik, multiple sentences, but the headline is that he will spend the rest of his life. He's got a life term now. He will spend the rest of his life in jail. What did the judge say as to how he came to this conclusion based on the evidence presented before him?
Yes, Dr. C, the moment he was brought in the court and the moment judge came out and the bench assembled, first of all, Yasin Malik was asked that the judge will read out the sections, and he was apprised by his counsel that now sections will be read against you, which have been, under which you have been charged, and based on that, the quantum of sentence will be announced. And after that, judge started reading sections. 120B was the first section that he was told. Other than that, 121 IPC, 121A, and at least 5 sections of the UAPA Criminal Act, Unlawful Activities Prevention Act, Section 13, 15, 17, 18, and 20. He was made aware of it. Apart from that, Section 38 and 39 of UAPA are also under the. So based on these, life imprisonment was awarded because life imprisonment, Section 121 of the ITC and Section 17 of the UAPA, under these sections, life imprisonment can be awarded to a person. And these are the 2 sections. 121 is waging war against India, while Section 14 of the UAPA is about raising funds for terror act. And this is a as we know, this is a terror funding case, as we know, and NIA had filed a charge sheet in this case, and Yasin Malik was one of the...
Anvit, give me a moment. We're getting live shots from Jammu, people celebrating. There are saffron flags, people distributing sweets, etc. As you would expect, in Jammu, there were scenes of celebration and elation, jubilation, even before this verdict was read out, and now there are slogans of Bharat Mata Ki Jai ringing through the air in Jammu city. Anvit, very quickly, the prosecution had asked for the death sentence. I know the judgment full order copy is not out yet, but did the judge say how and why he has come to the conclusion of life term and not capital punishment?
Yes, Dr. Earlier also when we had that it will be somewhere between death and life, and NIA had also demanded life imprisonment for him. However, the council has, the legal aid council representing Yasin Malik, he had pleaded that he must be given life imprisonment, and see, on the basis of the sections that have been added, life imprisonment was what according to the judge was the maximum that he could be given, and that is one reason why this life imprisonment has been awarded to him. Now, after that.
Anvit, do stay on with us. Do stay on with us. That was Anvit who was reporting from the Patiala House Court, where you had a special NIA court hand down life imprisonment to Yasin Malik. That's the big news, ladies and gentlemen. We are tracking this evening. Yasin Malik, the face of terror in Kashmir in the 1980s and 1990s, has escaped a death sentence. He has been given 2 life sentences for terror financing and waging war against India. Now, this includes 10 years of rigorous imprisonment for 10 different charges, all will run concurrently. Now, essentially what all of this means is that Yasin Malik will be spending the rest of his life in jail. He had pleaded guilty to charges of terror financing and argued the case himself, at one point saying he now walks the path of Mahatma Gandhi. Yasin Malik has more than 65 cases against him, including murder, attempt to murder, kidnapping, etc. Remember, he's the one who was accused of kidnapping the then Home Minister, his daughter, that is Rubia Saeed. In 1990, he was also accused of murdering 4 Indian Air Force officers in Jammu. Squadron leader Ravi Khanna, at that point of time, was not in uniform, was not carrying an arm. He was simply on leave when Yasin Malik walks in and guns him down. Today, we have heard a reaction coming in from his wife, Nirmal Khanna, who's waited for more than 3 decades to see this man dead. Yet it seems that the death sentence is not what has been ruled for him. He has been given life. Let me go straight across to our reporters who are tracking the story for us. Arunima is joining us from the newsroom. Tejinder Singh is live with us from Jammu. Mufti Isla is live with us from Srinagar. We have Anvit, who is joining us from the court as well. Arunima, if you're with us, I wonder if you're with us. All right. I believe I can go across to Anvit while we try and connect with Arunima as well. Anvit, explain to me what the court has done today. Look, there are multiple charges, more than 65 charges of murder, attempt to murder, kidnapping, etc. against Yasin Malik. But in this particular case, the focus of the court was very narrow. This was for a case of terror financing which dates back to the year 2017. So what essentially has the court done, and what does this sentence mean? Because we've heard some degree of complication, but what essentially does this sentence mean? Okay, we seem to be having some... Anvit, can you hear me?
Yes, sure.
All right, Anvit, yeah, go ahead, please.
If we talk about the sections that have been, he has been charged under, so when Malik was brought to the court today, the judge initially asked him, that he'll be now told the sections under which he has been charged will be read out to him. And when the judge started, it was, first of all, he was told that he has been charged under section 120B of the IPC. After that, section 121 of the IPC and 5 sections of the UAPA, section 13, 15, 17, 18 and 20. Other than this, section 38 and 39 of the UAPA were also read out to him. Now, he has been awarded life imprisonment, as we know. Now, this is on the basis of section 121, which is waging war against India.
Okay.
The other section is section 17 of the UAPA, that is raising funds for terror act. These are the 2 sections in which he has been awarded life imprisonment. Section 121, however, also attracts death penalty, which is why the NEA Council had been demanding the court to award the death sentence. But Legal Aid Council of Malik, who Akhil Pratap Singh, he had been arguing since the morning that he must be given the lowest possible punishment, which in this case is life imprisonment, and that has been considered, as we saw today in the courtroom. Also, see, if I speak about what in the first half of the argument, the argument that took place in the courtroom, when Malik was brought in, he was asked about on the last date, May 19th, he was asked if he would want to reconsider.
Anvit, can you give me a minute here, because we are getting first political reactions. Kavinder Gupta is from the BJP is now reacting to the sentencing. Let's quickly listen in.
की सजा हुई है यासिन मलिक को, क्या कहेंगे?
देखिए, न्यायालय का जो फैसला है वो सर्वमान्य है और मानना भी चाहिए, लेकिन इस प्रकार के जो दरिंदों को, जिन्होंने 30 साल में तबाही की है, इससे ज़्यादा सख्त सज़ा की ज़रूरत थी। और ख़ास करके बहुत से ऐसे केस पेंडिंग्स हैं। ये तो टेरर फंडिंग का मामला है, लेकिन जो अपहरण, हत्या, इस प्रकार के जो कई इन पर केस बने, उसमें मुझे उम्मीद है कि आने वाले समय में इससे भी सख्त सजा इनको सुनाई जाएगी।
तो लगता है कि ये सही जस्टिस हुआ?
देखिए, न्यायालय पर सवाल खड़ा करना, उन्होंने सबूतों और दूसरे आधार पर ये काम किया है, उसका हिसाब से ही फैसला सुनाया है, तो मुझे लगता है मान्य हमें होना चाहिए। इसके साथ ही मैंने पहले कहा कि जो इन पर और केसेस है हत्याओं के या माहौल वहाँ पर ख़राब करने के, पाकिस्तान के इशारों पर काम करने की, ये सब चीज़ें पहले से तय है और इसको मद्देनज़र रखते हुए उन परिवारों को कम से कम न्याय मिलेगा जिनको कि आज तक 30 सालों में किसी ने पूछा नहीं, किसी का परिवार का कोई व्यक्ति चला गया, किसी का अपहरण किया, किसी को मारा गया, ये जो अपराध हैं जब साबित होंगे तो निश्चय ही इससे भी सख्त सजा होनी ही चाहिए। तो अभी टेरर फंडिंग का और हवाले का मामला है।
Okay, more reactions coming in. We are now hearing from the Gupkar Alliance, as it were. This is the reaction that is coming in. They are saying that the imprisonment given to Yasin Malik is unfortunate and a setback to the efforts for peace. We are afraid that this will further compound the uncertainties in the region and will only fuel more alienation and separatist feelings. The NIA court has delivered its verdict, but not justice, they say. The triumphalism being displayed by the BJP and the corporate media is bound to prove counterproductive. Meanwhile, we suggest that Yasin Malik should avail all legal opportunities to contest this verdict. Let me go straight across to Mufti Islah, who is joining us from Kashmir. We have Tejinder, who is with us from Jammu as well. To this question, Mufti, I'm coming to you. The reaction from the Gupkar Alliance, unfortunate but on expected lines.
Well, yes, it was quite muted, but now they've come out openly after Mahbooba Mufti had earlier spoken in Kulgam, saying that, well, muscular policy is not going to yield anything to Government of India. It is certainly going to worsen the situation in the valley. Now, the Gupkar Alliance has pretty much said the same thing, saying that, well, a verdict was delivered, but justice was not delivered, clearly saying that Yasin Malik must avail all legal opportunities, perhaps hinting that he should go for a re-appeal. That said, we've seen valley really simmering in tension, although the main focus was the Lal Chowk area and Maisuma area, which incidentally is the residential area of Yasin Malik, where women and men had gathered, raised some slogans. They were tear-gassed and splintered out of that area. Police had to be deployed along with the drones who gave them a better idea from where the people were coming in and protesting. And finally, now we're picking up that that area is under control, although it's extremely tense. That said, we also saw Pakistan fishing into the troubled waters. Premier Shahbaz Sharif and former Premier Imran Khan both suggesting that this conviction was fake. And in fact, Kashmiris were repressed. The British Parliament in between has also said that they're monitoring the case. But here in the valley, situation extremely tense. Although we have seen protests taking place, but they are minor in nature when you compare it with the protests that took place in Maisuma area, where hundreds of stone pelters would pelt stones on the security forces. This time it seems that the security forces have managed to contain
Let's see how the security situation plays out there. Do stay on with us. I'm going across to my colleague Arunima, who has a copy of the judgment with her. Arunima, do break down the judgment for us, because it's a bit complicated. I understand that this is a case of terror financing that dates back to 2017, but there are multiple layers of punishment that have been meted out. Similarly, fines. Could you break that down for us, please?
Yes, so I'm just reading out to you from the copy of the order, whereby the breakdown of under what section, what fine and what imprisonment has been given. Under 120B, this is the section for criminal conspiracy, and in the Indian Penal Code, there is a punishment given of 10 plus 6 years. So criminal conspiracy is a section which runs with all the other sections. He has conspired to do an act of terrorism. He has conspired to recruit for terrorism. He has conspired to get terror financing done. Hence 10 plus 6, which is 16 years plus a fine of 10,000 rupees. 121 IPC, this is the section which deals with waging war against India. This is the section under which he has been given life imprisonment plus a fine of 10,000 rupees. Also 121 IPC, again a subsection of waging war, for which 10 years plus fine of 10,000 rupees. Under section 13 of UAPA, read with 120B. So like I was saying, criminal conspiracy for recruitment, for act of terrorism, etc. Under this, 5 years plus 5,000 rupees fine. Section 15 of the UAPA, 10 years plus 10,000 rupees fine. Section 17 of UAPA, this is the other section for which he has been found, sentenced to life imprisonment plus a fine of 10 lakh rupees. Section 18 of UAPA, 10 years, 10,000 rupees fine. 38 and 39 of UAPA, 5 years each and 5,000 fine. Section 20 of UAPA, 10,000 rupees fine. All these sections related to terror recruitment, terror financing and various aspects of terrorism. Now the last line is what is important. If you see there, the last line says concurrently is what all these punishments will run. So even though separately it seems like he's been given a lot of years behind the bars, life imprisonment itself covers everything, because life imprisonment means now till your life, till the natural course of your life. All these others will be accommodated within that lifespan. Concurrently means they will all run simultaneously, run together.
So Arunima, the next logical question is this. We've heard the statement from the Gupkar Alliance where they are saying that he should avail all legal means to him that are now available. But what happens from here on? Given the fact that he's already pleaded guilty in the case, will he plead his sentencing in a higher court then? How does this work?
See, ordinarily any convict has the chance to go in appeal in High Court and then go in appeal in Supreme Court. But Yasin Malik chose not to even face trial in the lower court. All the other co-accused, be it Zahur Vatali, be it Shabir Shah, be it Bitta Karate, be it Asya Andrabi, all the other accused in this case are facing trial. Only in the case of Yasin Malik, the sentencing has happened today because he pleaded guilty. So if he chose not to contest the charges from the NIA in the lower court, why would he then contest the charges in the higher court? And that's what the lawyer also said, that because he pleaded guilty, as far as conviction is gone, there is no logic for him to go in appeal challenging the conviction in a higher court. Would he challenge the sentencing? Again, life term is the lesser of the two sentences that was argued in today. So why would he then go and argue against life term in a higher court? So it looks unlikely that Yasin Malik, in the current frame of mind that he is in, would go into appeal against this order in the High Court. But with the NIA go in appeal, NIA which sought the death sentence, will they go in an appeal? That remains to be seen.
So will the NIA go and appeal? That is the question that now needs to be answered, because the NIA had sought death for Yasin Malik. Will Yasin Malik go to a higher court? As Arunima is pointing out, he's got the lesser sentence in this case. The NIA had asked for death, he has got life, so no real reason why he should be challenging this in a higher court. But of the details that Arunima has now put out, she's the one who's managed to access the order copy. It seems, and by the looks of it, Yasin Malik is spending the rest of his life in jail. A quick word from our guests as well. I'll try and see if Tejinder is with us as well, because all right, Tejinder, before I go to my guests, a quick word. We are seeing some shots of celebrations that are coming to us from Jammu. This is the Bajrang Dal that is celebrating. But you know, Mrs. Khanna, the wife of squadron leader Ravi Khanna, I heard her soundbite there, I heard her speak to you. There was a slight disappointment. This is a woman who has waited to see Yasin Malik dead for more than 3 decades. It seems she'll have to wait a little longer.
Yes, Shreya, 32 years and 4 months to be precise, she has waited for the day. But she's a bit dejected, as you rightly pointed out, because she's the one who has been saying that khoon ka badla should be khoon. She saw her husband being shot 28 bullets by Yasin Malik. She says she was there. She saw Yasin Malik dancing over the dead body of squadron leader Ravi Khanna along with 3 other Air Force jawans who were gunned down 32 years and 4 months later ago. And she has waited for all these long years for justice. Though that is a different case today, Yasin Malik was given life imprisonment in a different case which pertains to the terror financing. But the case pertaining to the killing of 4 IAF personnel, kidnapping of Rubia Saeed, is going on in a special Tada court here in Jammu. And the court is still underway. The case is still underway here. And she hopes that the court here would pronounce capital punishment for Yasin Malik, because for 32 long years she has faced so many hardships, and she's not the only one. There are several people who are witness to the atrocities, witness to the terror crime committed by Yasin Malik. And when I asked her,
She said that she feels dejected because Yasin Malik has lived for 32 years and 4 months after killing her husband. She should have been hanged long ago. 32 years is a long period. Yes, Shreya.
Thank you very much for that, and we'll try and play out her soundbite as well. We are also getting a first reaction from the BJP from Jammu itself. This is Ravinder Raina of the BJP now speaking. Let's listen in. This is the first official reaction of the BJP coming in.
टेरर फंडिंग मामले में एनआईए अदालत ने खूंखार आतंकवादी यासीन मलिक के खिलाफ फैसला सुनाया है। यासीन मलिक ने जम्मू कश्मीर के बेगुनाह लोगों की हत्या की, पाकिस्तान से पैसा लेकर जम्मू कश्मीर के अंदर बेगुनाह लोगों को, नौजवानों को आतंकवाद की राह पर धकेला और बेगुनाह लोगों की हत्याएं की। कश्मीर
A quick word from our guests as well who are joining us this evening. Farooq Wani is the editor of Brighter Kashmir. He's a senior journalist, a columnist and a political commentator. We have Kamal Haq, who's a Kashmiri Pandit as well. Kamal Haq, we've seen the reaction that is coming in from the Gupkar Alliance, saying that the court has, announced a sentence, but this is not justice. Are you disappointed with the NIA court's ruling today? Because, I think the distinction that many of us are not being able to make is the fact that this was a 2017 terror financing case. This was not the case of, say, Rubia Saeed's kidnapping. This was not the case of the killing of squadron leader Khanna.
No, actually, I'm not really disappointed with the quantum of sentences that has been pronounced today by the Honorable Court. I'm a little disappointed that the more heinous cases, the more heinous the acts of Yasin Malik are still not being given justice. I think that it would have been logically and more emotionally satisfying for us to see him getting convicted and being sentenced in the killings of IF officers, killing of the other Sarla Bhatt, gang raping of the women, and committing mass murders in Kashmir. That would have thought that would be more satisfying to all the people who have suffered at his hands. But nevertheless, we welcome. I think this sentence should be welcomed because we believe that this would most probably set into the process. The wheels of justice will now move on, and they should move on very fast. Now, I would also like to advise and little bit suggest to the Gupkar gangs and their sympathizers and supporters in Kashmir that they need to reconcile with the fact that in the changing environment of the country, they are no longer entitled as they have been finding themselves for the last 70 years in Kashmir. They need to now understand, and they need to be sure about this thing, that this is not that India which will allow a terrorist like Yasin Malik, the company of the Prime Minister of India. It's not that India which will allow a terrorist, a person who has waged war against the country, to travel to Pakistan and conspire with his handlers over there. I think they need to reconcile. There is just whatever they are what they are saying in the Kashmir today is just the sign of their frustration. They are fast becoming irrelevant in the changing scenario of the country. And I think they better reconcile to that. And we also hope and trust that the other cases are fast-tracked so that the judgment, so that there's a real closure of this Yasin Malik saga as early as in the possible. There are a lot of people who have died in the hope, who have perished in the hope of seeing him getting convicted. But anything, the survivors who are still there are a little bit now satisfied.
Let me get in Farooq Wani Saab here as well. Farooq Wani, look at the statement that has come in from the Gupkar Alliance. NIA court has delivered its verdict, but not justice. And this is coming from an organization where Mehbooba Mufti is a very strong part of. What is this if not Stockholm Syndrome, where you have had your sister being kidnapped by this guy and yet you are batting for him?
The Gupkar alliances are strongly pleading the case of anybody there is in the Kashmir regarding the political worker or is a separatist or something else. But it is now clear that the court has pronounced the judgment, and we must honor the court's decision. Now, if he is given once Yasin Malik has pleaded his case, so there is no doubt that he was given a chance for the lawyer. But one thing is very certain and clear: now the Kashmir was going in a right right direction, and the development has taken place in many sectors now, and the tourist influx is very much high as compared to other years, other previous years. And second, due to the pandemic, it has affected a lot. Now we must take also these lines on the mind and then go according to that. But one thing is that the court has now pronounced the judgment. We must honor that. This is my concern.
Sir, is that your concern as well, Kamal Haq Saab, that we've seen how the Kashmir Valley reacts to things like this. Today there were high tensions in Mysoma. There was an incident of stone pelting as well, stone pelters being financed by this very man Yasin Malik. Schools being burned down, the money that came in was being used to burn down schools as well. Is that your worry that we could see a security situation in the Kashmir Valley? And I want to ask you specifically, Kamal Haq Saab, about that one thing that got said in the court today, where Yasin Malik says, I now walk the path of Gandhi. I mean, ironical, irony actually dug its own grave and decided to lie there. But how do you react to what was said in court?
I think if Yasin Malik, after killing scores of people, after launching a war against the country, after raping innocent girls, after cutting the bodies, cutting the live women on the bandsaws, and him saying that he is a Gandhian, he walks the life of Gandhi is I think this when irony meets the thousand deaths over there.
Yes,
I think this is something which he has been trying to plead, most probably trying to appeal to those sections and to those elements in the country who see no wrong in his acts. But we firmly believe, and we firmly see that whatever is happening, whatever little reaction in Kashmir is taking place today, I think it's natural, because the basic fact remains that there are certain sections, certain elements of people who are the sympathizers of these terrorists who are still there. The system that the underground systems and the underground that network of the terror in Kashmir is still intact to some extent, if not fully as it was maybe 2 or 3 years back, but then the traces are still there, and those traces will most probably react. But in the long run, though it might be a little bit tense for some more days, it might look a little bit tense, but I don't foresee any mass uprising against, as we have been seeing in the case of Burhan Wani and Behran, this thing. Because let's also see the fact that post abrogation of Article 370, there is definitely a different way the government.
There is, of course, there is some concern regarding security post the judgment, because the judgment was supposed to come out at 3:30, and it only came at around 6:15 or so. So clearly there were some worries, and there were security preparations that were being made. We are seeing celebrations that are coming in to us from Jammu, but in Kashmir, as I said, and as Mufti has been reporting since morning, Kashmir continues to be tense. It's the story we continue to track right here on CNN News 18. The big development, Yasin Malik escapes death, gets a life sentence. With that, a quick break. There's more on the other side. Shivani joining you. Do stay with us.
The Assam Chief Minister had earlier said that madrasas should cease to exist and that the Quran should be taught at home.
इनको ये बात समझने की ज़रूरत है कि मदरसों में साइंस, मैथ्स सब पढ़ाया जाता और मदरसों के ज़रिए से ही भारत को और खूबसूरत बनाया गया। तो इनको इन सब चीज़ों से मालूमात नहीं है।
According to a New York Times report, Chinese hackers have attempted stealing Russian defense data. Number one, emails with malware links were sent to Russian scientists. The attempt was to obtain critical data on Russia's security systems. These emails were supposedly sent by Russia's Ministry of Health. It contained a list of persons under US sanctions for invading Ukraine. These emails were actually sent by state-sponsored hackers in China. Former Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah has reignited the beef ban debate, addressing a public rally in Tumkuru. Siddaramaiah said that he was a Hindu who eats beef and that if he wanted to, then no one could stop him from doing so. It's a big setback to B.S. Yediyurappa. The BJP High Command has rejected the Karnataka unit's recommendation to field Mr. Yediyurappa's son, B.Y. Vijendra, for elections to the Karnataka Legislative Council. The central leadership instead chose to field Lakshman Savadi, Keshav Prasad, Chalavadi Narayanaswamy and Hemlata Nayak. The MLC elections will take place on the 3rd of June. A day after the video of a child using provocative slogans at a PFI rally in Alappuzha in Kerala went viral, the Kerala police have now arrested one person. A case has also been registered against PFI Alappuzha district president and secretary for promoting enmity between different religious groups. Staying with Kerala, a court there has sentenced Kiran Kumar, the husband of Vismaya, to 10 years in jail in connection with the dowry death case. A fine of 12.5 lakh rupees has also been imposed on Kumar, 2 lakhs of which will be paid to Vismaya's parents. Vismaya hanged herself in her marital home in June last year, alleging dowry harassment. The Tamil Nadu government is facing fire over an FIR against Tamil magazine Junior Vigadan and 2 YouTubers. The complaint has been filed by a real estate firm G Square Realtors, claiming extortion and intimidation by a close associate of the Vigadan group. The opposition has called the government's move an attempt to muzzle the media. The son of a former Congress minister, Hukum Tarada, was charged for ramming his car of a businessman, in fact, in Sehor in Madhya Pradesh.
Rohitab Singh was driving in an inebriated state with a drink by his side. After he rammed into the SUV of a businessman, the occupants got out of the car and confronted him and sought money for the damages. But the former minister's son fought with them and rammed into their car for a second time. The police have registered a case and the vehicle has been impounded.
The United States has confirmed its first case of monkeypox that was detected in a man in Massachusetts. 4 suspected cases have been reported from other parts of the country as well. The monkeypox virus has now spread to several countries. Now, even as the world battles the coronavirus, the monkeypox virus is wreaking havoc across the world. The disease spreads basically from infected wild animals. Human-to-human transmission is also possible via touch as well as via air. Cases have been detected in at least 16 countries. In fact, Belgium has implemented monkeypox quarantines. EU nations are working on a vaccine for the monkeypox. The smallpox vaccine is 85% effective on monkeypox virus. Over 5 crore beneficiaries aged 15 to 18 have received their first dose of the COVID vaccine. That is 80% of the eligible population in that age group. India began inoculating those in the age group of 15 to 18 from the 3rd of January. Over 190 crore doses have been administered so far in that category. Model Kate Moss is expected to be called in as a witness in the Johnny Depp-Amber Heard defamation trial. Moss dated Depp back in the 1990s and the duo are reportedly still close. Earlier in the trial, Amber Heard brought up Depp's relation with Moss during her testimony. Violent crashes broke out today in Andhra Pradesh's Amalapuram over a proposal to rename the Konasima district as the B.R. Ambedkar Konasima district.
Hundreds of protesters took to the streets for a Chalo Konasima march. The protesters tried to march towards the collectorate in Amalapuram but were blocked by the police. So the protesters resorted to stone pelting. They even tried to torch the residence of an Andhra minister, P. Vishwaroop. A private bus was also set on fire by the protesters. Section 144 has been imposed in Konasima in the wake of protests against the proposal to rename the district.
A Jammu and Kashmir policeman was shot dead by terrorists outside his home in Srinagar. His 7-year-old daughter, who was clinging on to her father when the terrorists fired at him, sustained a bullet injury in her hand. This is the 3rd incident of an attack on a policeman in Jammu and Kashmir just this month.
This is the ill-fated area where the cop was shot. In fact, we're picking up from neighbors and witnesses that he was going along with his daughter Some say that he was to drop her at a tuition center. Others say, well, he had actually gone for a bike ride when he was shot at this particular place. We'll see blood splattered around at this particular place. Now, the TRF has claimed responsibility.
Well, the second in-person Quad summit was held in Tokyo today, and these are the highlights.
Prime Minister Modi, US President Joe Biden, Japanese PM Fumio Kishida and Australia's PM-elect Anthony Albanese reiterate their shared commitment to a free, open and inclusive Indo-Pacific.
हमारे आपसी सहयोग से एक फ्री, ओपन और इंक्लूसिव इंडो पैसिफिक क्षेत्र को प्रोत्साहन मिल रहा है, जो हम सभी का साझा उद्देश्य है। क्वाड इंडो पैसिफिक क्षेत्र के लिए एक कंस्ट्रक्टिव
Good evening, everyone. I'm Shivani Gupta and you're watching Plain Speak. Within days of the biggest Congress brainstorming session in many years, as many as 3 big names have left the party. Today, former Union Minister and long-time dissenter Kapil Sibal revealed that he had already quit the party on May 16, nearly 10 days ago. With that, the Congress has lost 3 top names, Hardik Patel, Sunil Jhakar and now Sibal. Their reasons are virtually the same, and the response from the Congress party is also virtually the same. The questions facing the Congress party are also the same since 2014. The fact that all of this is happening within days of the Congress Chintan Shivar is an indictment of how poor and slow the party response has been on systematic issues that have been plaguing it for 8 years now. Kapil Sibal is effectively saying there are no solutions, no real changes coming. It's time to pack up and find other avenues. Let me remind our viewers of some of the sharpest attacks that the lawyer politician has made on the Congress leadership, especially in the last 1 year or so. In March 2020, he had said that the Gandhis should step aside and give some other leader a chance to lead the party. Also, that the leadership is in cuckoo land. He had added, I want a Sabka Congress, some want a Ghar Ka Congress. In September 2021, last year, he had said, in our party, there is no president, so we don't know who's taking these decisions. We know, and yet we do not know. He had said this, of course, talking about the dual leadership nature in the Congress party, where Sonia Gandhi is the official interim president, but Rahul Gandhi is taking a lot of the calls. Also in 2021, earlier in February, he had said, this is when G23 leaders were meeting. He had said, this is an occasion and podium to speak the truth. And the truth is that the Congress is getting weak. So with Sibal also gone, the big question we're asking today, is the Congress disintegrating? Today, of course, Sibal was unwilling to criticize the party as much, but listen into what he said on his differences with the party and his future role.
I still am wedded to the ideology of inclusiveness, and I'll continue to fight for that in this country. But now as an independent in the Rajya Sabha, rather than being bound by the discipline and the whip of a political party. There is no ill will. I have great affection for all the leaders of the Congress party. I have very good relations with them, and that will continue. I want to bring all opposition parties on one platform. We need to be together to be a viable, strong opposition and to fight the 2024 election on a common platform. That's my dream. I hope we can realize it.
Kapil Sibal is a very resourceful and articulate lawyer, and it is not rare for such lawyers to change their clients as and when it suits them. And therefore, best wishes to Mr. Sibal for his new client. But having said that, the Congress party must introspect that why is it that the party which once was a parivar, today the parivar itself has become the party. There is no space for dissenters, only for darbari.
बहुत सारे लोग ऐसे हैं जो विपक्ष में रहना पसंद नहीं करते या विपक्ष की राजनीति उनको सूट नहीं करती है। कपिल सिब्बल जी को भी शायद ऐसा ही लगा हो कि आने वाले दिनों में वो राज्यसभा में शायद उनको मौका नहीं मिलेगा कांग्रेस पार्टी की तरफ से, तो इसलिए उन्होंने अपना रास्ता ढूंढ लिया है। जिनको लगता है कि हम इस घड़ी इस मुसीबत में कांग्रेस के साथ खड़े होने में उनको दिक्कत है, वो हमें छोड़कर जाएगी। जो सुविधा भोगी जिसको हम कह सकते हैं कि जो सुविधा भोगी है वो हमारे साथ नहीं रहेगा।
Let me go across to the guests who are joining us on the situation in the Congress party. Tuhin Sinha is the BJP spokesperson. I'm also joined by Hemant Attri, who's senior journalist who's tracked the Congress party for many, many years. Tushar Gupta, senior editor, Swarajya magazine, is joining us. We're waiting for a few more guests to join us. Hemant Attri, I'm coming to you first up. It's quite astonishing that Kapil Sibal revealed today that he has quit the Congress party 10 days ago. For 10 days, it seems this news not only was covered up quite well or hidden by both sides, but it also gives you an indication that there was no attempt to keep him in the party for 10 days.
See, Shivani, it's other way around. As far as Congress leadership is concerned, you will be amazed to know that they are not worried about Mr. Sibal leaving the Congress party. Rather, they are happy with it.
Yes.
You'll ask me how.
Yes.
The way he was embarrassing them day in and day out. How the Congress leadership, particularly the three Gandhis, how could they have afforded him in the first place? Now, they would never want to give him any sort of publicity on this score. Neither Congress party nor Mr. Sibal, who is a seasoned politician otherwise. He is a seasoned liar as well as a seasoned politician also. He was in touch with three parties at one point in time. In this particular saga only. He was in touch with RJD. He was in touch with JMM and of course with Akhilesh Yadav. So the thing is, UP being a bigger state, Samajwadi Party representing a bigger state, that's how he opted for their support. And furthermore, there is something more interesting to it. See, Shivani, what words he used after filing his nomination. He didn't utter a single word about Congress. What he said, I wish them best of luck. For the very simple reason, he wants to remain a neutral player. He wants to remain a person who can really mobilize the opposition against the ruling government at the center. So today, once he spoke to the journalist, what he said, best of luck to Congress and we would like to remain as a sane voice of opposition. So today he has conducted himself in a very different way and he refused to utter a single word as far as Congress party is concerned.
But his point is right, isn't it? When he was speaking to News18, he said that, you know, when I was in the Congress party, it was my duty to speak about what was wrong in the party. I'm no longer with the party and one sees sense in that. But what he said about his role and bringing opposition together, Hemant Attri, just allow me some time. I'm going to address that in just a bit. Rashid Kidwai, also senior journalist who's tracked the Congress party for many, many years. Rashid, unfortunately, the Congress doesn't want to be part of these discussions. We invited them. So I'm going to throw some of the questions I would have thrown to the Congress spokespersons to you. What is the message that Kapil Sibal is sending to the other G23 leaders? That's one big question today. Effectively, he has said कि यहाँ कुछ नहीं होना. अब आप देख लो अपना.
Yes, Shivani, I don't know whether I'm a right person to respond to the questions that you wanted to pose to the Congress spokesperson, but from my experience, I can tell you, Kapil Sibal was always a kind of dissenter, person who had courage of conviction, person who could, you know, call a spade. And therefore, I think this is a more of a reflection. I know everybody is going to say that this is a reflection on Gandhi's. I think it's a more of reflection on the Congress party. The fact that G23, which was formed and Mr. Sibal hosted number of, you know, dinners and get-togethers, it, you know, Mr. Sibal was equally, if not more, disillusioned with G23 than he was to the Gandhis. Remember, he is a professional. He started with the support, I mean, Rajya Sabha, he came in support of RJD. But his association with Samajwadi Party is not that of a Congress. So you cannot say that he's moving from one parivar to another, because there he is going to be more as an independent person, a person who would act on his own and bring, you know, other political parties, like-minded parties together. In that, there would be some negotiation with the Congress. Remember, he's handled a lot of very sensitive cases, including the national health case for the Gandhis and for Congress party. So it is going to be a functional relationship. It is not going.
No, but what does it say? What Kapil Sibal is doing is, as a person, is a separate matter. But Rashid, what does this say about the Congress party? How long are they going to be in denial? Because we cannot look at Kapil Sibal in isolation. You know very well, since the Chintan Shivar itself, 3 people have left. And this has been a saga ongoing for the last 8 years. The reasons are the same.
Shivani, actually, 23 people should have left because nothing came out from Chintan Shivar. So if the G23 was really serious, the fact was that some of them, I don't want to name them, but you and me and viewers know who these people are. They are negotiating with the Gandhis. Gandhis can, you know, give Rajya Sabha seats to very few. Total 8 seats they can give. and
but
there are 23
Rashid,
or
is
25
it only about
aspirants.
Rajya Sabha seats?
Unfortunately, it is. Because nobody otherwise...
You're saying that the questions over the leadership are just a fig leaf? People are only negotiating within the Congress party? What kind of a party is this?
Yes, Shivani, you have a point, you have a value judgment, but that's how it is. I've been saying it. Why nobody has, announced a candidature for the Congress president post? We've seen, not in the distant past, Arjun Singh had challenged PV Narasimha Rao, and
because
Jitendra
nobody
Prasad
wants
had
to
contested
challenge
against...
the Gandhis, no, Rashid Kidwai. That's the point. Nobody
what can we
wants to,
do?
nobody can.
Shivani, if
We've seen what challenges to the Gandhi Parivar mean. You can then leave. You will be isolated.
True, Shivani, but that is what I'm saying. Me and you, we are not, or Mr. Athani, we are not stakeholders. The stakeholders are Congress. If congressmen are happy to look, there is a task force for 2024.
Yes.
There is no task force for Gujarat elections. There is no task force for Himachal elections. So these are the questions, you see, me and you cannot respond. It is for the Congress workers, Congress leaders to respond.
Okay, fair
Because
enough. But
ultimately
Rashid
they
Kidwai,
will lose.
before I go to our other guests, as someone who has covered the Congress party, you cover politics in India. My question to you is the Congress leadership, especially the Gandhi family, in denial?
But Gandhi family, I do not know they are in denial. They are in a very comfortable position in the organization. There is no one who can challenge them or question them. People are living in bits and pieces, and whoever is getting a chance to go outside. So there is no pressure on them, and they are enjoying that kind of role that they have, power without responsibility.
Okay. So, Tushar, let me take the next question that arises from what Rashid Kidwai is saying, that Gandhis don't care. They are unchallenged supreme leaders, regardless of what the electoral results are, regardless of what people say internally, regardless of who leaves. So the next natural question is, are the Gandhis running the Congress party aground? Are they destroying the Congress party?
Absolutely, Shivani. I think you've summed up the crux of the matter very simply. Yahan kuch nahi hona, sab apna dekho. That's the truth of the Congress. Because I've also been speaking to some people who are not only covering the Congress party, but also inclined towards the party's ideology. And I have learned that the three Gandhis somehow believe that they have a moral right to govern this country. And that is why you see this high-headedness when Rahul Gandhi travels abroad, when Priyanka Gandhi is addressing election rallies, when Sonia Gandhi is speaking to the press or some specific journalists, and when Rahul Gandhi addresses events in Cambridge or Harvard or places like that. So there is this high-headedness that prevails amongst the Gandhis that is propagated by the Congress party spokespersons, for which reasons they do not come on such shows, because they would be questioned. So yes, there is a prevailing high-headedness. But look at this, Shivani. If a person like Kapil Sibal, we might disagree with his politics, but a person as loyal to the Congress as Kapil Sibal, if he feels unheard, if he feels unimportant, if his concerns feel unaddressed, what hope lies for any other average worker within the party? And the bigger question is, are people now rejecting the potential leadership of Rahul Gandhi within the party for 2024? Look at what has happened since the championship.
I don't think
so. Hardik Patel goes out. Congress's hopes in Gujarat are almost done. They're over. They're not winning that election. In Punjab, Sunil Jhakar, the Hindu stalwart, one of the biggest leaders of the party, walks out of the party. They're pretty much decimated in Punjab.
No, some leaders are doing that. Tushar, there is a distinction. Some leaders have been disillusioned for quite a while, young, old, whatever you may say. Earlier, it was projected as some sort of a battle between the old guard and the new guard. It is quite clear that the disillusionment runs through the ranks in the Congress party. Some people are leaving from time to time. But the Congress as a body insists that Rahul Gandhi is still the man to lead them. I'm going to come to that question in just a bit of Rahul Gandhi's leadership. Professor Bhuvan Joshi Bhaskar of the Samajwadi Party is also joining us. So thank you for joining us. But Tuhin, I'm coming to you first up. Usually when Congress leaders join the BJP, they join other parties, the charge that comes from the Congress party is, see, ये अपने ambition के लिए कर रहे हैं, हमने इनको इतना दिया, लेकिन बहुत ज़्यादा over ambitious है लोग, या deal हो गई है, या कोई pressure है agencies का वगैरह वगैरह, ये सारी चीजें BJP के ऊपर इल्जाम लगता है that you try to break away their leaders. That was an allegation during Hardik Patel's exit. But here, a true blue congressman with 30 years of association is not joining the BJP. He's not even joining the Samajwadi Party. This is even a worse indictment of the Congress Party. because he's not even choosing to stay within the Congress party, even if he doesn't join any other party.
Shivani, the Congress is a sunken ship. No amount of effort can retrieve it. It is incorrigible. Jyotiraditya ji realized it 2 years back. People who are realizing it now are still, late entrants. The fact is, after 2019, the first thing they should have done was this Chintan Shivir. They did it 3 years too late. They don't have a plan to replace the leadership. Now you are saying that Rahul Gandhi and the family will continue to be the undisputed leader. Even Asaduddin Owaisi is the undisputed leader of his party. How many seats does he have? 1 seat? The Congress, mind you, will be reduced to not more than a dozen seats in 2024. Rahul Gandhi so proudly said in the Shivir that no regional party can challenge the BJP, only we can. But fact is, Congress is a regional party today. They have governments in only 2 states, and wherever in Jharkhand or Maharashtra they are ruling only because of the Vasuli culture. So you need to realize there are 2 reasons why Congress has been reduced to this level. One is the ideological corruption. The union of states theory, the new OCD of its leader, I don't know where he derives it from, but can you imagine an Indian leader going to England and brazenly endorsing China's international debt diplomacy? The debt diplomacy which has destroyed Sri Lanka and Pakistan in the Indian subcontinent and many countries in Africa. And he endorses it. He becomes the spokesperson of China. And you still expect, well-meaning people to continue being in Congress. I think anybody who has some self-respect will quit Congress at this point of time. Now, coming to Kapil Sibal, he's also a mercenary. More than a politician, many of his political deals are barter deals. Tomorrow, if he fights a case for Asaduddin, he might take a ticket from him.
Okay, can I take that? I'm going to come back to the Rahul Gandhi politics issue in just a bit. But can I take that to Mr. Bhuvan also, who's joining us? Professor Bhuvan, a lot of people are asking this question कि exactly deal क्या हुआ है समाजवादी पार्टी और कपिल सिब्बल का? Why are you sending him to Rajya Sabha but he's not joining your party?
Okay, I think today is a day to congratulate Mr. Kapil Sibal क्योंकि आज उनका जो ड्रीम्स है वो ड्रीम्स कम ट्रू हुआ है जैसा कि उन्होंने खुद कहा है और उस ड्रीम्स को पूरा करने में हमारे नेता माननीय अखिलेश यादव जी ने सहयोग करने का काम करा है। निश्चित तौर पर हमारे जो नेता हैं उत्तर प्रदेश में उत्तर प्रदेश को सौहार्द को उत्तर प्रदेश के संविधान को लोकतंत्र बचाने की लड़ाई को लड़ रहे हैं माननीय अखिलेश यादव।
तो वो पार्टी आपकी ज्वाइन क्यों नहीं कर रहे?
देखिए निश्चित तौर पर मैं आ रहा हूँ उस विषय पे। मैंने आपके क्वेश्चन को अच्छे से समझ लिया। मैं आपको जवाब देना चाहता हूँ इसका। मैं कहना चाहता हूँ वो एक बहुत बड़े प्रतिष्ठित वकील है और निश्चित तौर पे अगर संविधान को बचाना है तो एक ऐसे व्यक्ति के साथ जो लगातार और भारतीय जनता पार्टी का जैसे आप देख रहे हैं उत्तर प्रदेश में भी शासन है और देश में भी शासन है, निश्चित तौर पे अपने पॉलिटिकल एनिमीज को किस तरह ये लोग निपटा रहे हैं, इसकी लड़ाई को लड़ने के लिए एक ऐसे साथी की आवश्यकता है जो लगातार लड़ेंगे। और अभी बहुत सारे लोगों को जवाब मिल गया होगा जब लोग कहना चाहते हैं कि माननीय आजम साहब की अखिलेश जी ने क्या मदद किया। मैं कहना चाहता हूँ हमारे माननीय नेता अखिलेश यादव जी एकमात्र देश में ऐसा नेता है जो कहते नहीं करते हैं।
नहीं भुवन जी, मेरे पास समय थोड़ा कम है, आप मेरे सवाल का जवाब दीजिए कि ये आप कैसी डील है ये कि आप राज्यसभा भेज रहे हैं? पहली बार नहीं है, ऐसा होता है, लेकिन वो आपकी पार्टी ज्वाइन क्यों नहीं कर रहे? ज्वाइन करके भी लड़ सकते हैं।
देखिए वो एक मेरे ख्याल से हम स्वाधीनता जिसे कहते हैं हमारे मत की हमारे वोट की जो हमारा संविधान देता है उसके अधिकार के तहत वो है कि वो क्या फैसला लेते हैं। और उन्होंने जो हमारा जो मेन मुद्दा है कि सेकुलर कास्ट है, सेकुलर लोगों को अपने साथ जोड़ने का।
Hemant Atri, I'm coming to this question. Kapil Sibal did tell us that he wants to be an independent voice without any burden of any party, but he wants to play a role where he can bring like-minded opposition parties together against the BJP. My question to you is this a new idea? This idea has been tried and it has failed already. So what's so new that Kapil Sibal is hoping to achieve?
See, Shivani, actually what Mr. Kapil Sibal wants to do is he wants to keep a high moral ground as far as Congress party is concerned. If you recollect, he joined Congress party in 1996. And he remained there till 2022 and he left on 16th of this month. Now, the thing is, he could have joined any party. But why he wants to remain aloof is, there are 2 simple reasons for that. One is political reason and the other one is a professional reason. He is a, advocate par excellence. He has friends and foes across the party lines, particularly more foes in BJP and friends all over the party, particularly in opposition. So what Mr. Sibal wants to do is he doesn't want to get stamped with X, Y, or Z. Like
Okay,
Mr.
fair enough.
If you recollect.
But this whole alliance things, this whole Modi versus all, I think it has already been tried and it has failed. It helps Narendra Modi.
But democracy, it's a process. It will keep going. If I want to remind you one thing, what Mr. Ram Jethmalani used to do, he was also, see, these are the two similarly placed cases. What Mr. Jethmalani used to do, he was MP Rajya Sabha from 4 different parties on 4 terms. Why? For the very simple reason, except for, he also remained BJP MP in Vajpayee's time. So the thing is, these professional people, they have their own way of functioning and working.
No, okay.
As far as Mr. Sibal is concerned.
But on his larger vision, Tuhin, I want a response from you. You must have heard what Kapil Sibal said, that opposition parties need to come together, like-minded parties need to come together, and he wants to play a role. And in that he can bring them together. Now, recently, you must have seen what happened in Goa, this massive tussle that went on between the Congress and the TMC on just, coming together and fighting an election to keep the BJP out. It has been tried in UP, it has been tried in other states, it has been tried at the national level. Are you worried that this so-called alliance with or without the Congress party can hurt the BJP?
Shivani, Arunji was also a lawyer turned politician, but at some point of time, he allowed the politician in him to keep the lawyer aside. The problem with Kapil Sibal is that he cannot let go of money minting opportunities as a lawyer.
He's not here to defend himself. Please don't make personal allegations. Just talk about what he has said.
What he has said has no credibility. He has done what he has done is basically retain a bungalow in Lutyens, Delhi. It's as simple as that. He does not have the gravitas to organize the opposition together.
Okay.
It may seem very good of him to make these comments, but he just doesn't have that stature or that gravitas.
Okay. I come to the question of Rahul Gandhi. Tuhin Sinha, Rashid Kidwai had made a comment earlier that the kind of politics that Congress is playing under Rahul Gandhi, from a very centrist party to an ultra-left party, where you support those who chant Tukre Tukre allegedly, and you also talk about how India is not a country or a nation at all, that too on foreign soil. I mean, I think that is a bigger problem for the Congress party, not so much that it cannot put up a fight. The Congress party is fighting. But what is it fighting for? The people are not associating themselves with it.
Well, I think that is
absolutely it is the ideological.
Yes, Rashid Kidwai.
I think that is why I keep saying this is for something for the Congress to respond, because at this point of time the voter cannot come in and decide who should be the leader of the Congress party.
No, but the voter is deciding. Rashid Kidwai, I'm sorry I'm interrupting you. The voter is deciding again and again. The Congress party is refusing to listen. What is the Congress's politics today? Especially what Rahul Gandhi does.
So, Shivani, you look at the history of Indian politics post-independent, several political parties, including the Congress. What happens if the party is not doing well? Then there is an inner kind of revolt. Indira Gandhi faced it, who was a very towering leader. Mr. Lal Krishna Advani also faced it, not in the same manner, but definitely post-2009. Then he was subsequently benched. The fact of the matter is that I keep saying the stakeholders in the Congress are not willing to, for whatever reason, they are not prepared to do so.
Okay.
So this drift will continue.
Okay. Tushar, let me give you a final 30 seconds. Do you think it's the politics, especially helmed by Rahul Gandhi in the Congress, that has hurted the most in recent years, and the Congress is refusing to do any course correction? I'm asking you a larger question, not related to Kapil Sibal alone.
Absolutely. Rahul Gandhi, Priyanka Gandhi, Sonia Gandhi. These are the elephants in the room the Congress is refusing to address. They'll ask their workers to repay the debt. They'll blame people who want to leave the party. They'll question the secular credentials of the BJP. They'll question the policies. But what they don't realize, and I can't put it more brutally, people do not want to vote for Rahul Gandhi. They see him on the election roll. They see him on the ballot paper. They just do not want to vote for him. They're repelled by the idea of voting for him. I cannot put this more brutally. We've seen this on 2 different occasions in the national elections, on countless occasions in state elections. People do not want to vote for Rahul Gandhi in 2014. They did not want to vote him in 2019, and they will not vote him in 2024. That's as brutal as it gets.
All right, I have to leave it at that. The Congress Party's issues ultimately, as Rashid Kidwai says, have to be dealt by the Congress Party, but it is a matter of national debate because the Congress is not just the oldest political party in India, but apart from the BJP, the only pan-India party. Is it endangering itself or has it already happened? This debate is a continuing one, but I want to shift our focus to our next debate. Justice has finally been served, at least part of it. Terrorist Yasin Malik has been given life term in the terror funding case today. Malik has been charged under various sections of the IPC and the UAPA. He's been handed multiple sentences, in fact, by the judge, which will run concurrently. He's also been fined over 10 lakh rupees. Meanwhile, security has been beefed up in Jammu and Kashmir. Before the verdict was announced, minor incidents of stone pelting took place. The Gupkar Alliance has already called the sentence unfortunate.
सर यासीन मलिक को आज लाइफ इम्प्रिजनमेंट की सजा हुई है। आपने कोर्ट में आर्ग्यू किया था कि डेथ सेंटेंस नहीं दी जाए, क्या वजह थी इसके पीछे कि डेथ सेंटेंस की मांग आपने क्यों खारिज की?
मैंने जज साहब से कहा सेक्शन 121A IPC के अंदर उनको उम्र कैद की सजा सुनाई जाए। 121A IPC में जो मैक्सिमम सजा का प्रावधान है वो है मृत्युदंड, जो NIA द्वारा ऑनरेबल कोर्ट को रिक्वेस्ट किया जाए कि यासीन मलिक को दिया जाए। मैं कोर्ट द्वारा अपॉइंटेड अमेकस क्यूरी यासीन मलिक के लिए उम्र कैद की सजा का कोर्ट से रिक्वेस्ट किया। अल्टीमेटली दोनों लोग की दलीलें को सुनने के बाद कोर्ट ने इस बात का निर्णय दिया कि यासीन मलिक को सेक्शन 121 IPC और सेक्शन 17 UAPA के अंदर उम्र कैद की सजा सुनाई जाए।
2 life imprisonments have been given, and besides that 10 years rigorous imprisonment in 10 offences, besides monetary penalty, and all the punishments will run concurrently.
Here's also what the Gupkar Alliance has said while condemning Malik's imprisonment. Can you believe that in 2022 they're actually defending this man? They've gone on to say that this imprisonment given to Malik is unfortunate. This is a setback to peace efforts. They've also gone on to say that a verdict has been delivered but not justice. They suggest that Malik contest this verdict further. Remember, Yasin Malik had chosen not to undergo trial. He had pleaded guilty to all the charges against him. The terrorist has finally gotten a life sentence in this terror funding case. But the big question we're also asking is, because this is a lot of expectations from the system on Yasin Malik and what he represents, what about the other cases where he's accused, including of other things, of murdering Indian forces in cold blood? First up, I'm also going across to some breaking news coming in. CNN News18 has accessed Malik's sentencing order. The judge has written in the order that the crimes are of a very serious nature. The order goes on to read, and I quote, "The crime becomes more serious as it was committed with the assistance of foreign powers and designated terrorists," unquote. Here, of course, the courts are referring to the roles of the LET and the Hizbul chiefs who have given money to Yasin Malik. Remember, that was what the case is, to foment trouble in Jammu and Kashmir. My colleague Arunima is also joining us. She's accessed this order. Arunima, tell us more of what stands out.
You know, in this 20-page order, the judge, Judge Praveen Singh, who's the special judge of the NIA court, has argued what were the arguments made by NIA and by the counsel who was representing Praveen Singh. And then at one point he says the crime for which convict has been convicted are of very serious nature. The crimes are intended to strike at the heart of the idea of India and intended to forcefully secede Jammu and Kashmir from Union of India. The crimes become more serious as it was committed with the assistance of foreign powers, and it was behind a smoke screen of an alleged peaceful political movement. Then he goes on to say, in my opinion, even though Yasin Malik claims that he has given up guns in 1994, this is what Judge Praveen Singh says, in my opinion, there was no reformation of this convict. It may be correct that the convict has given up gun in the year 94, but he has never expressed any regret for the violence he had committed prior to year 94. It is to be noticed that when he claimed to have given up the path of violence, Government of India took it on face value and gave him an opportunity to reform and in good faith tried to engage in a meaningful dialogue with him and gave him every platform to express his opinion. However, as discussed in the order of charge, the convict did not desist from violence. Rather, betraying the good intention of the government, he took different paths to orchestrate violence in the guise of political struggle. That is what Judge Praveen Singh has said, and that is why he has gone on to give him life imprisonment. He says that life imprisonment is a good enough punishment for him for this to prove as a deterrent to anybody else who thinks of walking the same path as Yasin Malik.
So Arunima, because this is a life imprisonment, the NIA had wanted a death penalty. Are you hearing anything from the agency or what they might want to do next?
Well, not yet. The National Investigation Agency had sought the death sentence, but I think their immediate focus will be to secure conviction of the others accused in this case. For Yasin Malik's case, they were satisfied with the fact that the evidence that they had accumulated, that they had put together, that has been appreciated in this case, and the first conviction has been secured. They are now waiting to see what happens to the others who are facing trial in this matter.
All right, Arunima, thanks a lot for bringing us that order and its details. I also want to go across to our guest joining us now. Tuhin Sinha of the BJP continues with us. Sushant Sareen is Senior Fellow of the ORF joining us. Sushant, how do you see the life imprisonment today? Do you think this works as a balm? Because this is a very recent case. So in that sense, it's a big success for the NIA to not only crack down on the terror funding, to bring all of these these protagonists of this terror funding case, apart from Yasin Malik, to book and also win a conviction. Do you think this is a big success, first of all, and works as a balm to the wounds in Jammu and Kashmir?
Well, I think it does work as a balm, but not entirely. I think justice still needs to be done in the murders which Yasin Malik and his cronies did way back in the late 80s and early 90s.
Yes.
I think that case still is hanging fire, and hopefully that should be concluded soon. And then whatever the sentence will come in, that will come. But I think in the current case, we need to be mindful of two things. Number one, the charges against him, if you really stressed it, death sentence could be given. But I think the judge did the right thing, because in two of the charges which were imposed on or which were leveled against Yasin Malik, there was either death sentence or life imprisonment. And because in the case of death sentence, there are other complications involved, and there are, it has to be of a nature that it warrants a death sentence. I think the judge did the right thing by giving life imprisonment. Of course, Yasin Malik will deserve a death sentence in the case of the murder of the four IAF officers. The second thing is that in this particular case, I think the charge sheet was very strong. But we also have to admit that Yasin Malik simply confessed all his crimes. In the case of the other, co-accused, the trial still has to carry on. And hopefully, and I think that the evidence which has been gathered by the NIA is compelling enough that the other co-accused will also get a similar sentence. And that will bring the final closure to this particular case.
Yes.
But I think it's kudos to the NIA and the investigating agencies that finally terrorists are being prosecuted and being punished. And I think that is the bottom line.
No, that's the point that I was making, that there is a message that is being sent, because, Yasin Malik had become, the poster boy, if I can use that term, of how terrorism and terrorists used to cock a snook at the Indian state. Tuhin Sinha, look at the statement even today by the Gupkar Alliance. They're saying that this will foment more trouble, this will derail peace efforts. These people they have been keeping a gun to India's head for 40 years, precisely saying ki ye mat karo, ye ho jayega, ye mat karo, ye ho jayega. You remember what happened when terrorists were neutralized in the valley? So their mentality is shocking. They're saying don't punish him, even if he's guilty, because there will be trouble in Kashmir.
The worst years for India insofar as Kashmir was concerned was between 2004 and 2014, when a very clear-cut message was sent across by the UPA government that the Gupkar Alliance and people like Yasin Malik and the entire Hurriyat were indispensable in the resolution of Kashmir problem.
Yes.
So around 2009, 2010, Yasin Malik became the darling of Lutyens Delhi. Even the Prime Minister would love to have, get himself photographed with him. And it seemed that he is the one who will usher in a solution to the Kashmir problem. So you can imagine the kind of perfidy that the UPA was enacting on the Indian state. Thankfully, the judgment today is only the start of the process of justice. Like Sushantji just mentioned, when we actually come to the killing of the case involving the killing of 4 IAF personnel, it will be very difficult for him to escape death penalty. But today, I think the restoration of justice has begun, and it's a start in the right direction, and there will be no looking back from here. So the Gupkar Alliance anyway is redundant.
The system moves very slowly. We were hearing earlier from the wife of the slain, one of the slain IAS officer, and she was talking about how for 30 plus years she's been waiting. She still has hope. She says that justice delayed is justice denied, but I still want justice, and there should be death penalty for killing my husband. We're also joined by Sushil Pandit, Kashmiri activist, SP Vaid, former DGP of Jammu and Kashmir, Vakaraj Bhatti, he was also a Kashmiri activist. I want to go across to SP Vaid first up. Congratulations, it seems, are in order, Mr. Vaid, would you say, for the Indian state for managing what it has today, symbolically speaking? Everybody knew what Yasin Malik stands for, but symbolically. And secondly, the kind of reactions that are coming in from Pakistan, it just goes on to show how hurt they are today that Yasin Malik is finally, meeting his fate.
Shivani, justice is being done, and I'm glad that law of the land is prevailing. And coming to just Pakistan shortly, briefly, Pakistan is co-collaborator. Yes. So I'm not surprised of their action, their reaction. They were the ones who were using their stooges like Yasin Malik here in Kashmir to foment trouble, to do all hawala transactions, to fund the terrorism and stone pelting. I'm not surprised about Pakistan's reaction. In fact, if there is one person who should also
been convicted in this judgment is the Director General of Deep State ISI of Pakistan. He should have been the co-accused in this case. Coming to Yasin Malik, yes, I'm glad that judgment about his life sentence has come, but actual justice would be done when his more heinous crimes like murdering of 4 brave Indian Air Force officers and the butchering and rape and murder of genocide of Kashmiri Pandits. Yes. I think that day many of those families would feel satisfied. They're all waiting for the justice of the last 32 years. Yes. And we all owe this country's judicial system, criminal justice system owes a lot to the families of Air Force officers and Kashmiri Pandits.
Absolutely. Vakaraj Bhatti, I'm coming to you, and Sushil Pandit will respond to you. What kind of politicians are these in Jammu and Kashmir, in Kashmir especially? They're defending Yasin Malik. बिल्कुल शर्म नहीं आती इन लोगों को?
बिल्कुल जी आनी चाहिए. किसको शर्म आनी चाहिए? मुझे तो लगता है कि सबसे पहले तो आज आपको एक केस और बुक कर देना चाहिए, और वो है डॉक्टर मनमोहन सिंह पे, जो उस टाइम के प्रधानमंत्री थे, जो यासिन मलिक से मिलते थे. अगर यासिन मलिक आपकी नजर में आज आपने गिल्टी साबित किया कि वो आतंकवादी है, उसको आपने सजाए आज उम्र कैद दी है, तो फिर उसके साथ में जितने साथी थे उस टाइम के, चाहे फिर वो भारत सरकार के अंदर थे, चाहे वो नेशनल स्टेट लेवल की सरकार में थे,
तो बाद में जाना भाई साहब, मनमोहन सिंह पे तो बाद में जाना. ये जो कश्मीर की पॉलिटिशियंस और पार्टीज हैं, हुर्रियत के लीडर्स हैं, पहले उनकी बात कर लो ना.
नहीं, मैंने सुना जब 4 साल के पीरियड में जब यासिन मलिक ने गन उठाई थी, हथियार उठाया था, तो उसको वापस बुलाया था, अपने बोला था कि हथियार छोड़ के आ जाओ, हम टेबल पे आते हैं, बातचीत से मसले का हल करते हैं.
और फिर क्या किया उन्होंने? और फिर 2016 में क्या किया उन्होंने?
जेके अलाफ एक मूवमेंट थी जो इंडिपेंडेंट जम्मू कश्मीर
का मौका. अरे ये तो केस 2016 का है, उसमें क्या किया इन्होंने?
16 से सुनिए ना मैडम, 16 से अभी तक जो आपने आज उम्र कैद की सजा दी है ना, तो एक बात मुझे सिर्फ आप बता दें और बात की आवाम बता दे, क्या आज के बाद जम्मू कश्मीर में कोई किलिंग्स नहीं होगी? जम्मू कश्मीर में
उससे क्या,
मिलिटेंसी खत्म हो
ये क्या
जाएगी?
सवाल
जम्मू
होता है?
कश्मीर में सब कुछ खत्म हो
किसी को
जाएगा?
मर्डर कॉन्विक्ट को सजा मिलती है तो क्या देश में मर्डर खत्म हो जाते हैं, दुनिया में मर्डर खत्म हो जाते हैं? ये क्या बकवास है?
सुनिए ना, बकवास नहीं है,
बकवास है बिल्कुल।
ये बीजेपी को जताने के लिए हुआ है।
ये बीजेपी कहां से आया
जताने के लिए 2024 नजदीक है मैडम जी, यहाँ समझने वाली बात है। 2024 में ज्ञानगावी मस्जिद का मसला भी आया, शिवलिंग का मसला भी आया, और साथ में यासिन मलिक का मसला भी आया। ये
यासिन मलिक का मसला कोई अब से थोड़ा चल रहा है भाई साहब,
मैडम जी
1980 से चल रहा है। क्या बोल रहे हैं सुशील पंडित? आई हैव फाइनल few minutes, रुक जाइए 2 सेकंड। सुशील पंडित, I feel a little shocked that even in today's India, in 2022, what happened in 1980s, 1990s, you know, there were certain circumstances, but even today, these parties feel brave enough to say ki don't punish Yasin Malik, otherwise there will be less peace in Jammu and Kashmir. Dhamki to de rahe hain na, essentially.
Yes, and we are responsible for their brazenness because for the last 32 years, we have literally paid a ransom to these killers. We have made them icons. We have given them treatment befitting heads of the state. We have literally condoned their massacres and genocide.
Yes.
So today, if they have become brazen and shameless, we should be looking inwards. This man is still not tried for genocide. He's still not tried for the killing of our Air Force officers.
Yes.
I was hearing Mr. Sinha saying that when that case is heard, then he's sure that that sentence will be passed. That case is 30 years
Bhati sahab
old.
ruk jaiye, Bhati sahab ruk jaiye.
That case is going on in a TADA court and the charge sheets are not even filed yet.
Okay, good point.
Can you believe this?
Let me take Rohit Sinha on that.
After their slaughter, even a charge sheet is not filed.
No,
and since 2008,
right question to ask. Mr. Tuhin Sinha, please respond. Why are these cases dragging on despite the prominence of these cases and the brutality involved and Indian forces involved?
Well, if you look at this particular case, which was which goes back to 2017, there has been it has been solved rather expeditiously. So I don't exactly know the details regarding that particular case, but I'm sure this is an inflection point. Sooner than later, it is a matter of time before Yasin Malik is awarded a death sentence, and that as well. There are times when cases get delayed for reasons which, sitting over here, I may not be privy to, because the investigating agencies have their own processes which they follow, and sometimes for want of evidence. But I'm not sure what exactly is the case over there. It is a matter of time before that case, bears the same fruition.
Sushil Pandit wants to continue. Yes, Mr. Pandit, quickly.
For your viewers, I must say that in February 2019, when Yasin Malik was arrested and JKLF was banned, the then Home Secretary, Mr. Rajiv Gauba, in a press conference and a written press note said, he is guilty of Kashmiri Hindu genocide. That is why he was arrested in 2019 and JKLF banned in the month of February. Where are the charges of genocide? Where are the charges of manslaughter, rape, abduction? Where are those charges? These have been, some charges which leave him without a death sentence, and I'm sure he's being readied for some hostage swap. We will end up paying through the lives of innocent when people are taking hostage in order to get Yasin Malik freedom.
Okay, Mr. Vaid, is that a real prospect? One second, Mr. Pandit. Mr. Vaid, is that a real prospect that keeping him alive is worse for Indian state than death penalty?
I'll give you examples.
Yes, let Mr. Vaid respond. Yes, there is a precedent to what you're saying. Yes, there is a precedent to what you're saying. Mr. Vaid, quickly, please.
Shivani, I would not like to jump into the conclusion before court awards a death penalty to him. I don't think I should be saying this, because it is the prerogative of the court to award him death sentence or life imprisonment. And the kind of crimes he has committed, I will not be surprised if he's given death.
No, Sushil Pandit is saying that now that he is going to be in jail, in Indian jail for the rest of his life. I mean, of course, I'm not counting what may happen as far as the IF officers' killings case is concerned. But that is a dangerous situation for India because terrorists could want to, kidnap or hijack something asking in return for Yasin Malik to be freed. Is that a real prospect, you think?
I don't think today's India is India of 1999 when hijacking happened and exchanged of terrorists happened in Afghanistan.
Okay.
That is not the possibility now.
Okay. So, Shan Sareen, final comments from all of our guests. There is pressure on the Indian state. And I know that political parties will say, but they were in power for so many times. Look what changes have happened. As an observer, would you say that yes, changes in Kashmir have been slow to come about, but they are coming about? In other words, what would you say to assuage what Sushil Pandit feels today? Mr. Sareen? I can't hear him. I don't think he can hear me either. Shan Sareen, can you hear me? Okay. Mr. Vaid, can you take that question? Because Sushil Pandit is obviously feeling aggrieved. What about those cases? Why has it taken it so long?
See, Sushil Pandit has a point, and I completely agree with him. In fact, the families of those who were slaughtered are waiting for justice for more than 3 decades. It is, I think, a failure of the whole criminal justice system, including investigation part, which is done by police and investigating agencies.
But it's also a failure of the politics of the time, no, sir? Because if I have it correct, he was virtually granted amnesty despite the crimes that he committed. It was a political amnesty of sorts for him.
Absolutely, Shivani. I absolutely agree with you. And since police comes under the political executive, and that is why if there is a political amnesty, I wonder what police could have done.
Yeah.
And similarly, the failure of prosecution and the judicial system. I think the whole criminal justice system owes an explanation to all these families.
Yes. I have only a minute left now. Sushant, I lost you in between. The question I was wanting to ask you was, change in Kashmir has been slow and painful to come for. People like Sushil Pandit still feel aggrieved that this one man walks alive. And, as I was mentioning, the wife of the slain IF officer also said so. But do you believe that there have been structural changes of the kind in Jammu and Kashmir today that we cannot go back to what it was? That it is irreversible what has happened in Jammu and Kashmir, and that politics will no longer be able to return regardless of what the Gupkar alliance tries or does?
Shivani, it's a mixed bag. Some things have become irreversible. I don't think you will ever see a situation returning to the dark years of the late 80s and early 90s. I think that has gone. I don't think there will ever be an occasion where the Indian state will cease to function in large parts of Jammu and Kashmir like happened in the past. So I think that is irreversible. Is the politics irreversible? I am not entirely convinced of that. I think some opportunities have been lost. Some opportunities have still not been grabbed. And don't think there's sufficient attention being paid on getting the politics right. And as you very correctly put it, make it irreversible. And I think one metric to judge that would be that you would hear a completely different statement from the Gupkar gang. They would not have said that Yasin Malik sentencing will create all sorts of problems. They should have welcomed this. They should have come out openly against terrorism, against separatism, against terror financing, against that entire ecosystem. Unfortunately, many of those people who are the entrenched politicians in Jammu and Kashmir also partake from that ecosystem. So they will not come out openly against it.
Obviously, but they have the bravado to do so. That's what I was pointing out. I have run out of time. I do thank all of our guests for joining us. What happens to the other more brutal cases in which Yasin Malik is accused? That is the big question now. We have to slip into a very short break. On the other side, the day's biggest stories.
CNN News 18 races ahead of Times Now and Republic. News over noise. CNN News 18 on your side.
An FIR against Tamil magazine Junior Vigadan and 2 YouTubers. The complaint has been filed by a real estate firm G Square Realtors, claiming extortion and intimidation by a close associate of the Vigadan group. The opposition has called the government's move an attempt to muzzle the media. The son of a former Congress minister, Hukum Tarada, was charged for ramming his car of a businessman, in fact, in Sehor in Madhya Pradesh.
Rohitab Singh was driving in an inebriated state with a drink by his side. After he rammed into the SUV of a businessman, the occupants got out of the car and confronted him and sought money for the damages. But the former minister's son fought with them and rammed into their car for a second time. The police have registered a case and the vehicle has been impounded.
The United States has confirmed its first case of monkeypox that was detected in a man in Massachusetts. 4 suspected cases have been reported from other parts of the country as well. The monkeypox virus has now spread to several countries. Now, even as the world battles the coronavirus, the monkeypox virus is wreaking havoc across the world. The disease spreads basically from infected wild animals. Human-to-human transmission is also possible via touch as well as via air. Cases have been detected in at least 16 countries. In fact, Belgium has implemented monkeypox quarantines. EU nations are working on a vaccine for the monkeypox. The smallpox vaccine is 85% effective on monkeypox virus. Over 5 crore beneficiaries aged 15 to 18 have received their first dose of the COVID vaccine. That is 80% of the eligible population in that age group. India began inoculating those in the age group of 15 to 18 from the 3rd of January. Over 190 crore doses have been administered so far in that category. Model Kate Moss is expected to be called in as a witness in the Johnny Depp-Amber Heard defamation trial. Moss dated Depp back in the 1990s and the duo are reportedly still close. Earlier in the trial, Amber Heard brought up Depp's relation with Moss during her testimony. Violent crashes broke out today in Andhra Pradesh's Amalapuram over a proposal to rename the Konasima district as the B.R. Ambedkar Konasima district.
Hundreds of protesters took to the streets for a Chalo Konasima march. The protesters tried to march towards the collectorate in Amalapuram but were blocked by the police. So the protesters resorted to stone pelting. They even tried to torch the residence of an Andhra minister, P. Vishwaroop. A private bus was also set on fire by the protesters. Section 144 has been imposed in Konasima in the wake of protests against the proposal to rename the district.
A Jammu and Kashmir policeman was shot.
Let's get you a quick check of the day's biggest stories. We're starting from America. 10 days after the attack in New York, another mass shooting took place in America, this time at a Texas elementary school, the second worst attack ever on record.
A teenage gunman went on a shooting spree at a Texas elementary school, killing 19 children and 2 adults, with 2 others critically injured.
Look for my daughter. After the shooting, they don't know where she's at.
The gunman, identified as 18-year-old Salvador Ramos, was killed by police on the scene. Hours later, a visibly shaken Joe Biden asked Americans to stand up to the gun lobby.
As a nation, we have to ask, when in God's name are we going to stand up to the gun lobby?
This is the worst attack at the US school in a decade.
After violence over Konasima renaming in Andhra Pradesh yesterday, a fresh renaming row has broken out. The BJP today held a protest in Guntur demanding the renaming of Jinnah Tower to Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam Tower. The BJP has slammed the Jagan Mohan Reddy government in the state, accusing them of suppressing voices. A few months ago, this tower was painted in the colours of the Indian national flag. Even as the legal tussle over Gyanvapi mosque rages, another flashpoint has emerged in Bengaluru. The Vishwa Hindu Parishad protested, demanding the survey of the Malali Jummah Masjid. This after a structure resembling a Hindu temple was found as far as this site is concerned. Dakshin Kannada District Collector though has said that this issue will be tackled legally. A fresh plea has been filed by the Hindu side over Gyanvapi issue. Petitioners demanded that Muslims be barred from the complex. The Varanasi court transferred the case to a fast-track court today. The case will now be heard on May 30. The plea was filed despite the Supreme Court's order calling for unhindered access to Muslims to offer namaz at the mosque. Meanwhile, the next hearing in the ongoing Gyanvapi tussle will take place tomorrow. A controversy has erupted over a viral video from Jammu in which several students can be seen offering namaz inside the Dhanvantari library of the Jammu University. The Hindu students groups have claimed that this is with an intent of inciting or creating communal tensions in Jammu. The dean of the university has ordered a probe, adding that the library is not a place to offer namaz. Enforcement Directorate, which is probing the money laundering case linked to Dawood Ibrahim, questioned several aides of the absconding terrorist, during which Chota Shakil's relative Salim Fruit revealed that gangster Chota Shakil is in Karachi, Pakistan. This comes after a Mumbai court on Friday sent gangster Chota Shakil's close associates to 14-day judicial custody. Remember, the NIA has conducted several raids in Mumbai over the past few weeks. An eyewitness to the shooting of Al Jazeera journalist Shireen Abu Akleh 2 weeks ago has revealed that Israeli Defense Forces carried out a targeted attack.
A moment of casual chatter. Then the shots start. This is the last moment we see Shireen Abu Akleh walking with colleagues, seemingly at ease. Seconds later, she's lying motionless on the ground. Shava Hanesha has become a key eyewitness to the May 11th shooting of Abu Akleh. She and 8 others present told CNN it was the Israel Defense Forces that shot her and that they thought it was deliberate.
They want to kill us. This is why they shoot.
And while there is yet to be an official determination on who killed Abu Akleh, these testimonies and videos are compelling evidence that the Israeli government must answer to.
Ousted Pakistan Prime Minister Imran Khan is on his way to Islamabad, leading a convoy of supporters demanding fresh elections in the country. Pakistani authorities blocked off all major roads into the capital. Meanwhile, police fired tear gas at PTI workers in Pakistan's Punjab when they tried to remove roadblocks on highways leading to Islamabad. Even as the world is still dealing with the coronavirus, monkeypox virus is wreaking havoc in at least 12 countries. Kurd Zeske survived an outbreak nearly 2 decades ago.
The reemergence of monkeypox in the U.S. brings back some painful memories for Kurt Zeske. You survived monkeypox.
Yes.
The Lake Geneva man was a veterinarian in 2003 and came in contact with a prairie dog carrying the virus.
Within about 48 hours of my handling that specimen, I became ill. Chicken pox or pox-like lesions, nausea, dizziness, high fever.
There were 71 monkeypox cases reported in the U.S. in 2003, 39, or more than half of them, right here in Wisconsin. There's not been a single Wisconsin case reported in the 19 years since, but health officials say they're ready if monkeypox were to return.
Parts of the Middle East are enveloped in a thick layer of dust as a mega sandstorm blows through the region. The storm caused a building to collapse in Iran, leading to 11 deaths.
Baghdad's skies were painted red as the country faced a massive sandstorm, the 10th one in 2 months. Several people were hospitalized with breathing difficulties. In neighboring Iran, the sandstorm caused the still under construction building in Abadan to collapse. 11 bodies were recovered from the debris, with more fear trapped. Abadan Mayor Hossein Hamidpour and 9 others were arrested. Lawmakers opened a separate parliament inquiry into the case to determine the cause of the collapse.
And finally, in the Peruvian city of San Miguel, locals celebrate a unique environment-friendly car race, which is popularly called the Crazy Car Contest. The participating vehicles are all made of recycled materials. The race was a part of celebrations to mark the district's 102nd anniversary. We leave you with that. Thanks a lot for watching.
Namaste and welcome to this edition of The Right Stand, ladies and gentlemen. Even as a fresh petition demanding handing over of the entire Gyanvapi Parisar to the Hindu Paksh has been sent to a fast-track court by a local court in Varanasi, today I would like to draw your attention to a stunning charge that was made by the counsel for one of the petitioners in the Gyanvapi case on The Right Stand last evening. Vishnu Jain, while speaking with us here on the show last night, claimed that the Shivling which the Hindu Paksh believes is the Adi Vishweshwar has been willfully desecrated by the Anjuman Intizamiya and a fountain-like structure on it has been mounted. He then further claimed that a 63-centimeter hole has been drilled into the Shivling and that the Muslim Paksh ahead of the survey attempted to remove the mounted structure from the Gyanvapi premises but were stopped by the CRPF. This stunning claim opens up a totally different dimension to the entire Gyanvapi issue. First, listen in to what Vishnu Jain said last evening on The Right Stand.
आनंद जी, मैं आपको सच्चाई बता रहा हूँ। हुआ ये है, जो शिवलिंग है वो इनके कब्जे में था वजू खाने के, उसके वेद भी करते रहते, तो उसमें इन्होंने तोड़ के कुछ ऊपर से जो आप स्ट्रक्चर देख रहे हैं सीमेंट टाइप का, उसमें इन्होंने कुछ ऐसा एक फव्वारा टाइप का स्ट्रक्चर बनाया था और वो जो इन्होंने स्ट्रक्चर बनाया था वो इस समय इनके स्टोर रूम में पड़ा हुआ है। आनंद जी, अभी कुछ दिन पहले उस चीज को ये ले जा रहे थे, सीआरपीएफ ने इनको रोक ली। तो ये सब जो इन्होंने हमारे भगवान के साथ, हमारे देवता के साथ बेअदबी की है, हमें पता है और उसकी लड़ाई हम लड़ रहे हैं। शिवलिंग हमको मिल गया है। ये जो उन्होंने उसके ऊपर कुछ अजीब सा स्ट्रक्चर रखा था, ये इनके स्टोर रूम में बंद है अभी और उसको हटा रहे थे ये लोग चुपके से। जब सीआरपीएफ ने रोका तो अभी भी इनके स्टोर रूम में पड़ा हुआ है। पूरे स्टोर रूम की भी वीडियोग्राफी, फोटोग्राफी हुई है, वो भी हम कोर्ट में दिखाएंगे कि उसको शिवलिंग को फव्वारा कैसे बोल रहे हैं, ये कैसे मेरे शिवलिंग के साथ खिलवाड़ किया गया, ये भी हम कोर्ट में प्रूफ करेंगे। कैसे उसमें 63 सेंटीमीटर का छेद हुआ है, ये भी हम प्रूफ करेंगे और कैसे छेद और नीचे तक नहीं हुआ, ये भी हम प्रूफ करेंगे। और इसीलिए मैं कह रहा हूँ आनंद जी, बहुत संजीदगी से कृपया करके वो दीवार खोलिए।
Stunning charges that have been made. Stunning charges that have been made which point to A, willful desecration, B, the question that the court will hear the issue of maintainability tomorrow, that is the 26th. The district judge will hear this issue because that has been asked as per the advice of the Honorable Supreme Court to be advised to be disposed of on priority. But can that issue of maintainability be looked at or be considered without perusing through the entire details of the survey video? This becomes a critical question amidst this allegation that there is a deliberate, willful desecration of the shivling. And is this not also in violation of the Places of Worship Act 1991? Because jo jahan tha wo waise ka waisa rakhna hai. That is what the law says. Many are challenging the law, but even as per the law, is the Muslim Paksh guilty of altering the nature and also the status of the structures present in the Gyanwapi Parisar? These questions, along with some very big questions that come to mind, ladies and gentlemen. Will the court take cognizance of the charges that have been made? It's a stunning charge. Is it time to seal the entire complex amid the court hearings? Till the time the court completes hearing, should the entire complex be sealed? Is it time to survey the entire complex? Because unless the entire complex is surveyed, those walls which block access broken down, can we actually get to the Gyanwapi ka sach? Can maintainability be decided without seeing the survey? That's another big question that remains. Can maintainability be decided without seeing the survey? And thereby the debate question, should the court seal Gyanwapi complex? Anila Singh of the BJP with us, Maulana Masoodul Hasan Kazmi, who was there last evening when this claim was made, is with us, Karthik Chopra, political analyst, with us, and Madan Mohan Yadav, lawyer of the Hindu side, is also with us. My namaste to everybody. Maulana Masoodul Hasan Kazmi, this is a stunning charge that's been made. You were there last evening.
Yes, Anandji, I see the matter is sub judice, but the Mandir side day by day cooking up stories after stories, stories after stories, and people are assuming and have judged that the findings of the controversial survey commission on which the Honorable Lower Court had sacked the ex-advocate commissioner. So on the basis of that, stories are being cooked up. Let us wait for the court order tomorrow. Let us wait for the court hearing in the district court. So why are we vitiating the peaceful atmosphere of the country by inciting communal passion of peaceful Indians?
Oh. Now suddenly peaceful Indians and peaceful commission and peaceful sentiment is coming, sir. Why aren't you enraged that the sentiment and the astha of a fellow Indian may have been desecrated? Seat of astha may have been desecrated by other fellow Indians, sir. Why aren't you asking that question? If somebody has attempted to defile the shivling, drill a hole into that shivling, do you not want to know? Because आप तो हिंदू आस्था का एहतराम करते हैं, आपने खुद कहा है. ये सवाल आप क्यों नहीं पूछ रहे हैं?
मैं एहतराम करता हूं. I am not advocate of the Aurangzeb, but I am for the supremacy and primacy of the Constitution, primacy of the constitutional value, primacy of the law of the land.
No, if it is one law of the land and if that is what you're looking at primacy, then you tell me, sir, should the survey video not be seen? If there is proof of a fountain structure, either prove that Vishnu Jain is a liar or prove that he is a fantastic lawyer.
No, his claims have not been examined in the court.
So you agree it should be examined in the court?
The court has not.
You agree it should be examined in the court?
His claim has not been examined in the court.
So you are saying it should be examined in the court? Let it be examined in the court. मैं कहता हूँ let me agree with you that Vishnu Jain ऐसी झूठ फैला रहे हैं. So let the court prove कि वो झूठ बोल रहे हैं. Prove it in court.
Court will decide over it.
So you're saying court should examine? No, if court has to decide whether Vishnu Jain's claim is false or true, then the court has to look at the survey video. Then the court has to look at the survey video, because the older videos also show Maulana Masoodul Hasan Kazmi that the Muslim Paksh has deliberately tried to alter the Gyanvapi Parisar. They have tried to put chuna in certain places. They have done brickwork in certain places. What are bamboo sticks doing in the lower floor? These are also questions which need answer. यादव जी बताइए, मैं क्या गलत सवाल पूछ रहा हूँ?
कंट्रोवर्शियल,
आप एकदम
and is not reliable fully.
जब भी सांस्कृतिक न्याय की बात सामने आती है, तुरंत गंगा जमुना तहजीब, भाईचारा, सहिष्णुता, ये सारे दुनिया की सारी मर्यादा बुद्धि हम पे ही थोपी जाती है। जबकि कितना बड़ा सांस्कृतिक अन्याय हुआ है। एक महान राष्ट्र, उसके नागरिक यदि चाहते हैं कि उसके साथ न्याय हो, ये प्रलाप किया जाता है, तरह तरह के कुतर्क किए जाते हैं। उपासना पद्धति बदल जाने से पुरखे नहीं बदलते हैं, न संस्कृति बदलती है, न देश बदलता है। आपको तो सोचता है आगे आके ये सांस्कृतिक न्याय के जो स्थान है, मापदंड है, मुस्लिम आक्रांताओं ने तो वहां पे विजय स्तंभ स्थापित किया है, न कि कोई उपासना स्थल गया है, न तो मस्जिद बनाई है। मस्जिद बनाने के लिए देश में बहुत जगह थी, लेकिन ठीक उसी
खुदा के वास्ते हमें हिंदुओं का दुश्मन मत बताओ, हमें हिंदुओं का दुश्मन मत बताओ, हिंदू हमारे भाई हैं।
अगर हम सांस्कृतिक न्याय की बात करते हैं तो आपको समस्या सहिष्णुता की बात करेंगे, भाईचारा, गंगा जमुना तहजीब, केवल सारी दुनिया की मर्यादा बुद्धि हम पे ही थोपी जाती है। अरे भाई, देश का विभाजन मजहब के नाम पे हुआ है, याद रखिए। आज हम सांस्कृतिक न्याय की बात करते हैं तो इसमें तो आपको आगे आना चाहिए। आपके भी पूर्वज तो उसी परंपरा के अनुयायी रहे हैं। केवल मध्यकाल तक अपने को सीमित मत रखिए।
तो साहब हमें हिंदू भाइयों को दुश्मन क्यों बता रहे हो?
संस्कृति से जोड़िए।
नहीं, काज़मी साहब, अगर ये बात है, मैं आपसे पूछ रहा हूँ, चलिए ज्ञानवापी का मसला साइड पे रखिए। मैं तो इस मुद्दे पे बात ही नहीं कर रहा हूँ। आप हिंदू भाई, आप हिंदू भाइयों का एहतराम करते हैं, आपने बार बार कहा, मैं आपका बहुत आदर करता हूँ। मैं आपसे पूछ रहा हूँ, क्या आप किसी शिवलिंग पर ड्रिल करेंगे? मैं आपका व्यक्तिगत आपसे पूछ रहा हूं, क्या आप ऐसा कदम करेंगे?
विषय पर मैं बता रहा हूं।
नहीं, एक मिनट, मैं काज़मी साहब से पूछ रहा हूं, बहुत आदर से मैं पूछ रहा हूं। काज़मी साहब, क्या एज अ पर्सन, एज एन इंडिविजुअल, क्या आप, अगर आपको कुछ दिखता है जो कि शिवलिंग है, आप जानते हैं ये शिवलिंग है, क्या आप उस पर ड्रिल करेंगे? व्यक्ति, एज अ पर्सन, एज एन इंडिविजुअल, मैं आपसे पूछ रहा हूं।
हाँ, मैं आपसे कह रहा हूं, आप अच्छी भली भांति जानते हैं, आप देश के बहुत रेस्पेक्टेड टीवी जर्नलिस्ट में से आप एक हैं। आप भी भली भांति जानते हैं, हम मुसलमान अपने हिंदू, कुरान में साफ लिखा है, किसी के धर्म को बुरा मत कहो। किसी को तो हम किसी हिंदी डीटी को, किसी का कैसे उसको डिसरेस्पेक्ट कर सकते हैं?
आप नहीं करेंगे
इस इश्यू पर?
आप नहीं करेंगे? मुझे बस आपसे
साबित नहीं हुई।
अब मेरा अगला प्रश्न इसी पे आ रहा है। काज़मी साहब, मेरा अगला प्रश्न इसी पे है। आपने क्या कहा? आपने कहा कि आप कभी ऐसा काम नहीं करेंगे, ठीक है, और इसलिए मैं आपका आदर करता हूं। मैं आपसे पूछ रहा हूं, अगर आपका कोई हिंदू भाई आपको आकर ये कहे कि देखिए इस शिवलिंग के साथ ऐसा हुआ है, तो आप क्या कहते? कि आइए इस तथ्य को समझते हैं, लेट अस गेट टू द बॉटम ऑफ इट। ये तो नेचुरल रिएक्शन है ना। हिंदू मुस्लिम छोड़िए, अगर कोई आकर आपको ये कहता है कि मेरी एक वस्तु के साथ इस तरह से किया गया है, तो आप कहेंगे चलो इसकी तहकीकात करते हैं, तफ्तीश करते हैं। फिर वो कह रहा है व्यक्ति कह रहा है, आई एम टेकिंग दिस फॉरवर्ड विद कार्तिक चोपड़ा। काज़मी साहब, एक मिनट, आई एम टेकिंग इट विद, then that person, Kartik Chopra, then that person is saying, right now I would have loved to get Vishnu Jain on the phone, but he's on a flight to Banaras. His flight is just taking off. It's scheduled at 8:10, so he's boarded the flight, and that's why he couldn't join us. He's going to Kashi because of the hearing tomorrow. I'm putting this also to our viewers. Now Kartik Chopra, मैं आपसे पूछ रहा हूँ, that person is saying that the survey video will back my claim. The survey video will back my claim that the structure that they superimposed over the shivling is lying in their storeroom. Now, if somebody makes such a serious charge, do you or do you not want to see the proof? कि पता लगे कि ये व्यक्ति सच बोल रहा है, अपनी इज्जत, अपना पेशा, अपना रुतबा सब कुछ दांव पर लगाकर ये व्यक्ति सच बोल रहा है या झूठ बोल रहा है ऑन नेशनल टेलीविजन? कार्तिक चोपड़ा। Karthik, you're on mute. Can you just unmute yourself? Yeah, go ahead, please.
We definitely want to see the proof. There are 2 or 3 issues over here. The first being on maintainability, second, blasphemy, third, the Places of Worship Act. Now, maintainability is being evaluated against the Places of Worship Act. The religious character of this site, at least of Ma Shringar Gauri, has not changed at all since all the way up to the 1990s when daily puja was stopped. Therefore, to be able to evaluate the maintainability of the suit, you also have to see the factual site evidence as existing on date in that area, and that's what the videography survey will clearly show. It so happens that this videography also shows the shivling that has been found, to which our god Nandi is looking towards. It's very, very clear that as far as Hindus are concerned, Nandi always looks towards Lord Shiva. Therefore, that being a shivling, if the videography also proves that tampering has been done with what I as a devout Hindu believe is a shivling, for me that is a blasphemous act, and 2, a gross violation of the Places of Worship Act 1991, where the religious character of that site has been completely tampered with. So maintainability and survey report, in my opinion, cannot be looked at separately. They are pretty interlinked with each other.
Now, Karthik Chopra, you're also a lawyer, so that's why I'm asking you. Madan Yadav ji bhi hamare saath hain. I am just asking the two of you. Let's say कि वो शिवलिंग नहीं है, हिंदू पक्ष कह रहा है कि शिवलिंग है, उसको अभी तक उसकी पड़ताल नहीं हुई. But as per the Places of Worship Act 1991, is the Muslim Paksh allowed to drill a hole into that structure and surmount it with a fountain? Do they have the permission to do that?
Absolutely not.
बताइए मदन जी, क्या उनको ये अनुमति है कि वो अंदर किसी भी वस्तु का आकार बदल सकें?
इस विषय पर थोड़ा सा मैं बैकग्राउंड में जाऊंगा जी। मैं बीएचयू में हिस्ट्री का स्टूडेंट रहा, जब यहाँ पढ़ रहा था उस समय राम जन्मभूमि आंदोलन चरम पे था। तो वहां पे हम लोगों ने जिज्ञासा बस वहां पे एक नारा लगा था, अयोध्या तो हुई हमारी है, काशी मथुरा की बारी है। तो उसके बिहाफ, उसके परिदृश्य को देखते हुए हम लोग जिज्ञासा पैदा हुई, आके देखे जो चीजें उस समय देखी आज बहुत सी मिटाई गई हैं, बहुत से समाप्त की गई हैं। एडवोकेट कमीशन हुआ था तो हम लोग गए थे और वो बहुत से आज दिखाई नहीं पड़ते हैं। उसी में ये ट्यूलिंग ड्रिलिंग का विषय है। और राम जन्मभूमि आंदोलन के बाद तो यहाँ पे बहुत से साक्ष्य मिटाने का षड्यंत्र किया गया है, वो सब चीजें स्पष्ट हो रही हैं। लेकिन कितना मिटाएंगे फिर भी तो है। और एक बात भले ही आप शरारतपूर्ण कह सकते हैं, हो सकता है इस्लाम में शिवलिंग को फाउंटेन या फव्वारा कहते हो, मैं इस विषय पर नहीं जाना चाहता हूं, परंतु वहां पे आज बहुत कुछ मिटाया जा चुका है। अरे एकदम
आनंद जी, राम जन्मभूमि पे तो 5/1/1950 को उस पूरी एरिया को सीआरपीसी 145 में कुर्क भी करी गई, सील भी किया गया था जी, ताकि कुछ वहां पे छेड़छाड़ी ना हो।
नहीं, इसके अंदर एक मुअज्जिन वहां पे हमेशा रहता है, केयर टेकर। याद सुनिए, केयर टेकर रहता है, इतनी नमाजी अनवरत जाते रहते हैं। राम जन्मभूमि में कोई मुसलमान नहीं जाता था, वो जाते रहे, हजारों की संख्या में जाते रहे। और अभी 6 तारीख को जिस दिन हमारा प्रथम एडवोकेट कमीशन का विजिट हुआ, उस दिन 2001 व्यक्ति अंदर गए थे। ये शक्ति प्रदर्शन किया जा रहा, तो साक्ष्य मिटाने का अनवरत प्रयास किया जाता रहा है। मोटा सा चूना का लेपन करा के, फिर जहां पे संस्कृत के श्लोक, मूर्तियों का उत्कीर्ण था दीवारों में, उन सबको नष्ट किया गया, उनको डिस्टर्ब किया गया है। वो अपने उस स्वरूप में नहीं है।
तो फिर ये तो प्लेसेस ऑफ वर्शिप एक्ट 1991 का ब्रेजन वायलेशन हो गया।
जी जी जी, उल्लंघन है, पूरी तरह उल्लंघन। और सबसे बड़ी बात
और जहां गंगा जमनी तहजीब की बात भी आती है आनंद जी, जहां पे जिस चीज को हम अपना शिवलिंग मानते हैं उसको ऑनरेबल सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने फिलहाल 8 हफ्ते तक सील कर रखा है। मुसलमान कम्युनिटी के तरफ से किसी भी लीडर का ये नहीं आया कि भैया हमारा ये वजू खाना ही तो है और तो कुछ नहीं, इसको हम हटा देते हैं। हमें कोई आपत्ति नहीं कि जब तक वेरिफिकेशन नहीं होती कोर्ट द्वारा हम यहाँ पे नहीं। उल्टा हमने सुना है कई लोग कहते हैं हम तो यही वजू करेंगे। तो कहाँ से गंगा जमनी तहजीब, कहाँ से भाईचारा? हम लोग
भाईचारा नहीं, ये माइंडसेट नहीं, ये माइंडसेट देखिए कल रात को मैं
हमारे
आपको
देव विग्रह के प्रति इनका दुराग्रह देखिए कि वजू खाना में वहां पे हाथ पैर धोया जाता है, दुनिया जानती, कुल्ला करना, यानी कि उसको किसी तरह अपमानित करना आज भी ये मानसिकता से उभरे नहीं है।
तो फिर अगर ये तो फिर ये किस तरह की मानसिक नहीं, यही तो मैं कह रहा हूं कि बनारस के लोगों के साथ ही उनकी आस्था का अपमान कर रहे हैं, निरादर कर रहे हैं। ठीक है, आपने वहां पर पूजा अर्चना भी रोक दी, जो कि तो क्या आपका राइट टू प्रार्थना, दैट इज राइट टू प्रे, अनिला सिंह, of the Muslims, is it higher than the right to worship of the Hindus? क्योंकि माँ श्रृंगार गौरी की पूजा तो उस वक्त भी होती थी, 1991, 92, 93 तक हुई है, तो फिर अभी क्यों रोकी जाए? तो फिर इस बात पर कहाँ गई गंगा जमुनी तहजीब? Where is the cooperation? Why does the Hindu have to go to the court to get access to a fundamental right which was perennial?
Why should the Hindu have to be apologetic for being a Hindu?
No, sir, those are all. I am just saying. I am coming back to this. Anila Singh, if I stand there and today I am saying it's a shivling, you are saying it's a fountain. We have to get to the bottom of it. But I am making a far greater charge. I am saying that they knew it was a shivling. Despite that, they drilled a hole in it. They converted a shivling into a fountain despite knowing fully well the importance of the shivling. Then what does that imply, sir? What does that imply, ma'am?
Anand, first of all, my Ram Ram to everyone and remembering my Isht Har Har Mahadev. And just now you said that why such an insult, and why Hindus were not able, and Hindus are not able to exercise their right to pray. Because we very well know that years together, India was governed by political parties who were deep into appeasement. For them, everything was vote bank. And because of the vote bank, they allowed these all things. And what to say about Samajwadi Party? I mean, everybody knows that what was their behavior in Ayodhya and how Mulayam Singh Yadav stopped Shringar Gauri's puja there.
I have only one question, very respectfully, Anila ji. Last 6 years, it's the BJP which is in power in Uttar Pradesh. Last 6 years, has the Shringar Gauri shrine been open to deities, because that was what was prevalent on the 15th of August 1947? So has the Places of Worship Act 1991 been implemented in letter and spirit, or has the Muslim Paksh been allowed to get away with violation? Again, it was the district administration which did not facilitate the survey on the 6th of May. The complainant, the plaintiff went against the district administration. The Varanasi court order has also questioned the district administration and fixed the accountability to the Chief Secretary's office and the Lucknow Police Headquarters office.
With all due respect, Anand, I do not agree with you. Just now you mentioned since 6 years, Bharatiya Janata Party's government is there in Uttar Pradesh, and yet that day when survey was to be conducted, the first day, the survey team couldn't enter inside the premises to know the religious character of the place. Yes, you're absolutely correct. But at the same time, we saw that so many people had gathered in front of Gyan Vapi Masjid, and they all were mischievous people. So at times, government or police administration, they have to take certain steps so that no law and order situation arises there. But next time, when the survey team went there, you saw everything happened very smoothly. So many times, I just want to say one thing.
No, but I am asking you. I am not even. Anila ji. Okay, please complete.
Anand ji.
एक मिनट मदन जी. अनिला जी बोल रहे, फिर आप बोलिए जी.
काज़मी साहब, मुझे बहुत अच्छा लगा कि आपने कहा कि हमें कोई हिंदुओं से बैर नहीं है. बहुत अच्छी बात है साहब, क्योंकि ये जो इस्लामिक इन्वेडर्स आए थे, ये इस्लामिक रूलर्स आए थे, तब आप लोगों ने इस्लाम नहीं, यानी आपकी पुरखों ने इस्लाम कबूल नहीं किया था. ये आपकी भी जो मंदिर है, ये आपके पुरखों के भी मंदिर थे. आप लोग इन लोगों का मुकदमा क्यों लड़ रहे हैं? क्यों आप लोग मुगलों का मुकदमा लड़ रहे हैं? क्यों आप लोग स्लेव डायनेस्टी का मुकदमा लड़ रहे हैं? क्यों आप लोग बहामनी सुल्तान जिन्होंने टारगेट बना के 1 लाख हिंदुओं का हमेशा वध किया जाए, उसके लिए मुकदमा लड़ रहे हैं? क्या हम लोग नहीं जानते अच्छी तरीके से, जो तैमूर था 1399 में एक दिन में उसने 1 लाख लोगों का कत्ल करवा दिया था हिंदुओं का? क्या ये सच्चाई नहीं है कि अगर हम पूरा ये एक पीरियड देखते हैं तो तकरीबन 8 करोड़ हिंदुओं का वध हुआ था। पूरे विश्व में इतना बड़ा जो ब्लडीएस्ट होलोकास्ट कहीं हुआ हो, केवल और केवल हमारे भारत में हुआ। आप लोगों के पुरखे उस वक्त हिंदू थे, क्यों आप लोग इन लोगों का मुकदमा लड़ रहे हैं जिन लोगों ने हिंदुओं का कत्लेआम किया? ये वही अकबर है जिसने अटैक किया तो हिंदुओं को मरवा के उनकी खोपड़ियों का पहाड़ बनवा दिया था। औरंगजेब के विषय में नहीं जानते क्या? शाहजहां ने अपनी बीवी के नाम की कब्र बनाई, उसके ऊपर इमारत खड़ी करी और जितने भी काम करने वाले हिंदू थे या जो भी थे उनके हाथ कटवा दिए गए। क्यों इनका मुकदमा आप लोग लड़ रहे हैं? क्यों नहीं आज आप हिंदुओं के साथ खड़े हुए हैं? आप गंगा जमनी तहजीब की बात करते हैं, गंगा जमनी बीच का जो दुआब एरिया है वहां तो आप लोगों ने, यानी कि जब आप लोगों से मतलब जिनका मुकदमा आप लोग लड़ रहे हैं, उन्होंने एक भी मंदिर नहीं रहने दिया। और वैसे भी गंगा जमनी तहजीब कौन सी, क्या गंगा को पूजते हैं आप लोग? यमुना को पूजते हैं? यमुना तो जो है सूर्य की पुत्री थी। भाईचारा हम लोग बन गए, भाई आप बन गए, कोई दाऊद अब्राहम भाई बन गया तो कोई अबू सलेम भाई बन गया। तो मुझे ये समझ में नहीं आता है आज की तारीख में इस प्रकार का।
बोलिए, जवाब दीजिए।
आनंद जी
जवाब दीजिए। मैं नहीं बोल रहा हूँ, जवाब दीजिए।
अनिला जी बड़ी रेस्पेक्टेड, हाँ अनिला जी बहुत रेस्पेक्टेड लेडी हैं, हम उनका बहुत एहतराम करते हैं। पहली बात तो ये है कि आप हमें इन्वेडर के साथ मत खड़ा कीजिए। मैं फिर दोबारा कह रहा हूँ कि वी आर नॉट विद औरंगजेब। हम तो सिर्फ इस देश में कानून की सुपरमेसी, कानून की प्राइमेसी, लैंड ऑफ द लॉ, आप उस कानून को बदल दीजिए। वर्शिप प्लेसेस,
अगर कानून की नहीं कानून की सुप्रीमेसी जब आपके लिए ये कानून की दुहाई तब आप देते हैं जब आपको लगता है कि इस कानून की आड़ में आप छुप जाएंगे और अपनी बात नहीं कहेंगे। कानून की सुप्रीमेसी आपने हिजाब में मानी, कानून की सुप्रीमेसी आपने तीन तलाक के एबॉलिशन पे मानी। कानून की सुप्रीमेसी आप कॉमन सिविल कोड, यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड पे मानने को तैयार है, तब तो आपके लिए शरिया बड़ा हो गया। सर ये जो है ना, ये दोगुलापन ही तो दिक्कत देता है। इन्होंने क्या पूछा? इन्होंने ये पूछा कि ये लोग कौन है जो जानते थे कि वो शिवलिंग है लेकिन उस पर ड्रिल किया। आप तो नहीं करते, तो आपको तो उन लोगों के साथ खड़ा होना चाहिए जो ये पूछने कि आपने क्यों किया। आपको तो बोलना चाहिए कि कोर्ट इससे पहले कि कोई और फैसला ले, पहले ये फैसला पहले डिसाइड करे कि उस वीडियोग्राफी में, उस वीडियो में क्या क्या कैद है, उसको देखे और फिर डिसाइड करे कि ये सूट मेंटेनेबल है कि नहीं। आपको तो खुल के बोलना चाहिए। आप बोलिए ना कि कोर्ट पहले सारे सर्वे की रिपोर्ट को देखे, वीडियो को देखे, फिर मेंटेनेबिलिटी डिसाइड कीजिए। चलिए
मौलाना साहब, मैं
आपने जज बन के ये फैसला भी कर दिया, पूरे देश को सुना दिया कि शिवलिंग है।
We will track this very closely. I have to wind up for the moment. Madan Mohan ji, Karthik ji, I request you to join us tomorrow evening when we talk about this. Once the maintainability issue is heard by the district judge in Varanasi, we're going to take a short break. When we come back, we are on the cusp of 8 years of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Is his Vikas push women-centric? We come back with an all-women panel and listen to their views. Stay with us.
मानसिकता को खत्म करना अपने आप में एक बड़ा कदम है।
The Kedarnath Yatra was temporarily halted at Sonprayag because of heavy rains. Helicopter services from Hata and Gaurikan were temporarily suspended as well. Devotees have been advised not to hike to the temple and return back to their hotels. The Yatra began on the 3rd of May this year after a 2-year hiatus because of the pandemic. AIMIM Chief Asduddin Owaisi has hit out at Assam Chief Minister Hemanta Biswa Sarma for his remark on madrasas. Owaisi asked the Chief Minister to concentrate on flood-affected people instead of targeting madrasas. The Assam Chief Minister had earlier said that madrasas should cease to exist and that the Quran should be taught at home.
इनको ये बात समझने की ज़रूरत है कि मदरसों में साइंस, मैथ्स सब पढ़ाया जाता और मदरसों के जरिए से ही भारत को और खूबसूरत बनाया गया। तो इनको इन सब चीजों से मालूमात नहीं है।
According to a New York Times report, Chinese hackers have attempted stealing Russian defense data. Number one, emails with malware links were sent to Russian scientists. The attempt was to obtain critical data on Russia's security systems. These emails were supposedly sent by Russia's Ministry of Health. It contained a list of persons under US sanctions for invading Ukraine. These emails were actually sent by state-sponsored hackers in China. Former Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah has reignited the beef ban debate, addressing a public rally in Tumkuru. Siddaramaiah said that he was a Hindu who eats beef and that if he wanted to, then no one could stop him from doing so. It's a big setback to B.S. Yediyurappa. The BJP High Command has rejected the Karnataka unit's recommendation to field Mr. Yediyurappa's son, B.Y. Vijendra, for elections to the Karnataka Legislative Council. The central leadership instead chose to field Lakshman Savadi, Keshav Prasad, Chalavadi Narayanaswamy and Hemlata Nayak. The MLC elections will take place on the 3rd of June. A day after the video of a child using provocative slogans at a PFI rally in Alappuzha in Kerala went viral, the Kerala police have now arrested one person. A case has also been registered against PFI Alappuzha district president and secretary for promoting enmity between different religious groups. Staying with Kerala, a court there has sentenced Kiran Kumar, the husband of Vismaya, to 10 years in jail in connection with the dowry death case. A fine of 12.5 lakh rupees has also been imposed on Kumar, 2 lakhs of which will be paid to Vismaya's parents. Vismaya hanged herself in her marital home in June last year, alleging dowry harassment. The Tamil Nadu government is facing fire over an FIR against Tamil magazine Junior Vigadan and 2 YouTubers. The complaint has been filed by a real estate firm G Square Realtors, claiming extortion and intimidation by a close associate of the Vigadan group. The opposition has called the government's move an attempt to muzzle the media. The son of a former Congress minister, Hukum Tarada, was charged for ramming his car of a businessman, in fact, in Sehor in Madhya Pradesh.
Rohit Singh was driving in an inebriated.
महिलाओं को शिक्षित इसलिए होना है ताकि वो अपने अधिकारों का सही इस्तेमाल कर सके, अपना भविष्य खुद तय कर सके। We believe women empowerment is vital to our development. बेटियों की भूमिका को विस्तार दिया जा रहा है। हमारे सुरक्षा तंत्र में भी विमेन पावर की भूमिका को और व्यापक किया जा रहा है। मेरी बहनों को जो 3 तलाक के खिलाफ लड़ाई लड़ रही है, मैं हृदय से उनका अभिनंदन करता हूं। शॉर्ट सर्विस कमीशन के माध्यम से महिला अधिकारियों को पुरुष समकक्ष अधिकारियों की तरह पारदर्शी चयन प्रक्रिया द्वारा स्थायी कमीशन का मैं आज घोषणा करता हूं। गर्भवती महिलाओं को अस्पताल में पंजीकरण और डिलीवरी, टीकाकरण और पौष्टिक आहार के लिए 6,000 रुपये की आर्थिक मदद करेगी।
It's 8 years of Prime Minister Narendra Modi in power as the head or as the Pradhan Sevak of this country. So he's gone back with a phenomenal mandate. And I was asking somebody what is central and what is unique to Prime Minister Narendra Modi's Vikas mantra. So the response that I got is very, very interesting, ladies and gentlemen. He said when the Prime Minister stands up and he starts with Bharat Mata Ki Jai, so he says the first 2 words are his primary focus, Bharat and Mata. So the country and of course who he believes, the person or people who power this country, 50% of this population, country's population, who don't get talked about, the Mata, the women. That's where it is. So it is India and the women of India who are central to all his policies because he believes they are going to drive everything. Because if the home, at the nucleus or the heart of the home is the woman. So that's the philosophy. That's what was told to me. It somehow hit home for me. So today we said, all right, let's do one thing. Let's get the women to talk about the 8 years of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Women from various fields, women who are first, some of them who are just joining me for the first time here on this very special endeavor and also here on the right stand. And others who I've sparred with regularly, who've been part of my show. So Swasti Rao, Charu Pragya, they are the experienced ones on the show here. But Ananya and Zeba, you're coming in and joining us for the first time. So welcome. Thank you, ladies. Thank you very, very much. Each of them has a different perspective, not just political, but also in terms of policy. And they have also championed and seen a lot of the effort, a lot of the implementation manifest. And has this made a serious change? Let's ask them. So let me start with you, Zeba. You are from the northeast of our country, isn't it? And you are very, very vocal on social media about a lot of issues. But let me ask you, what do you think is the biggest change in the last 8 years under Prime Minister Narendra Modi's leadership?
See, firstly, I would like to congratulate Prime Minister Modi ji on completing 8 years of his, on the helm of the affairs in India. So, as the saying goes, cometh the hour, cometh the men, and indeed he's a personification of the state statement. And I was really young when the UPA government was in power, and I was not aware of politics that our country is facing, and all I could recall right now are the discussions, TV shows where they used to discuss about scams after scams. And I could say the major reform that was led by the Modi government was to bring in good, efficient and corruption-free governance. That is one aspect. And from being a Muslim, from coming from a Muslim background, fast forward, I would say that the most important and personally for me was the beginning of real reform was the abolition of triple talaq. And the Modi government, and they have a vision which is not myopic, or it's not how would I say focused on smaller myopic political issues, that goes beyond. And it was a very significant step that was taken by Modi ji's government that led to empowering Muslim women all throughout. And yeah, I would consider that as the major
single most let me ask you, is there a significant shift in the way the northeast of our country is now perceived, connected, linked to the rest of Bharat in the last 8 years? Has there been a significant difference that he's made there?
Yes, indeed. It is because of the leadership, right? We need to see, I am as a youth myself, I'm very optimistic, and my optimism increases with the leadership. And with the leadership in the center and also at the state, I have complete trust, and I have seen changes in the last 8 years on how our society is developing, and how, we have infra development that took place in our, in our Assam, like whether it's mere road construction or whether it's something relevant to, railways, airports, or, connectivity. There are so many aspects or development schemes and initiatives that are done by the center and the state both that have, complemented to, connect both.
A lot of people didn't even know that taps water at homes. That the northeast, especially states in the northeast, have the least amount of penetration as far as taps in the homes are concerned. So that is one aspect. Then of course there is Swachh Bharat and so many other aspects. But let me ask everybody one by one. Ananya,
I think
you're involved in Poshan, the immunization part,
yes.
isn't it? And were you also involved in other activities?
Yes. So I'm my training is in public health and behavior change communication, and I would really start with saying that the biggest focus that you see in terms of Modi government's policies is a very clear targeting of women beneficiaries. Whether you and when you talk about women empowerment, it's one thing is to just use this term, but the other one is really unbundling to see what these numbers really are. And if you look at numbers and look at various schemes and the gender aspect of those schemes, whether it's 11 crore toilets built under Swachh Bharat Abhiyan, whether it's Jan Dhan accounts, 40 to 45 crore Jan Dhan accounts, and more than 50% of those are held by women. Go on to Ujjwala Yojana, 9 crore, cylinders, and of course we are talking about women drudgery and we are talking about women's health in this case. Whether you even talk about menstrual health, uptake of sanitary napkins, I mean this was a taboo topic, and it's been very beautifully clubbed within a larger umbrella of a sanitation campaign, a Swachh Bharat Abhiyan campaign. And then you move on to other legislative reforms, whether it's increasing the paid maternity leave to 26 weeks. When we talk about empowering women, it's not enough to give them health and education, but to really enable them to go for work. So I guess 26 weeks of paid maternity leave is really a starting point in terms of enabling women who are in the formal workforce. And then finally, just recently they've also introduced a law to increase the minimum age of marriage to 21 years. And as a public health researcher, we understand that it's not just a political statement to make. Age at marriage has so much to do with the health implications that a young mother would have, and then what is it that they transfer to their child. So it's really a mix of, I see all of these schemes as a mix of public health, women empowerment, even consolidation, across caste and class lines. When you talk about Swachh Bharat Abhiyan as an example, I think one of the most distinguishing features in Modi era have been that previously most of the government schemes were focused on supply side interventions. What is it that the government can do for you, which is very, very critical. But one major change that Prime Minister Modi has brought about, and all the development partners and NGOs working in this space have brought about, is really looking at bottom-up demand generation for improved services. They use the term Jan Andolan, which literally translates into community mobilization. And now government is talking about Jan Bhagidari.
In terms of percentage base of women voters who've come out to vote, it's been greater, significantly higher than the percentage of men voters as we look at the base. And now there are inputs coming in where the women are telling the household, the entire household, sons, daughters, husbands, father-in-laws, fathers, everybody alike, that this is the person you got to vote. You don't wear. Earlier, the trend used to be the other way around. And I saw this manifest during the recent 5 state elections when we were on ground, and that's what he said, "Hum to bol diye."
And this dismisses the rhetoric that people vote only on caste lines and religious lines and regional lines. I think, people typically tend to think that India is poor and underdeveloped and people will just vote on ethnic identities. But this goes on to prove that, a common man or a common woman is as smart as you are, and they will vote.
True. No, and delivery matters. If implementation, if it reaches you, if it changes your life, then you don't forget it, unless something very critical happens. But there are also challenges. So let me ask you, Charupagya, today, not as spokesperson of the BJP, as an individual and somebody who's fought cases, who's fought for justice for those who've been violated. You've worked very hard on that. You're looking at implementation on ground. How different is are things under PM Modi?
So I'm going to use 2 examples, one from my personal life. There is a Prime Minister in our country today who does not use strong and stringent laws to bring about a change only. He can come on television and make an appeal. He can click a photograph and make an appeal. And these appeals penetrate to the last person standing in this country, and that is his strength, and that is what is so wonderful about PM Modi. It's one of the reasons why I joined politics. I was a full-time lawyer, I was a partner in a law firm, and slowly and steadily I got involved with politics, only admiring our Prime Minister, and eventually I left law the way I used to practice it to be in the public field. So what he does is, the strength that he has is, he'll click a selfie with a little child and start a hashtag called selfie with daughter. And we will see the sex ratio changing in our country, which all the laws in the world couldn't do. We couldn't stop female infanticide. There were always doctors willing to take a little bit of extra money and tell the gender of the baby in the womb. Our Prime Minister has made this change. And how did he do it? Just by spreading love and expressing himself. This is the same Prime Minister who can go onto the ramparts of the Red Fort and talk about something like menstruation. Talk about sanitary napkins. That's one of the projects I also took up. And when we went through the numbers for our country, when we saw how the have and have-nots have this wide gap which needs to be worked upon and changed, we were pushed into motion. And I think I see that changing every day, because it's not just people like us who come from a background where we have access to education, where we can speak to you, where we can be on television. It's girls in villages who are taking up these leadership roles, who are saying, दीदी आप मेरे पास napkins का पैकेट छोड़ दो, मैं सबसे बात करूंगी और मैं उनको समझाऊंगी ज़रूरी क्यों है. And I love that. I love going to a village and then having to hear from them sometime later that we have it under control. We will make sure every young girl is educated now. And this is about their health. This is about how much money our country spends on women's health in the future, about how much money our country spends on children's health when they are born. So actually it all comes together beautifully. And the last and one very important thing, Anand, we have always been talking about ensuring women participate more and more in the workforce. You were just discussing before the show started rolling, where are the women in the workforce going? I was looking at numbers. In the next 1 year, 90% increase in women-led businesses in our country. 90% increase, that's like a massive increase. Already in 1 year, we have seen a 75% leap. So that means there are policies, there are initiatives of our government like Startup India, like Stand Up India, which are helping women. Our homes which are given by the Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana are registered in the names of women. And I'm a single mother, I'm divorced, and there were certain things that PM Modi did which impacted my life personally. When he said, school में नाम लिखाने के लिए अगर एक single parent है, passport में एक नाम काफ़ी है, माँ का नाम हो या पिता का नाम हो, that's you know, changes so many things for a single parent. Also, when a girl is afraid of being kicked out of her house, usually when marriages end, the girls get... I'm not talking about those people who are misusing the law. I'm talking about the general things. So what is a woman most afraid of? Losing her house. So our Prime Minister, with one stroke of his pen, has ensured that most of the women will be protected. They will always have a roof over their head.
Yeah, because under PM Awas Yojana, the house
registration is in the name of women. And it's such a brilliant thing, right, Anand? It's such a simple thing. It's such a simple thing to solve so many big problems.
So a lot of women who are out of the workforce are turning entrepreneurs, and if women are turning entrepreneurs, and that number is going up as per Charu Pragya, fantastic. We are already looking at too many Sunicons, so we don't know how many of them are going to be women-led.
Yeah,
more power to them.
I'm thinking now, looking at all those happy numbers, I should also think of a good startup.
Yeah, not just startup. See, I was reading a story. It's just amazing. A lady in Sehor in Madhya Pradesh. Yeah. She has actually quit her job and she started Madhumakhi farm.
Oh, wow.
So she's gotten into that business of beekeeping, and she's producing and manufacturing honey, and she's turned it into a fantastic enterprise. So there are a lot of these examples too. Swasti Rao, how would you like to look at these 8 years?
Well, first of all, good to be here. You know, good to meet all these great young women. And well, I mean, there are lots of things that I would like to say, but I'd rather sort of stick to the work that I do. So I've been basically dabbling with foreign policy as far back as I can remember, from my masters and onwards, and all the way to Japan and other parts of the world, and then back to India. You know, a couple of things I'd like to say. Right. The first thing is that women, when you look at, of course, so, you know, we did talk about how women are now increasing in the defense forces, and how that is a major change, right? Because for a country like India, where we are like 50% of, you know, the population, so that's there. But more importantly, and similarly, when I was looking at these stills here, these, you know, relatively rural women and all that, let me just tell you, you know, when you look at conflicts and the way international conflicts have marred the world, right from 90s, after the end of the Cold War, till about, you know, now, you know, we keep hearing that war is bad for everyone, but it is 2 times as bad, or twice as bad, thrice as bad for the woman, right? And then there is a lot of literature that has emerged recently that says that how can women be at the center of this conflict prevention and conflict resolution. Why? Because women, think with an emotional intelligence as compared to men. And you might just think that perhaps it's something very fancy or something that will not really have too much impact on the ground. But actually, a lot of United Nations models, right, that look at post-conflict peace building and conflict prevention have actually tried to capitalize on models that tap on this emotional quotient that the women bring to the table. And unless the men who fight for majority women try to build a consensus, and that consensus somewhere is key because they are coming from a very, very basic, so to say, part of that that particular area that we are looking at. So that is one. So the role that women can play in conflict resolution is immense. I'm not sure to what extent do we look at it in terms of, right now in our own country, but there are models that are existing. And let me also say I had a brush with this very inspiring group of women called the Mahila Shanti Sena, were based out of Bihar. And it is a shame because we did not know that about in India, but somebody in the McMaster University in Canada was doing a course on that, and something, they wanted to interview them, and that's how I came to know. So it's like, we don't know these stories.
So Modi ji made the first ever woman external affairs minister.
Sushma Swaraj.
Sushma ji.
So I was thinking, I said, I missed Sushma ji.
Yeah, so when she was talking, I was just thinking this, that Sushma ji was this force which made India a country where a citizen stuck anywhere. Ek unka tweet tha, and it's still the pinned tweet on her profile. Even if you're stuck on Mars, the Indian embassy there will help you.
Yeah,
and I think that's the love and the sensitivity a woman got when she took over the ministry.
No, and not just that, for the responses she gave on the international platform when the narrative was on Kashmir was wrong.
Yeah.
The way that UFA pact that she got the Pakistanis to sign was a masterstroke. It ended up in Nawaz Sharif's fall because of the fact that in that UFA pact there was no Kashmir mention, and it's just that they were ready to talk to us on everything. So there was a shift in the narrative that she drove, and currently I think under Dr. Jaishankar we are not shifting away or deviating from that line, and we're continuing to hold that line.
She actually left behind a legacy, and I think she got this emotional intelligence that you were talking about on the platform. That emotional intelligence was so important.
Actually, Pragya, you know what? We've had great visionaries, we've had great, so to say, women researchers, thinkers, etc. The point is that when you are operating within a matrix with the right kind of policies, with the right kind of national interest push, all that is able to show its impact. Otherwise, it's not able to show impact. That's a very important thing. And also, I think I kind of missed that because since we were talking about women and also the Muslim women, after the abrogation of Article 370, part of a lot of political and also foreign policy research is also focused on the Kashmiri women, for instance. And I think now there are a lot of publications that are coming out from Kashmir, the voices of the Kashmiri women who are so happy with so many opportunities that have opened up. So the point is not to say that the Kashmir problem is solved. Of course, it's a work in progress because it's been a fairly complicated issue in its own right. But the point is that because of the opportunities that have opened up. So these kind of stories, these kind of things probably need better attention.
Simple points of empowerment. Interesting trend in our country is that there are more internet users in rural India compared to urban India. So that's the shift that we are seeing. And when you say that it is all women oriented, the accounts, Jan Dhan account, the direct benefit transfer, when the money comes straight into the woman's hand, because largely in our country, even now, women are the nucleus of the house. They are the ones who control. The men, a large part, are useless. Especially in the northeast of India, that's what it is, because it's the women who do all the work, not just at home, but outside, and the men are largely doing nothing. Even in western part of our country, we see that in Rajasthan there is a trend like that. So, but these are women who, for all the time, never had the power to control the finances. It was what was the traditional way of looking at things. The traditional way of looking at things, the man would assert purely one on brute physical power and the fact that he would say, I am the one who's bringing the bread, right? And I am the one who's got the money. But right now, do you think that's made a big shift when everything is empowered with the woman of the house, especially in a country that is socially driven by this form of work, where sharing the load is not an equal concept, is not a concept. It's the grahini is the woman as a concept. Do you think that's made a big difference in the last 8 years?
I would say, in fact, I'd like to come back to a couple of points. We spoke about political leadership and Prime Minister's leadership. I see it differently. I don't see it as a very, of course, leadership is very, very personality driven. But I see Prime Minister Modi's role, and this is what he says. I think on 20th of May, he says, just as how, and he was talking from the perspective of a political leader, that just as how we visit each and every household to garner a vote, so should we visit each and every household to provide, beneficiary welfare programs. And when he talks about 125 crore Indians, I really think he's putting the onus on people themselves. So it is really giving power to people, and whether it's women, then power to women. And secondly, it's obvious. I think women leadership at the top is more evident to the eyes. But I would say even bottom-up leadership, like Anganwadi workers,
Asha workers. Them being recognized by WHO is such a big thing. No, and you open sports to women, and women won more medals for the country for us at Tokyo 2020 than the men did.
I mean, I would just give my own personal, share my own personal experience here. I had a helper at home during, and it was, the lockdown was sort of getting announced, and she had 3 children, and she told me that when I had 3 children, I did not know about family planning. I've recently been visiting an Anganwadi center, and Asha, a worker, has been coming to my house and has been telling me that no, you should not have more than 3 children. She's admitted my child into an Anganwadi center, and then now again her issues were different. Like, for example, she would say that, and she's a working woman, right? You would typically imagine a woman workforce to be going to a corporate office in Cyber City or Lower Parel in Mumbai. But these are very much working women who feel, and of course, then law and safety. And in a lot of states, we've seen that women's safety has been an issue for which women have voted out for. I mean, if you don't have safety, you cannot talk about stepping out of your house for education, for skill development or employment. And finally, the third thing she told me was, she was like, now I'm going back to Bihar. I'm not going to be working out of Delhi. And I said, why? And she said, because मुझे मोदी जी ने फ्री अनाज दे दिया है घर पे. वहाँ पर आशा वर्कर और आंगनवाड़ी वर्कर भी आते हैं अगर कोविड का हमें टीका लगने को होगा, या फिर वो हमें राशन देते हैं, मुझे सैनिटरी नैपकिन देते हैं. And that's how she explained a case of reverse migration from Delhi back to Bihar.
I have reason to go back to my village.
Go back to their villages during the COVID-19 lockdown. And of course, these are things to build upon, right? If you've provided basic level of food security, and I work in the space of nutrition, that's only a starting point. I mean, providing rice and wheat is like the basic building block. And now Poshan Abhiyan is talking about diversified diets. And how can diets really control your nutritional outcomes, and how does nutrition lead into health, and then health into well-being. So I think all of these are interconnected, and we should only, while this has to be congratulated, I really see that these schemes are very, very, I mean, it takes generations, for example, to address something like stunting and child undernutrition. So so I think this government stability, since it came back into power, I feel from a policy perspective, it has really provided that stability to the system to really sustain these programs. I mean, even if you say, look at Swachh Bharat Abhiyan, it's now transforming into a solid waste management program in its phase 2. So I really see a lot of these policy schemes going on.
And we'll see single-use plastic being banned. So ladies, it's been great talking. We're running out of time. So I'm just going to push this till another 3 minutes or 4 minutes. I'm going to ask each of you, give one minute and tell me what next. What do you expect from Prime Minister Narendra Modi and his government as a woman of India? What next? So let me start with Zeba, and then I'll end with Swastika.
See, I would expect the impending reforms take place, which are like labor laws, and most importantly, law enforcement or judiciary reforms, which will have an impact which is exponential. And I have high hopes from him as a youth, and I would consider, for the sake of the youth of this country, I personally wish him success, and I wish that he prospers and wins the 2024 election. And for the opposition of this country, as suppose, I would rather request them to look into the internal issues. And I just I hope
13 crore
yeah.
plus 13 crore plus new voters are going
Yeah.
to step into the arena as far as data in 2024, and you're wishing him, Prime Minister Narendra Modi, all the best. Among all the other laws, we'd also need a common civil code or a uniform civil code. But Ananya, what next? What
The
do you
government
want?
has already been doing that, but tapping into the power of women collectives, whether it's self-help groups, whether it is farmer producer organizations, women cooperatives, because these are really exemplar models for women empowerment, for nutrition, for health, for rural livelihoods. So, and they've already been doing it. For example, 10,000 FPOs is an agenda that Modi government has. How about promoting women into getting engaged into diversified nutritious produce, really earning their own money, feeding their own families, and being in the decision maker seat? I think that can really go a long way if the power of women collectives is thought through for each of the schemes that are being rolled out.
So bring in impending reforms, complete that, says Zeba Zoraya. Don't delay it anymore. You need to get cracking on that. Ananya says identify and tap into the potential of or the power of women collectives. Charu Pragya.
I think what we have to continue doing is creating an environment which is conducive for everyone equally. So any backward section of society, any far-flung corner of our country, women, children with lesser benefits to their name, if they're all given an equal opportunity from the very beginning, whether it comes to food and nutrition, whether it comes to education, job opportunities, there is no stopping this country from becoming a Vishwaguru again. And I want to say this again, when a Prime Minister can provide a framework of fantastic policy and supplement that with the kind of words he uses to encourage people to stand up for themselves, Jan Bhagidari like he calls it, I think we're on a very quick path to greatness.
Yeah, but a lot of it also has our onus rests on us. When he says 130 crore Indians, that means each one of us has to stand up and be counted.
He can provide the policy framework, but we have to, जैसे वो बोलते हैं ना कि वो भगवान भी आपकी मदद तब करता है जब आप अपनी मदद के लिए खड़े हो जाते हो. So we have to start supporting our government so that it can help us better.
Well, two things. Okay, first is I think most of you have already sort of mentioned about the domestic issues and all the good policies that have come in place. So obviously one major thing is that we need to ensure that there's continuity. So that is very important. You know, that consistency and continuity is extremely important. That's one. The other thing is that something more interesting, like for example, I also work a lot on the space related issues and you know, keep sort of we keep talking about Sunita Williams and Kalpana Chawla and the likes, and they definitely have a India connection, of course, right? So Kalpana Chawla passed away, but Sunita Williams was in space for a very long time. And you know, India is now really under NDA 2 again, really revamped its space policy. In 2020, you know, they really revamped it, and for a long time it was lying pretty stuck, and ISRO was pretty, I would say it's great, but it was not really being able to reach its potential. So that has happened, and a lot of new things are coming up, and the Chandrayaan and all that is coming up. So I would personally really want to see women up there.
Women out there.
Yes,
okay.
absolutely.
Not just designing the satellites
no,
and
no,
building
not
the
just
rockets,
designing
but
the satellites, but actually sitting and going up there and a woman astronaut is, I think, what I really expect from Prime Minister Modi.
Well, so that's Modi at 8. By the time it's Modi at 10, and if there is a repeat in 2024, let's hope a lot of what the women here are asking for is also delivered. So Prime Minister Narendra Modi and his team have their task cut out, at least from the women, or a small, very small representative sample of the women of this country. Thank you very much, ladies. Wonderful speaking with you. Thank you.
It was a pleasure. Thank you.
Namaste.
Good evening, this is Brass Tacks. I'm Zakir Jacob. Senior Congress leader Kapil Sibal today quit the Congress party. He's been nominated by the Samajwadi Party for a Rajya Sabha ticket. Mr. Sibal says that he's no longer with the Congress party. He tendered his resignation a few days ago, but he would like to continue to be an independent voice, raising his voice and stature and giving his weight to issues to corner the Modi government. Now, while Mr. Sibal has been a vocal critic of the Gandhi family, he's also been associated with the Congress party for more than 3 decades now. After Hardik Patel, then Sunil Jakhar, now Kapil Sibal, is it a sign that all of these leaders, and perhaps even more, are seeing the Congress party as some kind of sinking ship, a ship which everyone just wants to desert? And more importantly, in Mr. Sibal's case, it's not like he's joining the other side. It's not like he's joining the BJP. He is still wanting to fight the BJP. yet he doesn't feel there is hope in the Congress to take on the BJP, and instead he's now joining another opposition party. So what happens to this famous index of opposition unity? Is it pretty much dead even before 2024 comes rolling in?
Congress's downward spiral going back to 2014 hits a whole new dimension. Exit Kapil Sibal, a former union minister, pushes the spate of goodbyes by old faithfuls to a dizzying extreme. The bombshell on the May 16 resignation came moments after he filed his Rajya Sabha nomination as an independent candidate from Uttar Pradesh, supported notably by the Samajwadi Party.
I think it is important to be an independent voice. हम विपक्ष में रह के हम एक गठबंधन बनाना चाहते हैं, सभी का गठबंधन, ताकि हम मोदी सरकार का विरोध करें। 16 मई को मैंने कांग्रेस पार्टी से त्यागपत्र दे दिया है।
His association with the Congress goes back to the 1990s, first as a lawyer and later as a politician, a face of the party itself down the decades. Kapil Sibal is also part of the G23 group of dissenters in the Congress who had called for an overhaul of the leadership and organization. In recent weeks, Sibal had been particularly vocal about his criticism of the Gandhis. And now this, the third big face in fact in less than a month. Hardik Patel in Gujarat, Sunil Jakhar in Punjab, now Kapil Sibal. The Congress's cup of woes overflows.
The situation speaks for itself as far as the Congress party is concerned. One after the other, tried and loyal congresspersons are leaving the party. I think the leadership of the Congress party must reflect on it.
The Sibal SP bonhomie is not new either. SP backed him in the Rajya Sabha last time too in 2016. He'd represented Azam Khan in the Supreme Court and helped him secure interim bail after 2 years in jail. He also helped Akhilesh Yadav retain his party's bicycle symbol in 2017 when the Yadavs were locked in an intense family feud. This Rajya Sabha ticket this time emerges as reciprocation.
आज कपिल सिब्बल जी ने किया है, वो समाजवादी पार्टी के समर्थन से राज्यसभा में जा रहे हैं। कपिल सिब्बल जी वरिष्ठ अधिवक्ता रहे हैं, देश के जाने माने केसेस उन्होंने लड़े हैं, पॉलिटिकल कैरियर भी है उनके पास, एज ए लॉयर बहुत सक्सेसफुल लॉयर हैं।
The implications of Kapil Sibal walking out of the Congress run long and far. Is a bigger exodus to follow?
All right, so this is going to be the big talking point. Kapil Sibal, the third leader in the last 3 weeks to leave the Congress party. I'm joined by Rashid Kidwai, author and journalist, somebody who's been tracking the Congress party for a number of years. Suman C. Raman, political analyst, also joining us. Shantanu Gupta, author and political analyst, also on the broadcast this evening. And in a little bit, we'll also be joined by Shehzad Poonawala of the BJP and Amit Jamai of the Samajwadi Party. But Rashid, I want to start with you first. Hardik Patel, then you had Sunil Jakhar, now Kapil Sibal. And Kapil Sibal's association with the Congress has been for far longer and far closer at one point of time, certainly, to the Congress leadership. So what went wrong? Why has he left the party after a 30-year association?
Zaka, 2-3 very quick points. He seems to be more disillusioned with G23, which was trying to reform and challenge and question, the Gandhis from within. And what we saw in Udaipur, there was nothing, there was no trace of dissent or anything. Mr. Sibal, of course, didn't go. So while he was disillusioned with the Congress leadership for long, he had the kind of immediate provocation came because of the abject failure and surrender of G23. Second thing is Mr. Sibal, while he's going out of the Congress, he's not going out of Congress Parivar. So while it looks very bad in terms of optics for the Congress, it's not. He's going to, be a kind of an actor in forging opposition unity for whatever worth it is for 2024. So therefore,
can you explain? He's going out of the Congress, but he's not going out of the Congress Parivar. What does that mean? As far as I know, there's no formal alliance between SP and Congress Party. There used to be one 5 years ago, but not anymore.
So Zaka, your question is very pertinent. See, everybody is talking about this big dream of 2024, and where opposition, a fragmented opposition, is trying to work out some kind of a kind of Mahagathbandhan. So therefore, Mr. Sibbal, while going out of, remember, he was handling very sensitive cases of involving Gandhis in National Herald case and many other things. So it's not a breakup in that sense. They have functional relationship. It's just that Congress could not get him Rajya Sabha.
It's not a breakup, Shehzad Poonawala. It's an estrangement, maybe for a brief period of time. Rashid Kidwai's point is he's not going out of the Congress parivar. He may be out of the Congress.
Well, whether it is a Congress Parivar, Samajwadi Party spokesperson is there, whether they are still on the carrier of the cycle or they have been removed from the carrier of the cycle. But having said that, look, today what has happened, the Chintan Shivar is over, but the Chinta continues. Last 10 days, 3 leaders have left. Last time I gave you a figure of 177 leaders have left. Now it has become 180 leaders. This is because none of them have any faith in the Neta, Niti or Netritwa of Congress Party. And today, one thing is established, that Congress Party is no longer a union of leaders. It is a communion of a parivar. It is not a union of leaders, it is a communion of parivar, and only darbaris have space, no dissenters have any space.
But what do you say to what Rashid is saying, that at least he's not joining the other side, he's not joining you guys, he's still with the parivar?
See, those who are, I call some sections of the media Jodi media, not Godi media. I think it's a bad term. Jodi media means whatever somebody does, however bad the situation is, nahi tum achhe ho, you are good, you will rise. So I'm not talking about CNN, he's not with CNN by the way. So this is called Jodi media, where Rahul Gandhi from 2004 onwards, now Rahul Gandhi will be launched. Now Rahul Gandhi will change the Congress. Now Priyanka will change the Congress. Now Priyanka will come to power. So there is somebody who's still taking victory, moral victory out of this also, then they are most welcome to. But let's just ask one point. Look, for whatever it is worth, Mr. Kapil Sibal was the voice of dissent. This party says we stand for democracy in the entire country. Democracy free kar diya hai party ko, accountability free kar diya hai, and merit free kar diya hai. Today this party cannot lecture anybody else on democracy and accountability.
ये बताइए, अगर कपिल सिब्बल कांग्रेस पार्टी छोड़ के बीजेपी में शामिल होते, फिर भी हम मान सकते हैं, जैसे कि ये कह रहे हैं कि हार्दिक पटेल अभी बीजेपी में शामिल हो जाएंगे, सुनील झाकर तो बीजेपी में शामिल हो गए हैं, लेकिन ये आपके पार्टी के सपोर्ट के द्वारा अगर वो राज्यसभा में आएंगे तो फिर ऑपोजिशन यूनिटी तो डेड ऑन अराइवल हो गया ना?
नहीं ज़ाकर, आपकी बात से बहुत ही उलट जवाब है इसका, कि जो इस देश में समान विचारधारा की पार्टियां हैं, समान विचारधारा है हमारे देश के अंदर, उसमें जाना लोग सहज महसूस करते हैं, ना कि जो दक्षिणपंथी ताकत जिससे आज़ादी के बाद से जिनसे हमारा विचारधारा का टकराव है। तो उस लाइन पे तो कभी कोई, जो लोग बीजेपी में जाते हैं तो उनको तो कहा जाता है कि फिर आप 30 साल कंफ्यूज क्यों थे, आप सेंट्रिस्ट पार्टी में क्यों थे, या आप लेफ्ट में क्यों थे। ये बहुत ही मतलब दोयम दर्जे की बात मानी जाती है। लेकिन क्या आपको ज़का नहीं पता है कि श्यामा प्रसाद मुखर्जी नेहरू जी के कैबिनेट में मिनिस्टर हुआ करते थे, और वो बाद में भारतीय जनता पार्टी के जो पुराने लोग हैं, बनाने वाले लोग हैं, जनसंघ को बनाने वाले लोग, उसके वो नेता बने। तो ये एक अलग बात
अमित जी, लेकिन सवाल मेरा ये है कि अगर कांग्रेस के लोग उस पार्टी को छोड़ के एसपी में जा रहे हैं या टीएमसी में जा रहे हैं, तो फिर ऑपोजिशन यूनिटी की बात ही नहीं बनती ना?
नहीं, अपोजिशन में जो यूनिटी है इस वक्त दो लाइन पर है। एक तो है भारत का संविधान, जो लोग उसके लिए काम कर रहे हैं, लड़ना चाहते हैं, भारत का आइडिया ऑफ इंडिया, भारत का जो पूरा देश बनाने का जो पूरा कॉन्सेप्ट था, उस विचारधारा से जो लोग जुड़े हुए हैं वो विपक्ष है पूरे भारत का। विपक्ष का मतलब कुछ मेंबर ऑफ पार्लियामेंट, कुछ पार्टियां नहीं, वो लोग जो बीजेपी आरएसएस, जो उस पूरे वेरी स्ट्रक्चर पे जो पूरा एक हमलावर है।
ये भी मतलब अजीब बात है ना कि एक पार्टी और एक सरकार जो चुनाव लड़के चुनाव जीत के आए हैं, आप कह रहे हैं कि वो कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन के खिलाफ है। ऐसा नहीं है कि मतलब उन्होंने बंदूक लेके आए, लोगों को बोला कि मतलब जबरदस्ती हमें वोट करना चाहिए।
कि सुप्रीम कोर्ट के सीनियर जजेस, सिटिंग जजेस पर आए और जो कुछ उन्होंने कहा, आपकी मैंने रिपोर्टिंग मुझे याद है उस वक्त।
नहीं, one second. Okay, Shehzad, one line and then after that Shantanu.
Just 10 सेकंड।
कपिल
सिब्बल साहब ने कांग्रेस से रिजाइन किया
जी,
अपनी मर्जी से रिजाइन किया
जी।
माननीय अखिलेश यादव जी को, हमारे जो समाजवादी पार्टी के राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष हैं, उन्हें ये लगा कि वो कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन के बहुत बड़े जानकार हैं, उनका एक बहुत ही सेकुलर क्रेडेंशियल है, तो भारत की संसद को, राज्यसभा को ऐसे लोगों की जरूरत है, इसलिए हमने इंडिपेंडेंट तरीके से उनको राज्यसभा में भेजने का।
पिछले 10 साल से तो राज्यसभा में थे ही।
देखिए, पहले तो मैं कह दूं कि इनकी ऑपोजिशन की यूनिटी और कांग्रेस की ट्रिनिटी, दोनों में जनता का कितना विश्वास है, इट्स बीन प्रूवन इन वेरी स्टेज। बट they saw so many capabilities, secular है, lawyer है, काबिल है, ये कांग्रेस के नेतृत्व को क्यों नहीं दिखाई दे रहा है? So this is what I'm saying, and forget anybody else. Today, even the एक second.
No, one second. I want to go to two other analysts also. एक second, Shehzad, because one second. Because I also have an interview. I also have an interview with Kapil Sibal. I want to play that out. But first, Shantanu Gupta, you know, the issue is this. That if, when you had the Goa elections, suddenly TMC crops up there, Aam Aadmi Party crops up there. You have Punjab elections, Aam Aadmi Party has literally taken away the Congress's vote bank, and today Aam Aadmi Party is in power in Punjab. We are told that in the newer states that are going to polls, whether it is Himachal, Haryana, etc., you will see their presence there as well. Yeah. If opposition vote and opposition unity is divided, then this whole grand coalition to take on Modi in 2024 is a non-starter. वो तो होगा ही नहीं.
Zaka, opposition unity was anyway a fallacy. We saw some hands together when H.D. Kumaraswamy took the oath, and after that, that never happened. They fought elections against each other in different states, together in some states. So that's a fallacy. I think someday TMC, someday TRS, someday some other party want to show that we are the umbrella under which you should join. Congress attempting that. And as Shehzad rightly said, after the Chintan Shivar, I think everything that's happening is wrong for the Congress, and anyone who has sane mind finds no future in Congress. Yeah, on Akhilesh Yadav's side, we should analyze why he's taking someone like Kapil Sibal. He's kind of putting away previous relations, like someone like Shivpal Yadav, someone like Azam Khan, Jayant Singh. He's like, he could have sent one of them to Rajya Sabha. But I think he finds merit in his typical minority politics of Akhilesh Yadav with the credential that Kapil Sibalji has. Kapil Sibalji was the one who was standing against the Ayodhya temple. Kapil Sibalji was the one who was standing against any reform against triple talaq. So I think that suits Akhilesh Yadav's politics, and that's why Kapil Sibal is a good pick for Akhilesh Yadav typical minority politics.
So, Sumant Raman, the whole point of the Chintan Shivir in Udaipur was to fix some of these problems. Neither have they addressed the leadership question, nor have they addressed this. I mean, the Congress party today is like a leaky bucket. Just after the Chintan Shivir, we've had 3 leaders leave the Congress party, and everybody knows, you and I know, Kapil Sibal is not the last.
No, he's not going to be the last, Zaka. And let's face it, the entire objective of the Chintan Shivir was to address the elephant in the room, which is the leadership issue.
Yeah.
You confabulate for 3 days and you don't address the fundamental issue. And yesterday, I don't know, Zaka, whether you saw the 2 statements that came out, the Political Action Committee and the Campaign Committee or whatever for 2024. Yeah. I mean, does that in any way inspire confidence? The same old faces and the same old people who have been rejected conclusively, not just by the electorate, but by sections within the Congress party itself. So I think that there is a problem. Mr. Sibal, I don't agree that it makes a big difference whether Mr. Sibal joins BJP or goes somewhere else. He is not a mass leader, so that is not his, his forte. His skill is as a lawyer and as somebody who has espoused the causes of the minorities consistently for the last several years. Beyond that, he does not have a political base in that sense. So therefore, whether he goes to BJP, whether he goes to Samajwadi Party, or whether he goes to Trinamool or somewhere else, I don't really see that as a significant point. The point is, he is another person in the long list of senior Congress leaders, people who
is deserting the party
for 25 and 30 years.
Yeah.
Who not see a revival of
no,
the party.
I want to play out an interview. I want to play out an interview that we have with Kapil Sibal. He has spoken exclusively to CNN News 18. He says he defended the Congress party for many number of years. He says he has no issues with the Gandhis, which is quite surprising because over the last 18 months or so, he had been constantly and continuously criticizing the Gandhis, sometimes even by name. But now he wants to be an independent voice in parliament, and therefore he feels that with the backing of the Samajwadi Party, he will become that independent voice in parliament. He spoke exclusively to my colleague Pallavi Ghosh. Let's play out an excerpt of that particular conversation, and then I'll come back to our guests.
Mr. Sibal, we've seen you very strongly defending the Congress party. Okay, and right when you were the minister till even after the UPA lost power. Was it an easy decision for you to make to leave the Congress party?
I tell you a very interesting thing. Do you watch the IPL?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, kind of.
So sometimes you are in the, Chennai team, and you've been in the China entry for 10 years, right? And then suddenly you come to the Delhi team, right? Right? So is it difficult for you to play for Delhi, the person who comes from Chennai? It's not difficult, no? Right? I've been defending the Congress party because I was in the Congress party, right? And as an independent voice, if what the Congress party does right in Parliament or outside Parliament, I'll still defend it, right? So I have no problems with that. It was my duty to defend the Congress party because I was within the discipline of the Congress party. They asked me to do a job and I did that job, right? Now I don't have to do that job. Now, if my independent voice tells me that what they are doing is right, I will support them.
But if there's a clash between, say, a Samajwadi party versus the Congress party on the floor of the House?
I am an independent person.
No, but then, since you are going to win from the Samajwadi party ticket, won't you have a moral obligation to stand by the SP? Is that the understanding you had with them?
Look, let's be clear on it. I am an independent voice in Parliament and I will continue to be an independent voice. And you know me, that I have never gone back on what I say. Independence means independence, right? Now, people may have different views and I will have my own view. I may not agree either with one or the other, right? Because I'm not subject to any whip, right? The idea is, and this is sad, in democratic India, in Parliament, where are those independent voices? They're all hanging on to the coattails of the leadership of the party. Where are those? Where are they? Where
you
are
didn't want to hang on to the coattails of the
I am not. I don't want to be bound down by a political
But
party.
won't the Samajwadi party expect you to...
They may expect anything, but I will do the right thing.
So you
the right for the
have
country.
you conveyed this to Mr.
Right.
Akhilesh Yadav?
That issue hasn't arisen. There's no question of conveying this to anybody. That issue hasn't arisen. It is their graciousness, the Samajwadi party's leadership's graciousness, Akhilesh's graciousness, other leaders' graciousness, that they have allowed me their support and allowed me to nominate myself as an independent candidate. That itself shows their generosity.
Mr. Sibal, was it important for you to quit the Congress party? I mean, couldn't you have remained in the Congress party and still be kind of independent and get the support from the Samajwadi party?
So, Pallavi, you know very well that in life, you know, there are decisions that you take after you have walked miles, right? At a certain point in time in your career, you may well take a decision that, look, this is not what I want to do. I want to do something different, right? You should have the right to do so. They are not my employers. Nobody is in my employer, right? So I have a right to decide at a stage in my life what I should be doing, right? And I don't want to be part of any political party. I want to be a voice which speaks out to the people of India on issues that concern the people of India.
Or was it because the Congress was not allowing you to speak out? Is that the reason why you needed to become independent?
It's not a question of not allowing anybody.
Every time someone would leave the Congress party, whether it's a Jitin Prasad, Shushmita Dev, Captain Amrinder Singh, you would be unhappy. And you would say it's so unfortunate that the party wants to just move on as if nothing has really happened. Today you've left the Congress party. So what do you feel about it? They had a valid reason to leave the Congress party?
No. First of all, I'm not going to comment on what somebody else did. Who am I to comment on that? I have left the party for the reasons that I've already given you, that I want to do something different. I don't want to be a member of any political party.
Is it easier for you to work with an Akhilesh Yadav than with a Rahul Gandhi?
Incidentally, that's something that you can ask from others, right? I can work with anybody.
Even a Rahul Gandhi?
Anybody I can work with. There is no issue on working with anybody.
Under a Gandhi leadership, the Congress party can't work.
I left the party for the reason that I have told you.
Is that the only reason you...
I want to do something different. No, you don't accept it. What can I do?
Okay, Rashid Gidwai, Kapil Sibal there just compared changing political parties or political affiliations to changing an IPL team. He said, you have a Chennai player who plays for that Chennai IPL team for 10 years and then comes and plays for Delhi. It's as easy as that. That's just what he said.
Zaka, that was my initial point also. The key thing here, Zaka, we must understand that there is an utter sense of despondency within the Congress and outside the Congress in the opposition tent. Now, what do? So, look at the Congress. It is not, putting a task force for Gujarat elections or for Himachal elections, which are perhaps, in relative terms, are low-hanging fruit. It is going for the big kill 2024. So that tells you everybody's trying to gloss over. Mr. Sibbal, who was, I would say, a political secular mercenary, is going ahead with that plan. And he knows that his life, and he just didn't want to be a Rajya Sabha member. Mr. Sibbal, I have seen him first day when he was in Parliament, and that Supreme Court judge impeachment case. Till date, he's always been, trying to have a place in the big table. At present Congress, he was not getting that. There was no Rajya Sabha for him now. Last time also he was supported by
the whole
Samajwadi
point
Party.
of not joining the Samajwadi Party, but taking the Samajwadi Party's support is to get to the Rajya Sabha. But Shehzad, I find it quite amazing that a learned lawyer like Mr. Sibbal would say that jumping political parties is like moving from an IPL team. I mean, then let's just say this is a game, no? Then it's like cricket. Politics mein to kuch ideology.
Some would say it's a Game of Thrones, and I like the candidness with which he accepts that for him, it's like changing clients. Lawyers often change clients. Good ones get a lot of different clients, and this is just another team. But I also like the prenup that he signed with the Samajwadi Party. It's so soft.
I don't necessarily.
But having said that, let me just complete my point. I'll tell you where the real problem lies. Look at the two out of the three desertions that have taken place. One is of Jharkhand, who is a 50-year-old vet, a family veteran. And this is also Kapil Sibbal, who in a sense has a relationship of excess of 25-30 years. When such people leave the Congress party and leave, this means it's not just about a Rajya Sabha or being accommodated in some position. This shows the larger disconnect that the Congress party has even in its structures to retain those who've been traditional family retainers. And that shows, forget having connect with the people, when you don't have connect even with traditional family loyalists, this shows that Rahul Gandhi is completely incapable to even maintain a normal relationship as a leader with his party people. That is a larger problem that Congress is not realizing.
issue है ना, जो लोग जो छोड़ रहे हैं, मतलब 30 साल 25 साल उनका रिश्ता बना रहा है कांग्रेस पार्टी के साथ, उन जैसे लोगों, हार्दिक पटेल का तो छोड़ दीजिए, वो 5 साल से उनका रिश्ता कांग्रेस पार्टी के साथ, लेकिन कपिल सिब्बल का 25 साल से है, झाकड़ का 50 साल, उनके पिताजी तो स्पीकर रहे, 2 बार स्पीकर रहे, उन जैसे लोग छोड़ रहे हैं।
जका इसमें कोई अतिशयोक्ति की बात नहीं है। क्या आप इस बात को नहीं मानेंगे कांग्रेस के साथ उनके इंटरनल क्या प्रॉब्लम्स हैं, वो जाने, बीजेपी के साथ किसकी क्या इंटरनल प्रॉब्लम्स है। हर पार्टी में कुछ ना कुछ मतलब इस तरह के कॉन्फ्लिक्ट्स तो होते ही होंगे, लेकिन क्या आप इस बात को एक्सेप्ट नहीं करेंगे कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी में अगर आप मेंबर्स, मिनिस्टर्स, सांसद को अगर आप प्रोफाइलिंग करना शुरू कर दें, आधे से ज़्यादा कांग्रेस के गए होंगे? इसमें कौन सी बहुत हैरत की बात है?
नहीं, और दूसरी बात ये भी है, हैरत की बात ये भी है।
दूसरी बात मैं आपको ये कह रहा हूँ,
ये बताइए ना कि क्या आपके जो गठबंधन के जो लोग हैं, राजभर जी हो या जयंत चौधरी हो, उन्होंने सब ये माना कि आप, ऐसा नहीं कि समाजवादी पार्टी के पास 10 सीट है, 2 या 4 नॉमिनेशन होगा जिसमें से एक आपने किसी और को दे दिया।
आप प्रोसेस जानते हैं कि कैसे चुनाव होता है? सारे एमएलए मिलने के बाद वो पार्टी के प्रेसिडेंट को ऑथराइज करते हैं कि आप तय करेंगे कि कैसे कौन कैंडिडेट होगा और कौन नहीं होगा। फिर जब कपिल सिब्बल जी जैसा जब नाम आया, वो ऐसे मेंबर ऑफ पार्लियामेंट ऐसे लीडर तो है नहीं, जैसे बीजेपी में आते जाते लोग हैं, क्रिमिनल हैं, इनकी मशीन में आ गए तो साफ हो गए।
नहीं, तो सारे आपके जो समर्थक पार्टियां हैं उनका सपोर्ट है।
कंप्लीट लोगों का विश्वास माननीय अखिलेश यादव जी पे था। उन्होंने ये तय किया कि एक लर्नेड सीनियर पॉलिटिशियन को उनको राज्यसभा में बतौर इंडिपेंडेंट वॉइस भेजना चाहिए।
इंडिपेंडेंट वॉइस,
समाजवादी पार्टी तो बहुत अलग, उनका दिल बहुत बड़ा। 10 सेकंड, क्या आपको याद नहीं कि दैनिक जागरण के जो ऑनर हुआ करते थे, 2 बार माननीय नेताजी ने उनको मेंबर ऑफ पार्लियामेंट बनाया। ये ऐसे ही देश में चुनते हैं।
Look, the real issue is not about Samajwadi taking some leader. That's not the real point here. The point is that the Congress party has a real problem which it fails to address, and instead of doing party bachao, it's in parivar bachao mode. Please understand one thing. You saying that these leaders are coming to the BJP and getting rewarded, they are being made chief ministers, they are being made spokespersons, shows that the Congress is failing to retain good talent within themselves. Today Congress has become Northeast Mukh.
Shantanu. Yeah, coming to you. One second, Sumit, one second. But Shantanu. Amit Jamai says everybody in the Samajwadi Party, all elected MLAs, have authorized Akhilesh Yadav to choose Mr. Kapil Sibbal, and that's how Mr. Kapil Sibbal has got the Samajwadi Party support.
Zach, I think we all know the parties like Akhilesh Yadav's party. It's a one man, one family party, and what Akhilesh Yadav and the family will decide will happen. But you're right, Samajwadi Party doesn't have a lot of space. Out of the 11 seats that from UP, they only have two or three seats maximum. Yeah. Out of the 3 seats, they're giving 1 seat, Rajya Sabha seat, which is a prestigious seat, rolling seat for 6 years, to a person from outside. Yeah, for sure, I'll not decide.
शांतनु, मैंने आपको पिछले भी बात सुना था, आप समाजवादी पार्टी को अटैक कर रहे थे. आप पॉलिटिकल एनालिसिस तय नहीं करेंगे कि समाजवादी पार्टी किसको चुनेगी.
उनको तो बात रखने दीजिए ना, प्लीज. हाँ.
And it seems Kapil Sibal, what I'm hearing from other sources, was trying in other parties like RJD, JMM, Samajwadi Party, and wherever he got an offer, it's almost like IPL.
No, that's exactly what he said. Na, player plays for Chennai for 10 years, then can play for Delhi. उसमें कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता किसी को. So ऐसे ही होना चाहिए politics में भी.
That's the way some people take their politics. For them, it's just a career, no ideology, nothing. Okay, wherever I'll get a playing ground, I'll just play for that team or that party. I think that's the way.
Yeah, Sumant. Zaka, I can see what's in it for Kapil Sibal. Quite frankly, I am a little intrigued as to why the Samajwadi Party is pushing him here. 2 things. Here is a man who says he will not toe the party line, and he says it publicly.
Exactly.
He also does not join the political party beforehand, which would have been a mini, celebration for the Samajwadi Party to say that, look, we've got a senior leader who's come in and one of the most eminent lawyers in the country, and so on. He doesn't join the party. He says, I will not toe the party line. And yet the party props him up.
नहीं, अभी वो तो वैलिड पॉइंट है ना उन्होंने आपके पार्टी ज्वाइन किए ना, और वो पब्लिकली कह रहे हैं कि विप उनके ऊपर लागू नहीं होगा. तो हाँ,
यही बात जो बड़े दिल की है ना, यही बात जो बड़े दिल की है अखिलेश यादव जी की.
ये बड़े दिल नहीं, ये बड़े दिल की बात कहाँ से आता है? मतलब राजनीति में बड़ा दिल छोटा दिल ऐसा कुछ नहीं होता है. अमीर साहब,
दैनिक जागरण के ऑनर ने जब समाजवादी पार्टी से राज्यसभा गए, क्या समाजवादी पार्टी ज्वाइन की?
नहीं,
भारत की
बस इस सवाल का जवाब दे दीजिए कि क्या हर कोई को समाजवादी पार्टी समर्थन दे देगा जो पार्टी ना ज्वाइन करे, ना कहे कि विप मेरे ऊपर लागू है?
आप जरा सोचिए कि हमने उनको मजदूर नहीं समझा, हमने ये समझा कि भारत की संसद को ऐसी वॉइस चाहिए जो हमारी डेमोक्रेसी को स्टैंड कर सके.
सच में बड़े दिल पार्टी है समाजवादी पार्टी.
Look, I don't know whether it's bada dil or chota dimag, but I can say one thing: the Samajwadi Party is clearly trying to spite the Congress. Let's make no mistake, there are no good intentions in politics, at least not in the politics that Congress and Samajwadi Party have between each other. If they did, they would keep the Congress behind on the carrier of the cycle even now. So this is clearly an attempt of Akhilesh Yadav to spite the Gandhi family. But having said that, that is their prerogative. It is the Congress party which should answer this question. It's not for them to answer. They've done the deal.
Okay.
It's the Congress party. Congress ke liye bol raha hu thoda.
Okay. I got to wrap up. No. One thing is very, very clear, that people with 20, 30, 40 years association with the Congress party are leaving the Congress party. Whatever it is for, better prospects, independent voice, whatever reason and justification they give, I think that is, if this cannot be a wake-up call for Congress party, then I don't know what is. But anyway, I want to thank our guests. I want to go on to the second debate which we're having here on Brass Tacks, and Shehzad will continue to stay on with us. This is concerning the Kashmiri separatist Yasin Malik, who was today sentenced to life imprisonment by a court in Delhi. This is in connection with a terror funding case in which charges were brought forth against him by the National Investigation Agency. And the judge, in his judgment, tore into Yasin Malik, saying, how can you equip young kids, young boys and girls, to throw stones on the security forces, and that too in the garb of a so-called peaceful protest?
The National Investigation Agency had demanded the death sentence. But the order that was delayed by nearly 6 hours was of life in prison.
Terrorist Yasin Malik is being now taken out from Patiala House Court. The kind of terrorist that he has been, heavy security police deployment can be seen over here.
The court said Malik had set up an elaborate structure and mechanism to raise funds for terrorist and other unlawful activities in Jammu and Kashmir in the name of freedom struggle.
Ultimately, दोनों लोग की दलीलें को सुनने के बाद कोर्ट ने इस बात का निर्णय दिया कि यासिन मलिक को सेक्शन 121 आईपीसी और सेक्शन 17 यूएपीए के अंदर उम्र कैद की सजा सुनाई जाए.
It was finally closure for Nirmal Khanna, the wife of the late IAF squadron leader Ravi Khanna, who was allegedly killed by Yasin Malik.
पूरा भरोसा है कि मेरे केस में भी इंसाफ जरूर होगा.
In Jammu and Kashmir, the scenes were a contrast. While celebrations broke out in Jammu,
यासीन मलिक ने जम्मू कश्मीर के बेगुनाह लोगों की हत्याएं की, जिसकी सजा आज NIA की अदालत ने उनको दी है.
it was tense in the valley. Parts of Srinagar witnessed a shutdown even before the verdict. Stone pelting and protests were reported from a few places, and police had to resort to firing tear gas shells. The Gupkar alliance claimed that the court had delivered a verdict, but not justice.
Such verdicts, unfortunately, may help only to undermine the level of the confidence, which is already at the lowest ebb. In my view, it's not justice. It's not based on justice.
Pakistan Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif also condemned the quantum, calling it a black day for Indian democracy. Now that Yasin Malik's fate is sealed, has justice finally been delivered?
All right, there are many who are saying that life imprisonment is too lenient for someone like a Yasin Malik. He should have been given the capital punishment. Let me bring in Shehzad Poonawala, spokesperson of the BJP. Ahmed Ayaz is a political analyst. Under the provisions under which he was convicted, capital punishment was also available, and many people who are victims and victims' families are at the utter threat of what Yasin Malik and his cronies did. They are saying the capital punishment should have been given.
Perhaps I would also agree and want capital punishment for him. But Zaka, let me start by these two pictures. Look at the transformation in the last 10 years that has taken place. One picture shows how he was a chief guest of honor with Manmohan Singh. And now this picture shows after 2014 how he's being dragged to justice and hauled for his crimes. That was the butchering of Kashmiri Hindus, the poster boy of Islamist jihad, the poster boy of Pakistan-sponsored terrorism. And today this is just the first case, the beginning of justice in 32 years, because he's been convicted in the terror funding case. This was not the killing of the IF officers, which he's also confessed to in BBC and other places. So that too, those wheels of justice will move. But the question today is not just about Mr. Yasin Malik, but about his Malik ecosystem. And one of the members of the Malik ecosystem is on your panel. This Malik ecosystem will continue to defend. They will say Pakistan's judicial system is better. They will say Burhan Wani was a headmaster's boy, Riaz Naiku was a maths teacher, Afzal Hum Sharminda hai. They will go and defend Yaqub Memon. Why is this Malik ecosystem in Pakistan and some parts of India, why are they coming out and defending? Today I would expect Mr. Ayaz, would you say that this man is a self-confessed terrorist and nothing else?
No, he pleaded guilty. Forget about everything else.
Even
he pleaded,
after that, ask him.
He pleaded,
I will leave the debate if he calls him a terrorist.
He pleaded guilty. Ahmed Ayaz, at least now will you accept that there is no place in a democratic society for people who pick up the gun, kill fellow Indians, and then express no remorse whatsoever about it?
I don't think anybody will appreciate that, but the point is looking at the BJP spokesman, ideally it's very unfortunate they're still trying to make politics out of it when Shahzad says that it was Manmohan Singh to whom they met and all that. Why does he forget that they met equally to the BJP people, BJP prime ministers also? And I heard during the day Gupta, ex-deputy chief minister of the J&K, saying that he tried to please Kashmiri Pandits and tried to say that he has been killed for the squadron leader.
Mr. Ayaz, can we at least now, after a court of law has convicted this man... No, one second.
Let me complete.
No, sure, go ahead and complete. But at least today, will you accept that after a court of law has convicted this man for terror funding, for waging war against the state, at least now will you concede that Yasin Malik has met his moment of truth, that finally justice has prevailed?
No, who otherwise said that he was not a separatist leader? It is everybody says.
No, not just a separatist. He's a murderer. He has killed people.
No.
Malik ecosystem.
I think, as I understand, he has confessed. As I understand, he has confessed, and there was no much material required to prove that
after
whether
his
he was
confession,
there
he was
or not. There was no.
He's a convicted terrorist under UAPA.
This is what once. That's what I say.
Mr.
That's
Ayaz,
what
do
I
you
say.
consider
That
him to
again
be a
the
terrorist,
question
yes or no?
that if a man. You have picked throughout your life. You have picked only this word for the
Court
people
has
from the
convicted him.
Kashmir.
Do you have faith in courts?
Sir, today a court of law in this country.
No, what is going to?
No, one second. Today a court of law, Mr. Ayaz. Today a court of law has convicted Yasin Malik under 6 different counts of the Indian Penal Code, 120B, 121, 121A, and 4 different counts of the Unlawful Activities Prevention Act, including waging war against the state. And you still will not call him a terrorist. You still will not call him somebody who murdered people in cold blood. You will not call him.
Before that, I will write to reply Shahzad when he says me, should you call him a terrorist or not? Point is, when court declares something, court has convicted him. Do you think that I will say no, court has done something wrong? What is this question you are talking about?
I've done these debates very often with him. Is Burhan Wani a terrorist?
Why should you?
You see, these people refuse to accept and call terrorists. They say Kashmir Files is responsible for propaganda, but not once have they said what happened to the Kashmiri Hindus was Islamic jihad, and Mr. Yasin Malik was the poster boy of that Islamic jihad. He was the poster boy of Pakistan-sponsored terrorism. One second, Mr. Ayaz, you should be ashamed of yourself that you are defending and echoing the sentiments of some leaders of Pakistan who sponsored terrorism in this country. Mr. Ayaz, let me complete. Let's speak one at a time. Mr. Ayaz, let's speak one at a time.
I am worried
Mr.
about
Ayaz,
the
can we speak one at a time?
On this.
Can we speak one at a time?
Mr. Ayaz, one second. One second, Mr. Ayaz, hear me out. A court of law in India has convicted this man for 6 different counts in Indian Penal Code and Unlawful Activities Prevention Act. And yet, you have the Pakistan Prime Minister and the Pakistan opposition leaders one by one coming out of the woodwork and saying, oh, this was an unfair conviction, saying that justice has not been done. Today, look at the statement by the Gupkar, the PAGD. They are saying verdict may have been delivered, but justice has not been done. What does that even mean? Has justice not been done for the numerous Kashmiri Pandits that this man killed? Has justice not been done for the 4 Indian Air Force officers that Yasin Malik killed?
Give me a minute. So far as Pakistan is concerned, you should not be surprised because they will try to take advantage of whatever situation takes place here in Kashmir. Not only Kashmir, even in India, in other parts also. They will see to it that it is exploited the way they will say that it is.
What about Gupkar?
As long as PAGD is concerned.
Yeah, what about Gupkar?
That's what I'm telling you. So far as PAGD is concerned, well, they are politicians. They will try to see that some political benefit out of it, as every politician is doing.
Political benefit.
But the point is,
what is the possible political benefit you can draw out of a convicted terrorist? It's unbelievable what you're saying.
I am telling you, yes, I am telling.
I'm glad. This is a great confession.
Just now, Shahzad was telling.
Mr. Ayaz, now if I could just have 30 seconds.
Even during the day.
Mr. Ayaz, can I have 30 seconds?
One second, Mr. Ayaz. I'm finding it difficult to wrap my head around the fact that you just said there are certain political parties that will derive political benefit from the conviction of a terrorist.
Zaka, if we go on, please, Mr. Ayaz, one at a time.
One second, Mr. Ayaz. We heard you. Okay, Shahzad.
If any more confessions are made on your show, you should change the name from Brass Tacks to Confessions, because Kapil Sibal confessed that it's like Indian Political League, and now you have a confession. And this is the point. For political gain of vote bank politics and appeasement, these people can go to the level of espousing the cause of separatism and terrorism. That's exactly what we are saying. They will not celebrate a rifleman Aurangzeb. They will not celebrate Usman Fayaz, but they will celebrate Burhan Wani. This man on national television can't call Burhan Wani a terrorist. He refuses to endorse a court order which has convicted Mr. Yasin Malik for terrorism. This man does not come out and say Islamic Jihad caused the exodus and killing and genocide of Kashmiri Hindus. And this is the Kashmir face that was responsible for the driving out of lakhs of Kashmiri Pandits. This is what they cater to.
Okay, like I said, this is just the tip of the iceberg. No, Mr. Ayaz, I'm sorry. I mean, I expected better. I thought at least a court of law, a conviction of a court of law would nudge you to call this man for what he is, and that he is a convicted terrorist. But anyway, be that as it may, I'm reasonably convinced that this is just the first case. There will be more such cases. More gruesome and grievous charges will be brought upon Yasin Malik, and we'll be there to cover them. Ahmed Ayaz, we'll leave it at that. Thank you very much. Shehzad Poonawalla, thank you very much for joining us.
We'll take a quick break. When we come back on the other side, we'll shift focus to Rastak Superfast, including Imran Khan trying to lead a protest in Islamabad demanding fresh elections. But there were chaotic scenes on the streets. There were massive clashes between his supporters and law enforcement agencies. We'll have that story and more details right on the other side.
CNN News 18 races ahead of Times Now and Republic. News over noise. CNN News 18 on your side.
Technology to try and evade conventional military radars. The estimated range of the Satan II is 18,000 kilometers, so it can go from Moscow to New York and back at least 3 times. Meanwhile, a sandstorm has enveloped parts of the Middle East in a thick blanket of dust.
Baghdad's skies were painted red as the country faced a massive sandstorm, the 10th one in 2 months. Several people were hospitalized with breathing difficulties. In neighboring Iran, the sandstorm caused the still under construction building in Abadan to collapse. 11 bodies were recovered from the debris, with more fear trapped. Abadan Mayor Hossein Hamidpour and 9 others were arrested. Lawmakers opened a separate parliament inquiry into the case to determine the cause of the collapse.
The Archaeological Survey of India says the Qutub Minar is not a place of worship and the alteration of the existing structure is not permissible. The ASI has informed this to a court in Delhi, which was hearing a petition claiming that the monument has pictures of Hindu deities and sought permission to worship there. The ASI's reply comes amidst reports of namaz being barred at the Qutub Minar.
रेगुलर नमाज होती है और ये 46 साल से यही इमाम हैं। उससे पहले उनके फादर थे। 1920 में एक रिकॉर्ड है, नोटिफिकेशन है, उसमें इसका जिक्र किया गया है कि यहाँ पर ये मस्जिद आबाद है। 1920 से लेकर आज तक यहाँ पर नमाज रेगुलर होती चली आई है और अब अचानक एक हफ्ता पहले 10 दिन पहले इन्होंने नमाज वहाँ बंद कर दी, तो हमने इनको चिट्ठियाँ लिखी हैं।
As the Gyan-Vapi battle plays out in court, alongside an anti-Mughal sentiment is also brewing. In a Facebook post, AIMIM chief Asaduddin Owaisi has written that the Muslims of India were not related to the Mughals, but asked who were the wives of these Mughal emperors in what was a crass comment which drew ire from quite a lot of quarters. Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann has sacked his Health Minister Dr. Vijay Singla from his cabinet over corruption allegations. According to the Chief Minister's office, Singla was demanding 1% commission from officials for contracts. He was arrested hours after being sacked. The AAP convener Arvind Kejriwal has praised Bhagwant Mann for taking action.
आम आदमी पार्टी कट्टर ईमानदार पार्टी है। कट्टर ईमानदार मतलब अगर हमारा अपना भी कोई चोरी करेगा उसे छोड़ेंगे नहीं, उसे बख्शेंगे नहीं। अभी तक देखा गया कि सारी पार्टियों में आपस में सेटिंग होती थी। पहली बार ऐसा हो रहा है कि कोई पार्टी अपने खुद के लोगों के भ्रष्टाचार के खिलाफ भी एक्शन ले रही है।
Turkish President Recep Tayyip Erdogan has set certain conditions for Finland and Sweden to join NATO. He says stand in solidarity with Turkey in the fight against terror. He's also asked them to abandon financial support to terrorist groups, take concrete steps against the Kurdistan Workers' Party, which, according to Turkey, is a rebel group. The PKK, in fact, has waged insurgency against Turkey since 1984. The PKK is blacklisted. Welcome back. Former Pakistan Prime Minister Imran Khan's call for a long march demanding fresh elections led to all roads to Islamabad being blocked.
Imran Khan led a convoy from his party's provincial stronghold of Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. His supporters gathered in multiple cities with the goal to converge in Islamabad. Police put up containers and blockades to stop the protesters from reaching Islamabad. But they pushed their way through, leading to violent clashes. Police fired tear gas and lathi charged the protesters to stop them from marching ahead. Several supporters of the PTI were arrested in a bid to derail the Azadi march. Imran Khan's march is for the dissolution of the National Assembly and fresh elections in the country. But the Shehbaz Sharif government banned the rally.
Meanwhile, angry protesters went on a rampage in Pakistan's Blue Area, which is the central business district located just 7 kilometers away from the capital. Demonstrators set fire to trees and cars on the streets after blockades were erected to stop Imran Khan's supporters from reaching Islamabad. 10 days after the attack in Buffalo, another mass shooting at a Texas elementary school.
A teenage gunman went on a shooting spree at a Texas elementary school, killing 19 children and 2 adults, with 2 others critically injured.
Look for my daughter. After the shooting, they don't know where she's at.
The gunman, identified as 18-year-old Salvador Ramos, was killed by police on the scene. Hours later, a visibly shaken Joe Biden asked Americans to stand up to the gun lobby.
As a nation, we have to ask, when in God's name are we going to stand up to the gun lobby?
This is the worst attack at the US school in a decade.
Meanwhile, NBA coach Steve Kerr used his pre-match conference to drive home the point about changing gun laws in the United States.
Since we left shoot-around, 14 children were killed 400 miles from here, and a teacher. And in the last 10 days, we've had elderly black people killed in a supermarket in Buffalo. We've had Asian churchgoers killed in Southern California. And now we have children murdered at school. When are we going to do something? I'm tired. I'm so tired of getting up here and offering condolences to the devastated families that are out there. We are being held hostage by 50 senators. They won't vote on it because they want to hold on to their own power. It's pathetic. I've had enough.
The Texas massacre has reopened the debate about America's gun culture and its gun laws. Civilians, in fact, own over 390 million firearms. That is more than the population of the United States, which means one person owns more than one firearm. The firearms are 120 guns per every 100 citizens in the country. It is the highest gun death rate amongst all developed nations. No other developed country in the world has as many gun-related deaths as the United States has. Over 45,000 civilians die every year because of gun violence. That was a high figure in the year 2020. In fact, the pro-gun lobby, the NRA, has a market of over $1 billion. In fact, in the United States, 19%, that is 1 out of 5 gun owners, are members of the National Rifle Association, or the NRA. Yet another civilian has been murdered in the Kashmir Valley. Lashkar-e-Taiba terrorists shot dead Ambreen Bhatt at her house in Chandura. Her 10-year-old nephew was also injured in the attack. Ambreen was a popular social media personality in the state. In fact, Omar Abdullah, former chief minister, has expressed his condolences and condemned the brutal murder. 3 Pakistani terrorists were gunned down in an encounter in Jammu and Kashmir's Baramulla district. A policeman was also martyred during the operation. Now, this comes a day after an off-duty police constable was killed and his 7-year-old daughter was injured, shot in her hand, after terrorists fired at both of them. This is in Srinagar city. In Tamil Nadu, a BJP worker was hacked to death by 3 unidentified assailants. This happened right in the heart of the capital, Chennai. Balachandar, who was the BJP's SC/ST Central Chennai chief, had been receiving death threats. He was also provided with a personal security officer. But when his PSO was on a break, the 3 men who killed him surrounded Balachandar and then hacked him to death. A new petition seeking to ban the entry of Muslims to the Gyanvapi Mosque complex has been transferred from the civil court to a fast-track court in Varanasi. The plea will be taken up by the fast-track court judge on the 30th of May. The civil judge who heard the petition today also heard the Gyanvapi Mosque case before it was transferred to the district judge by no less than the Supreme Court. After Gyanvapi, another Masjid Mandir controversy is brewing. this time in the coastal Karnataka city of Mangalore.
Activists from the Vishwa Hindu Parishad and the Bajrang Dal performed a puja just 500 meters away from the Malali Juma Masjid in Mangalore. They claim a temple-like structure was found at the mosque during a recent renovation.
They allege that there was a Hanuman temple here and they have demolished and then built a mosque over here.
The right-wing groups have threatened to get to the bottom of the matter to find out the truth.
The presence of a mosque, if it was there 600 years, we'd like to know which place. The 600 years, what was there before 600 years?
After the controversy erupted, a Karnataka court ordered the mosque management to stop the renovation work. And now authorities have banned large gatherings within 500 meters of the mosque till the 26th of May.
We have imposed 144 for about 500 meters surrounding. We have ensured that there is no untoward incident in the village.
The face-off in Mangalore comes amidst the legal tussle over the Gyanvapi mosque in Uttar Pradesh.
Russia is working on a nuclear-powered cruise missile that could be launched from anywhere in Russia and easily hit any target in the United States. It's being called the Flying Chernobyl. It's called double dual capability with both nuclear propulsion. It has also got a nearly unlimited range. It can fly as low as 150 to 300 feet. It is capable of evading NATO's air defenses as well. The defenses have been designed to bypass US anti-missile defense systems, as it were. Over 20 people have died because of the rains in Assam. Restoration work in flood-affected areas of the state are being hampered by another and fresh spell of heavy rains.
Flash floods near capital Dispur triggered fresh panic in the rain-ravaged state.
You can see the condition of the streets of Guwahati. It's all burdened with flash floods with just one spur of heavy rainfall. This happens in the city and it is quite a common scene of Guwahati.
Assam received 62% above normal rainfall from March to May. The rains have led to deluge and landslides in which more than 20 people have died. Indian Air Force has been evacuating citizens and airlifting rescue teams and relief material to areas cut off due to floods. More than 6.5 lakh people remained affected across 22 districts of Assam.
After the CBI, now the Enforcement Directorate has booked Congress MP Karti Chidambaram on charges of money laundering in the bribes for visa case. He's in fact been summoned by the CBI tomorrow for questioning in this case. A 50 lakh rupee bribe was allegedly paid to Karti Chidambaram for illegally facilitating the visas of Chinese professionals who were working on a power project in Punjab. Both the Chidambarams have outright denied this charge. A court in Kerala has cancelled the bail that was given to senior politician PC George over an alleged hate speech that he made against Muslims. The bail was cancelled after the prosecution side informed the court that George had violated his bail conditions. After his bail was cancelled, George was taken into custody by the Thiruvananthapuram police, but dozens of BJP workers turned up at the police station to protest George being taken into custody. Bengal Minister Partha Chatterjee appeared before the CBI for a second time today in connection with the alleged irregularities in the appointments of government-run schools in the state. Chatterjee was the education minister when these alleged illegal appointments were made. Meanwhile, the Supreme Court has returned his special leave petition against the CBI probe because of errors in his plea.